Chapter 1235. Is he hacking? Hellscythe under Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1235. Is he hacking? What's going on? 100 Leaves couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the progress list on the stone monument. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Team Dungeon's final boss. Not only did they possess very high defense, but they also possessed potent skills. Take the Blackstone Chieftain for example. 100 Leaves had already seen it use 3 skills. The first was a passive skill called Stone Skin. The lower the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell, the higher its defense and magic resistance would rise. The second was an attack skill called Flame Charge. When activated, the boss would randomly attack one target on the battlefield. During this skill's duration, the boss's movement speed would increase. If not dealt with properly, it could easily kill players instantly. As for the third, it was an AoE skill called Stone Shower. When this skill was activated, players had to deal with falling stones from above. If struck, players would lose at least 10,000 HP. When alone, without the support of a healer, players would have an extremely difficult time fighting the Blackstone Chieftain due to these 3 skills. Staying alive was a challenge. It was even more difficult to deplete the boss's HP quickly. As such thoughts ran through 100 Leaves' mind, another change occurred to the progress list. This time, number 141's Great Lord dropped from 82% to 78% of its HP. Feng had nearly caught up to Silent Entropy, whose Great Lord was at 72% HP. Seeing the boss's HP fall so rapidly, he should have used a powerful magic scroll. Silent Entropy had also noticed the change on the progress list. However, he wasn't particularly worried. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "How unfortunate. Young people really are quite brash. The Blackstone Chieftain isn't an easy boss. Wasting your trump cards so early in the fight will only make things difficult for you later." He had his own methods of dealing explosive amounts of damage as well. The same could be said for 100 Leaves. Only, neither of them had chosen to use those methods. Yet the proper way of dealing with a boss like the Blackstone Chieftain, which became harder to deal with as its HP dropped, was to wear it down slowly before finishing it off with a bang. The less time they had to spend fighting the boss in its final phases, the easier clearing the second floor trial would be. However, to quickly catch up to them, Feng had used plenty of precious tools. On the surface, it might seem as if he had made up for the lost time, but in reality he was doing more harm than good, so much so that he might even fail to kill the boss in the end. After all, practically every boss entered a berserk state when its HP fell to a certain point. If one couldn't cope with the boss, then they would be annihilated. Seconds, then minutes, flew by. Although Feng devoured the Blackstone Chieftain's HP at a staggering rate, the longer the battle continued, the less HP the boss lost. From the initial 4% to 5% decreases, it gradually slowed to 2% decreases before falling to 1% decreases. By the time the boss had 42% HP remaining, its HP no longer fell at a visible rate. Your drive to win has doomed you. 100 Leaves smiled as she glanced at the progress list. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Feng had overtaken her progress, pushing her to second place, when she saw Feng's progress bar grow stagnant, she felt a little gleeful. According to her plan, she would only go all out when the boss's HP fell to 20%. The level 44 Blackstone Chieftain had 36 million HP. After taking into account its later defense and magic resistance, it wasn't time to make her move just yet. Moreover, this was only the second floor. The legacy was on the third floor. She needed to save enough trump cards. This way, she could secure the second floor's reward and the third floor's legacy. As expected of a guardian boss, its HP has fallen to 40%, yet its defense has increased by 50% and magic resistance by 70%. Feng analyzed the Blackstone Chieftain's defense and magic resistance growth while controlling the battle demon. It's time to make my move to catch up with Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves. He had used all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 attack-type magic scrolls he had brought with him. He had used the magic scrolls to deal with the boss to buy time while he waited for his skills cooldowns to finish, following which, Feng activated Power of Darkness, increasing all of his basic attributes by 60%. 9 Dragon Slash. Abyssal Curse. The level 50 Blackstone Chieftain had a total of 44 million HP. It was far more powerful than the Blackstone Chieftain's Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves faced. However, after Feng activated his Berserk skill and taking into account Abyssal Curse, which decreased the Blackstone Chieftain's attributes by 10% for 5 minutes, his strength was on par with the Great Lordess Die. Feng activated Firestorm. A raging inferno rose from the ground. Immediately, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 150,000 every second, 300,000 if it received a critical hit. The Battle Demon had also used its ultimate move, the Tier 2 skill Purgatory Assault. The demon launched 6 attacks in quick succession, each taking over 120,000 HP from the Great Lord. At the same time, Feng controlled the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms to attack the Blackstone Chieftain, each dealing over -5,000 damage. A wave of the Phantom's attacks easily dealt over -60,000 damage in 6 short seconds. The Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 8% after Firestorm ended. Feng activated Phantom Kill, both he and his doppelganger striking the Great Lord Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. With the Battle Demon as a shield, Feng rapidly chipped away at the Blackstone Chieftain's HP. Although his current damage output couldn't compare to the magic scrolls, the Great Lord's HP still fell rapidly after a short moment. The Blackstone Chieftain's HP dropped below 30%. On the other hand, 100 Leaves, who was in second place, had just managed to reduce her boss's HP to 56%. How is he still so fast? 100 Leaves could not help her shock when she saw Feng's progress bar. Does he plan to give up the 3rd floor? This little lunatic. Silent Entropy's anxiety grew when he saw Feng's progress bar. He had to admit that Feng had interrupted his plans. As the Legacy's location in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, the 2nd floor reward should be considerably valuable. If Feng was truly going all out on the 2nd floor, he might really obtain the floor's reward. After all, there was a huge gap between them right now. If this gap continued to grow, Silent Entropy would lose the 2nd floor reward. Silent Entropy hesitated on whether or not he should try to compete with Feng. Damn it. To think you would dare to spoil my plans. Since joining God's domain, this was the first time Silent Entropy had lost control of a situation. His expression turning frosty, he declared, "You're 10 years too early if you think you can compete with me." Saying so, Silent Entropy took out 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls. One was his prized domain-type magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll with 2 Tier 3 summon creatures and a Tier 3 domain attacking the Blackstone Chieftain simultaneously. The boss's HP began to plummet shortly. Silent Entropy overtook 100 Leaves and dominated 2nd place. This old bastard must have lost his mind. Since you want to fight, let's see who has a sturdier foundation. 100 Leaves gnashed her teeth. She then retrieved an orange crystal ball and multiple magic scrolls. As 100 Leaves began to chant an incantation, the crystal ball shattered and disappeared. A magic array then formed around the Blackstone Chieftain, rapidly decreasing its attributes. Very quickly, its attributes fell to 70% of their original values. Moreover, its defense and magic resistance had weakened significantly in the blink of an eye. 10 Tier 2 summon creatures appeared around 100 Leaves, every one frantically assaulting the level 44 Blackstone Chieftain. Now that neither Silent Entropy nor 100 Leaves were holding back, their progress bars swiftly increased. When Feng's boss had 15% HP remaining, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's bosses had 25% and 26% HP remaining, respectively. How fast? Feng smiled at the two's progress bars. He then took several basic mana pulse bombs from his bag and tossed them at the Blackstone Chieftain. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The bombs could even injure a mythic monster. Against a Great Lord, one was enough to inflict heavy injury. Feng threw 6 basic mana pulse bombs in a row before the Blackstone Chieftain had the opportunity to use its ultimate move. Its HP fell to 1%. Feng then used silent steps to appear behind the boss, both swords radiating a scorching heat flame burst. Of the 15 consecutive strikes, every strike devoured at least 60,000 HP from the Blackstone Chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the Blackstone Chieftain's remaining HP vanished. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves only saw Feng's progress bar jump, his boss's HP reaching 0% instantly. Impossible! How is his boss dead already? Did he hack the game? Chapter 1236, Dragon Knight. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1236, Dragon Knight. The Blackstone Chieftain's sudden death had stunned Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves momentarily. How did he do it? While 15% HP was not much, it wasn't a small amount either. The Blackstone Chieftain's special characteristics made it tougher as its HP decreased. However, Shifeng had stolen the Great Lord's remaining HP almost instantly. Did he use several Tier 3 magic scrolls at once? 100 Leaves suddenly thought of this possibility. There was no other explanation for how quickly Shifeng had killed the boss. What a crazy bastard. Does he think the third floor's trial will be easier than the second? Or does he know that he can't get the legacy on the third floor, so he decided to use all of his cards on the second floor? 100 Leaves had only guesses at this point. After all, it was extravagant to use various tools to defeat a great lord of the same level. Such resources were generally difficult to obtain, only dropping after a large number of bosses or several difficult quests. They were precious resources. If not for a particularly important goal or something incredibly profitable, one normally avoided using these tools. However, if Shifeng understood that he didn't have sufficient foundations and that he could not compete for the legacy on the third floor, he may simply aim for the second floor's reward. Silent Entropy entertained similar thoughts. Although he was frustrated, he continued to whittle away the Blackstone Chieftain's HP, trying to get to the third floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, due to soloing the level 50 Blackstone Chieftain, Shifeng's EXP bar had risen significantly. However, the greater harvest was the 3 rewards that had appeared after he had defeated the boss. 3 dazzling crystal balls rested in the center of the second floor room, and each one of these crystals contained 1 item within. System, congratulations. You have cleared the Tower of Falling Stars second floor trial. You may choose 2 of the 3 items as your reward. Sure enough, the system wouldn't be that generous. Shifeng quietly clicked his tongue to kill the Blackstone Chieftain as quickly as possible. He had invested a considerable amount of resources, yet he had only been awarded 2 items for his effort. Shifeng approached and investigated the items. Amazing. After looking through the items carefully, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. Every one of the 3 rewards was extraordinary. It was no wonder why the system only allowed him to choose 2. The items included the Ancient Weather Book, Time-Space Herb Garden, and Secret Body Technique. Any of the various large guilds would covet each of these items. Even Shifeng had a hard time choosing which to take and which to abandon. Ancient Weather Book, Epic Rank Item. The Ancient Weather Book allows its wielder to control the weather of an area. However, due to damage during the war between gods, it can only exert a fraction of its original power. Additional active skill 1 - Weather Control. Changes the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Cooldown, 10 hours. Additional active skill 2 - Reshape Nature. Concentrates the mana within a 200-yard radius, increasing the mana density within a 15-yard radius by 100%. Can be used even if the Ancient Weather Book is stored in a bag space. No cooldown. The Ancient Book has sustained significant damage. Initial restoration will require 100,000 magic crystals. Current absorbed number, 0. Space-Time Herb Garden, Epic Rank Item. There is an independent space inside the Space-Time Herb Garden which can be used to cultivate herbs. Current rank, Basic. Upgrading to Intermediate rank requires 70,000 magic crystals. Cultivation space, 500 by 500 yards. Flow of time, twice of that of the outside world. Survival rate increased by 10%. Secret Body Technique, Bronze Rank Tablet. The Ancient Weather Book's importance went without saying. After all, the Ancient Weather Book was Shifeng's main goal. Aside from its weather control skill, which could be a significant advantage in naval combat, the book could also be used to train and improve oneself. It was an excellent epic tool. Meanwhile, the Space-Time Herb Garden could help trading firms massively. In God's domain, while scavenging in the fields was most guilds' main herb source, there were other methods players could use to obtain herbs. They could cultivate them themselves. However, having a town of one's own was the prerequisite. It was practically impossible for independent players to cultivate their own herbs. Generally, only guilds could accomplish such a thing. As towns had a limited amount of space, guilds rarely made this a priority normally. Guilds that wanted to do so would only try it after occupying a considerable number of towns with plenty of space to spare. Moreover, cultivating herbs was not an easy task. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required a lot of manpower to manage. Most importantly, herbs' survival rate wasn't high. More often than not, the cost of cultivating a herb was higher than its market value. However, the space-time herb garden was different. Although it didn't offer a lot of space, it could increase the flow of time as well as survival rate. These effects put the space-time herb garden's value on par with the ancient weather book. Moreover, the herb garden was only basic rank right now. It could be improved. If managed properly, it could become a goldmine. Lastly, the secret body technique. According to Shifeng's current understanding of secret technique tablets, the secret body technique was considerably rare. It was useful to both magical and physical class players. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not possess a single tablet of this type. Despite this secret body technique being only bronze rank, it was no less valuable than a secret silver rank tablet. After considering all three items, Shifeng realized they were equally valuable to a guild. He wished he could walk away with all three. However, as the system had determined the regulation, he wouldn't get that third item even if he offered to pay a greater price. The ancient weather book indispensable if I wish to develop a naval force. I have to choose that one no matter what. Then, there is the space-time herb garden and secret body technique. Shifeng's gaze moved back and forth between the two items. The herb garden can earn more money for the guild, whereas the secret body technique can increase the combat power of the guild's experts. Should I go for money or combat power? The seconds passed by as Shifeng fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll choose this one. After much contemplation, Shifeng eventually chose the ancient weather book and space-time herb garden. While improving the combat power was important, developing the guild's financial strength was a priority right now. Zero Wing needed to invest funds in several aspects. Some of the candlelight trading firm's potions, in particular, required rare herbs. Purchasing these herbs in bulk was difficult as doing so would inflate their prices. Rather than give others the profits, it was more beneficial to cultivate the necessary herbs themselves. Now that players were inched ever closer to level 50, they would experience severe environments in future maps. Players would need more potions as they explored and leveled up. If he prepared for that eventuality properly, he could make a fortune. Most importantly, Shifeng recalled a certain matter in the past. The Freedom Alliance's trading firm had risen to an impressive height. This was especially for its potions. Despite not having any outstanding master alchemists, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had contended with many powerful maritime trading firms. Now that Shifeng looked at it, the Freedom Alliance's success had resulted from silent entropy. Obtaining the space-time herb garden. Although many resources were available at sea, there was a severe shortage of herbs. With the space-time herb garden, one could easily compensate for this. Following which, the system placed both items into Shifeng's bag space. At the same time, the barrier surrounding the staircase to the third floor dissipated. This is the third floor? After Shifeng emerged from the staircase, he was stunned by what he saw. He stood at the top of a large mountain, a sea of clouds drifting below. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the center of this room. After taking a close look, Shifeng discovered that the middle-aged man was actually a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, the man had the peak class, Dragon Knight. Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. Hellscythe Fluffy Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. The trial can't be a duel against this NPC, right? Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the silver-armored Dragon Knight as a peak class. The Dragon Knight's defense and strength were superior to both the Guardian Knight and Berserker classes. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a Tier 4 class, on par with a mythic monster. Even if he had a bag full of powerful tools, he was no match for the NPC in a one-on-one fight. Unlike monsters, NPCs possessed very high intellect. Their ability to deal with tools was beyond any monster. A group of ordinary players using special tools might be able to challenge and even defeat a mythic monster. If these players' opponent were a Tier 4 NPC, however, they wouldn't even have a shred of hope. This was also why some players might be capable of defeating mythic monsters in dungeons, but were helpless if a Tier 4 NPC decided to rob them in broad daylight. The Dragon Knight class was no ordinary class, either. Rhinebeck, Vice Knight Commander of the Sea God's Temple, Human, Tier 4 Dragon Knight. Level 50. HP 19, 000/19, 000/000. In God's domain, divine temples such as the War God's Temple and Sea God's Temple normally had their own knight divisions. Even these divisions' normal members would be highly influential people in a kingdom, not to mention a vice commander. Even the king had to show respect to these individuals, following which, Shifeng began to search for clues relating to the third floor's trial. Yet, even after examining the room for a long time, he couldn't find an introductory monument like the one on the second floor. There was no progress bar, either. There was only a massive magic array carved into the ground and Rhinebeck standing in the middle of it. It seems that I'll have to take this one step at a time. Failing to find any hints, Shifeng decided to face off against Rhinebeck. The instant Shifeng stepped into the magic array, a powerful aura washed over him, making it difficult to take another step forward. He felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his advance slowing to a crawl. When Shifeng was within 20 yards of Rhinebeck, the NPC finally turned his gaze towards Shifeng, a faint killing intent flashing in the man's eyes. Suddenly, Shifeng found it even more difficult to move. Adventurer, you should not have come to this place. If you do not wish to die, turn back, Rhinebeck said sternly. Not just anyone can obtain the Sea God's legacy. Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to take the challenge even if I cannot succeed, Shifeng replied earnestly. He had come so far. How could he leave after just a few words? Are you sure you wish to take the challenge? Rhinebeck said, a hint of mockery in his tone. Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will have to pay the price in blood for failure. You won't get away with a single death. Think this through carefully. This legacy is extraordinary. Luck will not help you obtain it. You are not permitted to use any external factors to assist you either. You must rely on your own strength. Are you sure you wish to take the challenge? There's another price to pay for failure? Shifeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't heard any of this in his past life. According to Passing Monarch, players only had one chance to obtain the legacies in the Sea Dragon's secret land, and failure had only resulted in a single death. Moreover, as they were in a secret land, the death penalty was considerably light. However, based on Rhinebeck's warning, it would seem that he would have to pay a high price if he failed the challenge enough. Adventurer, turn back. Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy. As Rhinebeck waved his hand lightly, Shifeng felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Before he could react, he had been sent flying out of the magic array. What amazing control over his domain. Shifeng was shocked as he stared at Rhinebeck, who returned to his motionless vigil. It was common knowledge that Tier 4 was a colossal turning point in God's domain. The biggest difference that separated a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 class was their ability to control a domain. However, Tier 4 NPCs could, at most, suppress their enemies with their domains, making it difficult for their enemies to move. Yet Rhinebeck had sent Shifeng, a player who was very close to obtaining their Tier 2 class, flying with a wave of his hand. Rhinebeck's control over his domain could already rival that of the ancient abyssal monsters in the Fallen Ark. Even the weakest among those ancient abyssal monsters had reached Tier 5 during their prime. Their tiers had only fallen due to their severe injuries. Determined, Shifeng approached Rhinebeck once more. The consequences for failure might be severe, but he needed to know the truth Rhinebeck had mentioned. What did the NPC mean by, those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy? No matter what, he had to try. Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to continue with the challenge. Shifeng declared. Young adventurer, since you are so determined, I will not stop you, Rhinebeck said, smiling. Don't you wish to obtain the legacy? Shifeng nodded. Why was he here if not for the legacy? I shall be your opponent. As long as you defeat me, you will obtain the legacy tablet. If you lose, not only will you die, but you will also receive the Sea God's curse. However, you should rejoice. As you are so weak, I will not use all of my strength against you. As long as you are able to walk up to me, you will be victorious. Once Rhinebeck finished explaining the rules of this challenge, the magic array's atmosphere changed. It was as if space itself had frozen, and Shaman even struggled to breathe. Suddenly, wind blades flew at Shaman, one after another, moving nearly too fast for Shaman to dodge. Seeing this, Shaman had no choice but to unsheath his swords and defend himself. Dang. After a series of metal clangs, Shaman was forced to take 5 steps back. He had almost been forced to the edge of the magic array. So, this is how it works. Shaman suddenly understood how challenging the trial was after experiencing the wind blades. The attacks inside a domain were omnipresent. Moreover, Rhinebeck had proper control of his own strength. These wind blades were just slightly stronger than Shaman. Every time Shaman blocked a wind blade, he was forced to take a step back. Of course, if he were struck directly, the attack would throw him from the magic array. Moreover, he couldn't use any of his skills or tools. He couldn't rely on any external factors. He had to use his own strength to approach Rhinebeck. In the next moment, a new wave of wind blades bombarded him. This time, however, Shaman moved towards the wind blade sword's orbit. While his skills and tools were unavailable, his combat techniques were not. The wind blades vanished, one after another, as they collided with sword's orbit. This time, Shaman didn't retreat by a single step, following which, Shaman slowly advanced. The closer Shaman got to Rhinebeck, the more pressure he felt. Similarly, more wind blades flew towards him. From the initial 5, Shaman began to face 6 and 7 with each wave. By the time Shaman was halfway there, he had to protect himself from 10 wind blades at once. However, this still wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Not bad. Unfortunately, your movements are too rigid and mechanical. You are still far from comprehending the truth. You should return and train more. Rhinebeck chuckled. With a light wave of his hand, the attacking wind blades increased from 10 to 15. Moreover, these wind blades were much faster and more powerful than before. The instant a wind blade encountered sword's orbit, Shaman felt as if his hands had been struck by a steel hammer, the vibrations aching to the bone. With each wind blade Shaman deflected, he moved ever closer to the edge of the magic array. Chapter 12:38, Technique Evolves. Hellscythe _Fluffy Chapter 12:38, Technique Evolves. What precise control over his attacks? The more wind blades Shaman blocked with sword's orbit, the more he understood how amazing Rhinebeck was. As soon as he had started executing sword's orbit, he had become capable of executing more attacks containing more strength, yet Rhinebeck had responded with more wind blades containing more of his own strength. He attacked with just slightly more than Shaman could endure, forcing the swordsman to retreat. So, this is the 3rd floor trial. It really is a mystery how Silent Entropy had managed to walk away with the legacy in the past. Shaman glanced at the outer edge of the magic array. He would be forced out of the magic array in a dozen steps at most, yet the wind blades showed no signs of letting up. When Silent Entropy had obtained the sea god's legacy in the past, the man had only been at the flowing water realm. In terms of combat techniques, Silent Entropy was far weaker than the current Shaman. Yet he had succeeded where Shaman was about to be blasted out of the magic array. Shaman simply could not wrap his mind around it. Could the so-called truth be unrelated to a player's combat standards? Shaman guessed. Just as Shaman was about to be blasted out of the magic array, he executed void steps and vanished from Rhinebeck's sight. An interesting footwork technique. A small smile graced Rhinebeck's face. He then turned to look at Shaman, who had appeared elsewhere, and said, "How long can you keep that up?" Saying so, Rhinebeck launched another 15 wind blades, while Shaman executed void steps once more to avoid theme. A domain is truly impressive. Void steps effect is limited against him. Although Shaman dodged the incoming wind blades, he couldn't move beyond the array's border and approach Rhinebeck. He could only move along the edge. Void steps was a special footwork technique that forced others to actively ignore the user's presence. Although void steps was effective against Rhinebeck, the technique only distracted the NPC for a brief moment to determine Shaman's exact location, preventing the NPC from sealing Shaman's movements completely. Suddenly, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves ascended to the 3rd floor as well. The moment the 2 players reached the 3rd floor, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors of the Tower of Falling Stars, All challengers converged on the same location upon reaching the final floor. Hence, they had been greeted by the sight of Shifeng appearing and disappearing in the magic array, dodging countless wind blades. They then turned to Shifeng's opponent, but when they realized that his opponent was a Tier 4 NPC, their expressions soured. Weary required to fight that Tier 4 NPC for the third floor's trial? Seeing Rhinebeck standing proudly in the array's center, 100 Leaves demanded furiously, "How are we supposed to clear this?" "No. I don't think we're required to defeat the NPC. Otherwise, that brat would have died already," Silent Entropy said as he shook his head. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Rhinebeck. Tier 4 NPCs were top-class existences even in CZN's 12 major cities. Rhinebeck was also the vice commander of the Sea God's Temple's Night Division. "I don't think we'll be passing the trial this time. It is impossible for magical class players like us to dodge so many wind blades at a time. Moreover, it seems that we can't cast spells or use tools here." As 100 Leaves watched Shifeng struggle, she relaxed. "However, this is acceptable. Although we won't get the legacy, he won't either." However, as 100 Leaves tried to reassure the other commander, Silent Entropy approached the magic array. The instant Silent Entropy entered the magic array, Rhinebeck turned his gaze towards the man. "Another one that doesn't fear death?" Rhinebeck chuckled. "Are you sure you wish to face the challenge?" Stealing another glance at Shifeng, Silent Entropy turned towards Rhinebeck and nodded seriously. "Very good. However, as you are so weak, I won't go all out against you. You'll pass so long as you arrive before me," Rhinebeck explained. As soon as he finished his explanation, 2 wind blades shot towards Silent Entropy, giving the elementalist no time to prepare. Unlike the wind blades Shifeng faced, the 2 wind blades Silent Entropy faced were much slower. In response, Silent Entropy began to double cast, countering the wind blades with 2 ice arrows. Boom. After a brief pause, the wind blades shattered the ice arrows and continued towards Silent Entropy. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy took the opportunity to move out of the wind blades' attack trajectory, taking 2 steps towards Rhinebeck. That old fox. Realization immediately dawned on 100 Leaves. As the first person to obtain a legacy from the Sea Dragon's secret land, Silent Entropy knew far more secrets than she did. Clearly, the trial before her didn't treat all challengers equally. Rather, it varied depending on the player's strength. Magical classes had an advantage in this trial. After all, a physical class like Shifeng had to counter 15 powerful wind blades at once, whereas magical classes only had to face 2. Moreover, after Silent Entropy entered the magic array, he could still use spells. If that were the case, it blocking 2 wind blades would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, Silent Entropy approached Rhinebeck, step by step, by blocking the wind blades with his spells. After realizing the nature of the trial, 100 Leaves dashed into the magic array to challenge the trial. However, despite 100 Leaves also defending herself with spells, she couldn't proceed. She could only move left or right to dodge the incoming wind blades. What's going on? 100 Leaves was confused as she glanced at Silent Entropy, who had already taken over a dozen steps forward. Am I wind blade stronger? She had similarly grasped double casting and assaulted the wind blades with her spells, yet she was forced to dodge left and right, not forward. If she advanced recklessly, both wind blades would strike her. Seeing Shifeng and 100 Leaves, Silent Entropy smiled as he said, "You youngsters are impressive. It's a pity that you've experienced too few hardships. I'll accept the legacy on your behalves." Silent Entropy took another step forward and finally reached the halfway point. Not bad. It seems you have an initial understanding of the truth, adventurer. What shall you do with this, then? Saying so, Rhinebeck smiled and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, Silent Entropy had to face 3 wind blades rather than 2. The wind blades had also grown slightly faster. Damn it. They've gotten stronger. Silent Entropy's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he used 2 ice arrows to block 2 of the wind blades. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to dodge to the right to avoid the third. He was no longer able to advance. 100 Leaves could not hide her grin. She had worried that Silent Entropy would really snatch the legacy. It seems that none of us will get the legacy this time. Since that is the case, I won't waste my time here. After seeing this outcome, 100 Leaves lost interest. However, As 100 Leaves was about to give up and leave, Shifeng, who had quietly observed the other two from the side, made his move. I see. It's no wonder why I couldn't get through them before, Shifeng muttered in a self-mocking tone. Have you learned something? 100 Leaves asked when she noticed Shifeng laugh. For no obvious reason, however, Shifeng did not bother with answering her. Instead, he moved forward to welcome the oncoming wind blades before executing Sword's Orbit Dang. Dang. After a series of clangs, he leaped forward, rather than being knocked back. How is this possible? 100 Leaves was astonished, unable to understand what had just happened. Impossible. Silent Entropy was similarly shocked. How could you have grasped it so quickly? I have you to thank for that. I wouldn't have figured this out without you. At this moment, Shifeng felt exhilarated. He finally understood why Reinbeck had said his movements were rigid and mechanical. He hadn't been thinking outside the box. Both his combat style and his technique utilization had been stiff and clumsy. He only knew how to learn the techniques, not how to make the techniques his own. Silent Entropy could both defend and advance because he hadn't stopped moving while he had cast his ice arrows. On the other hand, 100 Leaves had only moved after she finished casting her spells. As she started moving later, it was only natural that she hadn't had enough time to advance. Now that Shifeng understood this truth, he could block the wind blades far more easily in the blink of an eye. Shifeng crossed the halfway point. At the same time, Reinbeck increased the number of wind blades he sent at Shifeng. However, the NPC had only added one wind blade this time to Shifeng, who had already reached the Void Realm. This minor increase was no problem. By deflecting the attacks while moving, he had broken through the wind blade's blockade. Upon seeing Shifeng cross the halfway mark, Silent Entropy muttered incredulously, "Is he a monster?" After a short moment, Shifeng stood before Reinbeck. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Good. Excellent. A hint of praise flashed in Reinbeck's eyes as he looked at Shifeng, unlike the previous indifference. He looked down at Shifeng as if he were an excellent junior. Who is he? Silent Entropy wore an incredulous expression as he watched Shifeng. Unable to calm his pounding heart, he had learned to make a combat technique his own after clearing a legacy trial the last time. However, achieving that was easier said than done. Many of the techniques in God's domain were extreme and contrary to humans' natural movements. The brain programs fixed signals to manipulate the body's muscles based on a person's habits, which allows them to perform actions faster and more efficiently. If one wished to execute God's domain's extreme combat techniques swiftly, they needed to alter their brain's signal. Silent Entropy had spent an entire month reshaping his habits to get to where he was now. Yet, after watching his performance for a few moments, Shifeng had executed the same to a skillful degree. Since someone has passed the trial, the rest can leave, Reinbeck announced, waving his hand once more. Suddenly, both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were teleported out of the Tower of Falling Stars in the blink of an eye. Both players appeared in the rest area. Commander, why are you out so earlier? Scorpion, who had stood guard by the Resurrection Temple, asked in surprise when 100 Leaves appeared. 100 Leaves had just completed the second-floor trial. With the third-floor trial's difficulty, logically, it should take her even longer to clear, yet she had only reached the third floor a few minutes ago and was out already. That person has already obtained the legacy, 100 Leaves said, frowning. When she thought about Shifeng's performance in the magic array, she warned her subordinate, "It won't be long before he comes out. Keep a close eye on him once he does. He isn't an ordinary player." Commander, rest assured, I'll use the Soul Lock scroll on him the moment he appears. Even if he is more powerful, he won't escape my tracking for 5 hours, Scorpion said, laughing. In God's domain, there were many methods of tracking a player. However, there were only a handful of expert trackers like himself. Not only was his tracker subclass at master rank, but he had also obtained the design to produce the Soul Lock scroll in an ancient ruin. The Soul Lock scroll allowed the user to keep a lock on a player's soul. No matter where the targeted player went, he could find them on the system map. Its only flaw was its low accuracy. The map would only tell him the target's general location. However, he could easily deal with this flaw with his master tracker subclass. I'll leave this to you. I have to head to the other locations and obtain the legacies there as quickly as possible. 100 Leaves nodded, considering that she worried a little too much no matter what was said or done. Scorpion was one of the Sacred Temple's peak assassins. With his skills and the various tools, it was impossible for anyone to escape his pursuit. When Uncle Lee and the others eventually arrived, it would be very difficult for Shifeng to get away, even if he could grow wings and fly, following which 100 Leaves led her subordinates to another cavern. Silent Entropy's fleet did the same. After all, the Sea Dragon Secret Land had more than one legacy. As long as they still had time, they could obtain as many legacies as they wanted. Back on the Tower of Falling Stars' 3rd floor, after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves teleported out of the tower, Rhinebeck led Shifeng through the magic array to a dazzling, golden temple. Numerous crystal pillars had been situated around the temple, and every pillar had an item on top of it. Every item, whether they be tools, weapons, or equipment, was top tier in the current god's domain. Shifeng even saw the secret body technique, which he had not taken from the 2nd floor as expected of the Freedom Alliance's lifeline. The Sea Dragon's Secret Land is really extraordinary. Shifeng's eyes shone as he looked at the various items before him. If he could take everything here with him, Zero Wing's strength would skyrocket. Rhinebeck led Shifeng to a stone monument inside the temple. All sorts of divine runes and images had been carved into the stone, depicting ancient history. The entire monument radiated divine might, so Shifeng knew it was extraordinary. With a single glance you have passed the legacy trial, so you can now obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, whether or not you inherit the legacy will depend on your own abilities, Rhinebeck said. He then began to chant an incantation, which caused the massive stone monument to shrink. Eventually, it became a tablet that was only the size of a palm. This is the Sea God's legacy item. How you use it depends on you. Aside from this legacy tablet, you will be awarded 10,000 Sea God's Temple points. You may use these points to trade for items in any Sea God's Temple. Likewise, you can trade for items here. However, once you leave this temple, you will not have access to these items in the future. You can only use your points in the Sea God's temples elsewhere. You may now choose. If you wish to leave this place, step into the magic array. After saying so, Rhinebeck transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. What a pity. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have earned some Sea God's Temple points before coming. Like the War God's Temple, the Sea God's Temple had a point system that allowed players to earn points. Take the runic crystal for example. Each crystal could be traded for 10 points. It was one of the fastest means of earning Sea God's Temple points. The only other method of earning points was to complete special quests from the Sea God's Temple. The reward of 10,000 points was a huge windfall. He would have to spend 1,000 runic crystals to obtain so many. Forget it. Let's see what items are available first. Shifeng walked up to each of the crystal pillars, one after another, investigating the items. There were 88 crystal pillars in the temple. Unfortunately, some were empty. Currently, there were only 82 items available for trade. The cheapest item among them cost 5,000 points, a mysterious iron pick that would make it easier to mine ores. The pick also increased the chances of obtaining high-ranking ores. If auctioned off, it could easily fetch over 100 gold. The most expensive item cost 111,000 points. Naturally, Shifeng wanted this item more than any of the others as it was a fragmented legendary item. It was the sole fragmented legendary item in the temple. The item was called the Sea God's Shield. It could also be restored to legendary rank. An excellent shield's value to a team went without saying. Without a powerful MT, defeating a powerful boss would be very challenging. If an MT used a fragmented legendary shield, killing powerful bosses would become a lot easier. However, Shifeng could only drool over the shield. He didn't have nearly enough points to obtain it. Let's go with the secret body technique first. Shifeng immediately retrieved the secret body technique, which he had failed to obtain before. From its pillar, the secret body technique cost 3,600 points. With how valuable the technique was, it was definitely worth the price. The secret spellcasting technique had sold for several 100,000 magic crystals, yet this technique, which was more valuable, only cost 360 runic crystals. What should I pick with my remaining points? After obtaining the secret body technique, Feng considered his options. Every item here was powerful. There was no lack of epic weapons or equipment. He could even trade for rare intermediate magic array designs. Unfortunately, with his remaining points, he could only choose 3 more items. Chapter 1240, 3 items. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat Chapter 1240, 3 items. Of the 3 items that caught Feng's eye, every one of them was worth as much as the space-time herb garden. He obtained. The 3 items were the Mystic's Necklace, the basic enchantment design, and the arcane lightning design. Although he could also choose an epic weapon, at the end of the day, an epic weapon could help improve only one player's strength. On the other hand, the 3 aforementioned items could increase the overall strength of an entire guild. The Mystic's Necklace, which cost 6,150 points, was a dark gold necklace. It did not possess any level restrictions and was not meant for combat. Instead, it was a necklace for lifestyle players. Upon equipping the Mystic's Necklace, a lifestyle player would receive a 5% increase to their production success rate as well as a 30% increase to production speed. Setting aside the 5% higher success rate, the 30% increase to production speed could enable Burning Abyss to produce advanced transport carriages at a much faster pace. In turn, this would allow Stone Forest Town to develop much more quickly. Moreover, the Mystic's Necklace would come in handy when manufacturing advanced speedboats in the future. Meanwhile, the basic enchantment design, which cost 6,000 points, allowed enchanters to learn how to produce runestones. Similar to armor kits produced by forgers, runestones strengthened weapons and equipment. However, unlike armor kits, they were consumable items. Like potions, they had effectivity periods. Moreover, players could only strengthen one item at a time with them. Even so, runestones were still highly sought-after items and had been one of the must-have items when raiding dungeons in his past life. Back then, a basic runestone sold for 20 silver. Nevertheless, players had still fought to purchase them. After all, a basic runestone could strengthen an item by 10% for 10 hours. If used on a player's weapon or an MT's shield, it would bring about considerable results. As for the arcane lightning design, it was similarly extraordinary. It cost 6,300 points and was an extremely rare item that required an alchemist and an engineer. Arcane lightning possessed extreme destructive power that was superior to even ordinary Tier 2 magic scrolls and had an effective range of 15 by 15 yards. In the past, wealthy players that entered God's domain after the game had been launched for quite some time would frequently use arcane lightning to grind for levels. However, while their levels indeed skyrocketed, the amount of money they spent was also ridiculous, as a single arcane lightning was even more expensive than an advanced frost grenade. Each one sold for roughly 6 gold. Moreover, even if one made the arcane lightning themselves, the expenditure remained considerably high. Just the materials needed to produce one cost 1 gold. Depending on the people producing them, each arcane lightning could cost anywhere from 2 to 4 gold. All 3 items could make guilds drool over them. Even Feng found it difficult to choose between them. If I have to pick one, it will have to be something that can help the guild in the near future. While the arcane lightning is a nice item to grind monsters and do PvP with, it's a pity that it takes too much time and money to make. Moreover, producing it would require a master engineer and a master alchemist for it to be cost-efficient. Feng shook his head as he looked at the arcane lightning design. After deciding to give up on it, he shifted his gaze to the Mystic's Necklace and basic enchantment design. The Mystic's Necklace will be of great help to only one lifestyle player, and within the short term, its usefulness would be limited to accelerating the production of the advanced transport carriage. In the end, it seems the basic enchantment design is the better choice. The basic runestone would be a boon to both ordinary and elite players. It was a very beneficial item for large guilds. Currently, the various large guilds in God's domain should not have obtained the basic enchantment design yet. If he could mass-produce basic runestones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. Moreover, the cost of making the basic runestone was not very high, only around 7 silver. Its production difficulty and production time were also relatively low. Even advanced enchanters could produce them at a reliable rate. This was a good opportunity to extend the candlelight trading firm's fame further. Moreover, the basic enchantment design was different from regular production designs, where each design normally allowed only one player to learn it. Up to 5 enchanters could learn the basic enchantment design. Hence, there was no need to worry about the production volume being too low, following which, Shaman chose to exchange for the basic enchantment design. His remaining points immediately fell to just 400. Now that I've already obtained everything that I should get, it's about time I leave this place. Shaman stored the basic enchantment design with satisfaction before turning around and walking to the teleportation magic array. At the rest area of the Sea God's Legacy, Passing Monarch and the other members of Third Fleet were currently lingering on the island. Although they had not cleared the second-floor trial of the Tower of Falling Stars, they had gained a considerable harvest from the secret footwork technique taught on the first floor. Even though they hadn't managed to master the footwork, they could still use it for reference. Unlike players on land, players at the seas and focused mainly on naval battles. Players had never attempted to incorporate personal combat techniques into naval battles. However, after learning the secret footwork technique, they realized that such a thing was possible. Commander, look at Identical Summer's side. They don't seem to be showing signs of leaving at all. Do you think they're planning to steal the legacy? Blue Joy asked worriedly as she looked at Identical Summer's group, who were currently resting at a distance in the previous naval battle. Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider had both suffered grievous losses. Particularly, Identical Summer had forfeited his small sailboat to Shaman. Only a gullible fool would believe that he did not have any ulterior motives right now. Ignore him. If they couldn't take advantage of us before, it is even more impossible for them to do so now. Rather than camping here, it would be much better for them to simply search for legacies in the other caverns, Passing Monarch said, chuckling. He did not mind Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider's actions at all. Once Yifeng returns, we'll immediately head for another cavern. Previously, their battle against the magic whale had lost them over half their members. The survivors had also been in a battered state. Even then, they had still managed to win against Identical Summer's and Heavenly Spider's fleets. Now that everyone from Third Fleet had regrouped and recovered back to their peak state, with the inclusion of an expert like Shaman, what could Identical Summer and the others possibly hope to achieve? On the other side, Identical Summer was currently glaring at Passing Monarch and his crew. Enjoy it while you can. You all will get to feel complacent for only a little bit longer. Identical Summer sneered. Brother Summer, are you really going to sever all pretenses with Passing Monarch? Heavenly Spider asked worriedly. You've already seen that person's strength for yourself. Even Mad Beast and the other House of Seas experts were no match for him. If we continue fighting against him, we might end up not getting a single legacy at all this time. What are you worried about? I have naturally taken this point into consideration. While Mad Beast and the others aren't a match for them, even if Passing Monarch and the others are more powerful, do you think they can overpower every fleet in the Freedom Alliance? Identical Summer asked, a crazed look in his eyes. You couldn't have. Heavenly Spider suddenly thought of a possibility, and he couldn't help but shudder. That's right. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I notified the other fleets regarding Passing Monarch obtaining the greatest legacy as well as 2 small sailboats, Identical Summer said, laughing. The other fleet commanders have already agreed to cooperate with us for the sole purpose of preventing Passing Monarch from ruling over the Freedom Alliance with an iron fist in the future. Whether it is the 2 small sailboats or the strongest legacy of the Sea Dragon's secret land, Passing Monarch should not even think of keeping either one. Out at sea, we might not be able to do anything against Passing Monarch now that he has 2 small sailboats. However, on land, only death awaits them. The experts of the other fleets have long since hidden themselves on the island. Once that person comes out, it will be doomsday for Passing Monarch and his crew, Identical Summer said, laughing maniacally. The operation this time involved not only the 2nd and 4th fleets but also every other fleet aside from 3rd Fleet. Even Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves had dispatched some of their subordinates to help out. Even if Passing Monarch doubled his fleet's member count, he would have no chance of victory at all. At this moment, an assassin, who was sneaking around the Resurrection Temple, suddenly reported, Commander, that person just came out from the Resurrection Temple. Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. News of Shurfang's exit from the Resurrection Temple spread like wildfire. Practically every fleet commander of the Freedom Alliance received the word at the same time. He's finally out? Silent Entropy smiled as he read the message his subordinate had just sent him. Although you've managed to obtain the legacy, it won't be that easy for you to take it away. Compared to the other fleets, he had a much greater understanding of the Sea Dragon's secret land. After all, he had been the one to discover the secret land in the first place. How could he possibly let someone else obtain the Sea God's legacy so easily? Leaves, are you really going to cooperate with them? The cloaked woman asked as she looked at 100 Leaves, who was currently commanding a battle. The secret temple had long since made arrangements for such situations. They didn't need to cooperate with the other fleets to deal with Shattering. As long as Shattering exited the secret land, whether it was obtaining the Sea God's legacy or completing the Demon God's quest, they could easily achieve both by themselves. Cooperate? 100 Leaves could not help but giggle. How could I possibly cooperate with them? I simply wish to see what kind of trump cards that person still has. Previously, whether it was his fight against Identical Summer or his performance inside the Legacy Land, I kept feeling that he was still holding back a lot of his strength. Now that Identical Summer has banded together with the experts of the other fleets, I believe that even that man won't be able to continue holding back. If Identical Summer and the others do have some way to kill that man, I'll have Scorpion hinder them when the time comes. After all, that is the Sea God's legacy we're talking about. We absolutely cannot afford to let the other fleets have it. When the cloaked woman heard this, she immediately came to a realization. She had never thought that 100 Leaves had actually taken such factors into consideration this way. Shattering really was doomed. As long as he left the secret land, there would be no escape for him. Outside the Resurrection Temple, as soon as Shattering came out, Passing Monarch walked up to him excitedly. Brother Yifeng, you truly are amazing. Despite all the efforts Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves have put in, you still managed to snatch the legacy from them. I'm guessing that they're bursting with rage right about now, Passing Monarch said, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the swordsman. After all was said and done, the Freedom Alliance was an overlord at the sea's end. Meanwhile, the foundations of both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were among the best in the Freedom Alliance. Nonetheless, Shattering had actually managed to steal the legacy from those two by relying on his own strength. Sorry for the wait. Let's set out for the other caverns now. Shattering simply smiled in response to Passing Monarch's words, not commenting on the legacy he obtained. He had already seen the Sea God's legacy for himself, and it was definitely one of the most incredible legacies he had seen. The reason for this was the legacy tablet allowing not only one player to obtain a legacy but 10. This was an incredible matter. After all, even obtaining one legacy in God's domain was already quite a challenge, not to mention 10 in one go. Meanwhile, among these 10 players, one could obtain the Sea God's legacy, while the remaining 9 could obtain the Sea God's Protector's legacy. Players who inherited these legacies would receive a portion of the Sea God's strength. Moreover, the player who inherited the Sea God's legacy would receive greater power from the legacy the more Sea God's Protectors they had already. Let's move out right away. Passing Monarch nodded. However, as soon as Passing Monarch said so, Identical Summer suddenly appeared, wearing a smile on his face as he looked at Passing Monarch and Shattering. At the same time, a large group of players came out from the forest one after another, their numbers reaching close to 400. These players surrounded Shattring's group completely. Brother Monarch, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Identical Summer said, laughing. Look at how pitiful we are. Even after we entered the secret land, we still ended up obtaining nothing at all. You, on the other hand, have made a fortune. Shouldn't you make a gesture of goodwill? Passing Monarch's complexion turned incredibly grim as he observed his surroundings. Currently, it wasn't just Identical Summer's men that were present. He could also see well-known experts of 1st Fleet to 11th Fleet. Here our 3rd Fleet has already obtained the legacy. Are you still thinking of stealing it from us? In a deep tone, Passing Monarch said, could you have forgotten about the contract we signed before we entered this place? What you say is indeed true. Our various fleets did sign a contract barring us from stealing the legacies others have obtained. However, we have no plans on stealing your legacy right now. We only want those 2 small sailboats of yours. Of course, you can also choose not to give them. However, you'll have to die several times until you are forcefully teleported out of the secret land. Identical Summer sneered. They dared not violate the conditions of the contract. Otherwise, they would receive a severe penalty from the system. However, the contract they signed back then was not perfect, including many exploitable loopholes. Everyone had deliberately ignored these loopholes in order to prevent one fleet from gaining too large of a monopoly. Otherwise, they would have long since signed a contract that barred all aggression against each other while inside the secret land. Despicable. Passing Monarch's complexion paled in anger. However, he was also helpless about this situation. Although he, too, had known about the loopholes in the contract, he never thought that a day would come when every other fleet would join hands to target him. Well, what's your decision? Are you going to hand over the small sailboats, or do you wish to die in here time and again? Identical Summer laughed in ridicule. How about we give it a test? In any case, we have plenty of time right now. Although we won't be able to have every one of you sent back to level 0, we should have no problems getting a few of you there. Players couldn't leave the Sea Dragon's secret land within 6 hours of entry. Only after 6 hours had passed could players teleport out of the secret land through the starting point. Either that or get forcibly kicked out of the secret land after 10 hours had passed. There was a resurrection temple in the various rest points of the secret land, and any player killed within a cavern would get resurrected at the rest point of that particular cavern. Meanwhile, unlike the outside world, players that died here would get resurrected immediately. Although players would not lose one whole level after dying, killing a particular player back to level 0 would still be a piece of cake. One could say that this was the risk of entering the Sea Dragon's secret land. Hearing Identical Summer's words, the expressions of the Third Fleet's members turned grim, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. They had spent a lot of time and effort to reach their levels. Getting killed back to level 0 was unthinkable at this time. Tyrant Dynasty, the commander of 7th Fleet, shouted, "Why are we still wasting words with them? After they die a few times, they'll naturally become obedient." From the very beginning, they had no intention of letting passing Monarch's fleet leave here in one piece. The reason for this was the sheer number of fleets in the Freedom Alliance. There was simply not enough resources to share with everyone. Hence, their condition for cooperating with Identical Summer was the expulsion of the Third Fleet from the Freedom Alliance. In the past, their various fleets had banded together to form the Freedom Alliance because they were too weak individually. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Freedom Alliance currently occupied 3 of the 12 major cities at the sea's end. They had both wealth and manpower. If they kicked a fleet out of the Freedom Alliance, they would obtain much more resources for themselves. However, as soon as Tyrant Dynasty finished speaking, Shaman suddenly appeared before him, the sacred sword lightly cutting across the 7th Fleet's commander. 2 blue flashes enveloped Tyrant Dynasty. Before anyone could react to what was going on, Tyrant Dynasty was already lying motionless on the ground so fast. Passing Monarch had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the corpse of the level 43 Berserker lying at Shifeng's feet. Compared to the attacks Shifeng had displayed in the previous battle, despite these 2 sword slashes being of equal speed, these attacks gave off an indescribably natural and sharp feeling. Everyone was also stunned by this situation. Shifeng had actually taken action without the slightest bit of hesitation. Glancing at the corpse at his feet, Shifeng smiled as he said, "I very much agree with your opinion. Once you all die a few times, you'll naturally learn to be obedient." Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. 2. Identical Summer had an astonished look on his face as he stared at Shifeng. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. He had clearly placed Shifeng at an absolute disadvantage. Normally, the swordsman should have tried to delay for as much time as possible. Yet, before their side had even made a move, Shifeng had already taken action. What an interesting person. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack even in such a situation. Scorpion, who was watching from afar, was slightly surprised by this situation. The people Identical Summer had on his side this time were completely different from before. Among the 400 or so players, over half were experts dispatched from the other fleets, and even the weakest among them could reach the 5th floor of the trial tower. Scorpion himself would have no choice but to flee if he faced so many experts. Even if he really had to fight, he would have chosen to do so in favorable terrain and conduct a battle of attrition to whittle down his opponents one by one. Despite that, Shifeng had chosen to start a fight in a wide-open area. If a battle occurred in such an open area, the side with numbers would naturally possess a greater advantage. After all, every player on the battlefield could launch an attack, allowing a team to exert its strength fully. At this moment, Passing Monarch felt like weeping now that Shifeng had made a move. Peace was off the table. Attack. Slaughter them. Identical Summer shouted, pointing at Shifeng. Immediately, the team of nearly 400 players swarmed towards Shifeng and Passing Monarch's crew. Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors charged at the forefront, followed by the other melee and ranged classes. The healers promptly cast Truth Shield or Protection on the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors. With these buffs, coupled with the HP these MTs possessed, they could easily endure over -40,000 damage. Those, in combination with their innate damage reduction and the fact that they were experts, would guarantee that they would not be killed instantly, even under a bombardment of numerous fireballs from powerful elementalists. What a powerful defense! Passing Monarch felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the approaching MTS. Ranged players would be helpless against this iron wall-like defensive formation. Even when Blue Joy, one of the strongest ranged DPS in the 3rd Fleet, worked together with several other ranged players, she could not reduce the frontmost Guardian Knight's HP below 50% before said Guardian Knight got healed back to full HP. Right now, they could not even escape to the distant forest. Just as Identical Summer's group moved increasingly closer and the enemy ranged players were about to enter attacking range, Passing Monarch took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and began chanting. Suddenly, golden spears shot at the enemy. A useless struggle. Identical Summer ridiculed. The current battle was different from the one on his small sailboat. Every player here could fully exert their combat power instead of being hindered by a narrow battlefield. In the next moment, the various MTs all activated their life-saving skills one after another, having the damage they received. Even when struck by the golden spears, they only lost around 10,000 HP. Moreover, these MTs had also managed to dodge the majority of these spear attacks. Each one of them received only 2 or 3 spears at most. The 40 or so healers standing at the rear needed to cast only 1 or 2 heals to bring the MTs back to full HP. Passing Monarch's Tier 2 magic scroll posed no threat whatsoever, following which, Identical Summer's group continued to close in on Passing Monarch's crew. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the 30-plus experts from the House of Seas had immediately surrounded Shifeng as soon as the fight began. You are very strong. This time, however, we will no longer be careless, Mad Beast said, his gaze fixed on Shifeng. Previously, the House of Seas experts had fought Shifeng without knowing his true strength. They also had no clue regarding his skills. As a result, he caught them off guard and eventually annihilated them. This time, however, they had come fully prepared. In the next moment, 3 level 43 summoners each took out a Tier 2 summoning scroll and promptly activated the scrolls. Tier 2 summon creatures were equivalent to Lord-ranked monsters. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, these creatures were much stronger than the current Tier 1 assassins and berserkers. Moreover, the Tier 2 summon creatures were all above level 50, which made their basic attributes far superior to those of current players. At the same time as the 3 summoners were activating their Tier 2 summoning scrolls, 5 elementalists standing at a distance each took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and activated an AoE attack spell that cast anywhere from 1 to 2 dozen attacks. These elementalists then controlled the attacks to bombard Shifeng simultaneously. They acknowledged that they were no match against Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, even if Shifeng was more powerful, faced with numerous attacks coming from all sides, how many could he possibly dodge? Even if the swordsman were struck only once or twice in each attack wave, without the support of a healer, he would eventually succumb to death. Meanwhile, Mad Beast and the other assassin experts also entered stealth and approached Shifeng. "Leaves, that person is dead for sure this time," the cloaked woman said as she watched the live stream from Scorpion. "Even Scorpion and the others won't be able to save him in time." Against Tier 2 spells coming from all directions and 3 Lord-ranked monsters, current players simply had no way to survive. unless they possessed invulnerability. Identical Summer really is ruthless. 100 Leaves also frowned at this situation. She never thought that Identical Summer and the others would be willing to waste so many magic scrolls to kill Shifeng. It seems we have no choice but to have Scorpion use a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll. Just as Scorpion had received his orders and was about to take out a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll from his bag, a silver magic array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering everyone present. The Tier 1 absolute time sure is scary. Its effective range has actually increased by so much. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the silver magic array in the sky. This magic array was the result of Shifeng activating the Tier 1 absolute time, which he had just sacrificed a ton of EXP to level up Mad Beast, and the other's performance had exceeded his expectations. In such a flat and open terrain, even he would not be able to handle the attacks of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls and expert players. Hence, he had no choice but to use his strategic skill, Absolute Time. Previously, at Tier 0, Level 7, Absolute Time could only prevent enemies from using any skills, spells, and tools within an area of 100 by 100 yards for 24 seconds. After it reached Tier 1, Level 1, however, its effective area had expanded to 200 by 200 yards. Now, not only could the strategic skill cover the entire battlefield, but its duration had also increased to 30 seconds. The only downside of the skill's level up was that its cooldown had increased from 2 minutes, 30 seconds to 3 minutes. This situation had cost Shifeng the EXP from killing the Blackstone Chieftain and completing the Legacy Trial. However, due to Absolute Time, the Tier 2 spells flying towards Shifeng simultaneously vanished into nothingness. It was as if the spells had never been cast. The magic arrays maintaining the Tier 2 summon creatures had also been abruptly shattered. Identical Summer and the others, who were currently fighting Passing Monarch's crew a short distance away, found themselves unable to use any of their skills, spells, and tools. Not good. This is an AoE silencing skill. Everyone, quickly leave the spell's range. Mad Beast, who was forced out of his stealth state, shouted hurriedly. In God's domain, both ordinary players and expert players were heavily reliant on skills and spells in combat. Suddenly preventing them from using skills and spells was akin to robbing a tiger of its fangs and claws. Their combat power would fall by more than half. However, even as Mad Beast's words entered everyone's ears, Shifeng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind Identical Summer, using Chop to kill the latter instantly. At the same time, Shifeng also switched the Aura of Time to the Aura of Fire and promptly cast Firestorm over Mad Beast. Scorching flames rose from the ground, killing more than 30 experts on the spot. Only those with quick reactions had managed to avoid the raging inferno in time, following which, Shifeng turned around and used Lighting Edge on the players assaulting Passing Monarch's team. Unable to use any of their skills, the players targeting Passing Monarch and the others fell helplessly to the innumerable arcs of lightning. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players collapsed, weapons and equipment scattered around their bodies. Shifeng turned the tables on Identical Summer's group in an instant. Faced against expert players barred from using their skills, Passing Monarch and the Third Fleet members possessed an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, Shifeng had an even easier time slaughtering players. He was practically killing one player with each attack. By the time Identical Summer's group had escaped Absolute Time's effective range, less than 30 members remained alive. In contrast, not a single one had died on Passing Monarch's side. Is this his hidden trump card? 100 Leaves' expression darkened considerably when she saw the live stream Scorpion sent her. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. After escaping Absolute Time's effective area, the other fleets had less than 30 members alive. If they continued fighting Passing Monarch's team of 90 players, there was no doubt that they would be annihilated. Right now, their only option was to flee. However, for Shifeng, who greatly surpassed them in basic attributes, hunting them down was a piece of cake. While the sturdy Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors could endure a few hits, the other classes couldn't even last a moment against Shifeng's swords. Almost every time Shifeng swung his blades, a player died. What fast swordsmanship! Scorpion unconsciously gulped as he observed the battle from his distant hiding spot. Every one of Identical Summer's survivors was incredibly powerful. They would definitely be considered top-class experts in any large guild, yet not one of these experts had managed to block Shifeng's attacks. Watching from afar, it seemed as if these players' reactions were slightly delayed, only lifting their weapons to block after Shifeng's swords had bit into them. As a peak assassin, Scorpion knew very well that this result wasn't due to these players being slow. Rather, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. However, the speed Shifeng displayed was different from his previous fight against Mad Beast on Identical Summer's small sailboat. Back then, Shifeng's speed had been the result of his high attack speed. His current speed, however, was due to his amazing reaction speed. It is fortunate that we didn't try to ambush him before. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Scorpion was relieved when he thought back to how his party had prepared to ambush Shifeng. Shifeng's extraordinary basic attributes made it impossible to fight him in a melee battle. One had to fight him from a distance. Mad Beast and the other's decision to use Tier 2 summoning scrolls and Tier 2 magic scrolls was wise. Unfortunately, nobody could have expected that Shifeng had saved an AoE silencing skill. This skill instantly increased the difficulty of killing the swordsman. Unless these players could surpass Shifeng's basic attributes and techniques, or surround him with a large group of peak experts with similar basic attributes, killing Shifeng was practically impossible. Scorpion, did you get a lock on him? 100 Leaves asked. A locked onto his soul. No matter where he goes, I'll find him, Scorpion reported confidently after checking the tracking system. Good. Continue keeping an eye on him and make sure you do not arouse any suspicion. Keep updating Uncle Lee about his situation. 100 Leaves smiled in satisfaction. Thanks to Identical Summer and the other fleets working together to deal with Shifeng, Uncle Lee and his team had a greater chance of killing him. An AoE silence was indeed a troublesome skill. However, if one knew about it beforehand, they could find a way to cope. Commander, relax. He won't discover me, Scorpion said, grinning. The Soul Lock scroll kept a record of the aura released by the target soul, and it would not display any status effects on the targeted player. There was no way for the targeted player to find out that they were being tracked. While Scorpion had given his report, Shifeng had finished with the reaming fleet experts. Corpses and items littered the sandy beach. Big brother Yifeng, you are simply too amazing. Now that Identical Summer and the others have been annihilated, I want to see they try to stand in our way. Reverence lit Blue Joy's eyes as she looked at Shifeng. Whether it was the previous battle against Identical Summer's fleet on the water or the current battle against the combined expert team the fleets had formed, Shifeng had easily turned the tide of battle by himself. If this tale were retold, nobody would believe it. Shifeng was practically a living myth. Although Identical Summer and the others would not lose an entire level from 1 or 2 deaths, players killed inside the secret land would drop a weapon or piece of equipment. The items Identical Summer and the others had donned the best items they had before the fight. It would be nearly impossible to find suitable replacements in a short time. They could only use their backup items. This would significantly impact their combat powers. Worse, if they had not prepared any backup items, their combat powers would fall even further. Identical Summer would have to think twice before picking a fight with them. Now brother Yifeng, before Identical Summer and the others hurry back, let's use this opportunity to get out of here. Passing Monarch suggested players that died inside the secret land would automatically resurrect in the nearest resurrection temple. It would be very easy for Identical Summer and the others to regroup. Meanwhile, Shifeng's AoE silencing skill was not without a cooldown. If Identical Summer and the others surrounded them once again, their chances of victory would drop. No. Let's ambush them at the Resurrection Temple, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we leave for another cavern, by the time we get out, they will be prepared to take us on again. We have to strike while the iron is hot. We'll ambush them before they can prepare. Once we cripple them, they'll be powerless against us even after we obtain other legacies. Although Passing Monarch had considered the same option, they had only defeated Identical Summer and the others so easily due to Shifeng's AoE silencing skill. Without it, what were they going to use to ambush Identical Summer? Relax. Take these. 1 for each person. When the time comes, throw them at my command. Shifeng understood Passing Monarch's concerns. Immediately, he retrieved the last 22 basic mana pulse bombs he had from his bag and handed them to Passing Monarch and his team. When Passing Monarch saw the basic mana pulse bomb, an excited expression appeared on his face. With so many of these bombs, they could even annihilate a 1,000-man team, much less Identical Summer and the others. Outside the Resurrection Temple, Identical Summer and the others have already begun to reorganize their team. Damn it. I lost a pair of top-tier bracers. Just you wait. I'll make sure you lose every item you have. Identical Summer burned with rage the first time Shifeng had killed him. He had lost his top-tier pauldrons. Fortunately, he had a replacement in his bag. However, he did not have a backup for his bracers. While Identical Summer and the others rested, someone shouted in the team chat, Passing Monarch and the others are heading this way. Everyone immediately searched their surroundings and quickly spotted Shifeng charging towards them with Passing Monarch's group. Good. You dare to seek me out on your own. Identical Summer's blood rushed as he watched Shifeng and his team run towards him. Kill them all and take back our weapons and equipment. The other experts excitedly expressed their agreement. Compared to the previous battle, they had even more motivation to wipe out Shifeng and the others quickly. Everyone to up their positions. The Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors moved forward, and the ranged players prepared for combat. As soon as Shifeng and the others were within range, the opposing experts bombarded them with attacks. Unsatisfied with the situation, Identical Summer even activated a Tier 2 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions shook the grotto, throwing dirt and dust into the air. Identical Summer really is ruthless. He's even used a large-scale destruction magic scroll. That should have mostly wiped out Passing Monarch and his men. Scorpion, who observed the battle from a distance, muttered. However, as soon as Scorpion had said so, a group of people burst forth from the dust clouds. These people were none other than Shifeng and the Third Fleet. Every player was unharmed as Shifeng's absolute defense had absorbed all of the damage. With sufficient distance between the combatants, Shifeng shouted, "Kill them!" Immediately, 7 players tossed out the basic mana pulse bombs, the bomb's radius enveloping Identical Summer's joint team. Boom. Boom. After a series of explosions, only weapons and equipment remained. Second wave, get ready. Everyone else, deal with the survivors. Make sure you collect all of the dropped weapons and equipment. Shifeng commanded when he saw a few dozen people still alive. With Shifeng's command, Passing Monarch's people set out to hunt down the survivors. 4 players carrying basic mana pulse bombs charged into the Resurrection Temple, executing another round against the recently resurrected. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. The Resurrection Temple was not very large. 4 or 5 basic mana pulse bombs were more than enough to cover the area. As a result, Identical Summer and the others died again and again. Although they had not lost any levels, they had each lost 5 or 6 weapons and pieces of equipment so far. That was practically half of their items. Needless to say, their combat powers had decreased tremendously. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no longer a threat to Passing Monarch's fleet. Passing Monarch, you're going too far. At the end of the day, we are still members of the Freedom Alliance. Identical Summer shouted at Passing Monarch and Shifeng, who currently stood in the Resurrection Temple's entrance. Are you trying to make an enemy of all 10 of our fleets? If these members were only from the 2nd and 4th fleets, Passing Monarch could pay them no heed. However, the players present included experts from every fleet, with the exception of 3rd. If Passing Monarch made enemies of all 10 fleets, he couldn't remain in the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance was comprised of the Independent faction and the Small Guild faction. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch had only risen to the 3rd seat in the Alliance due to the support from the other independent adventurer fleets. If Passing Monarch lost that support, with his fleet's current strength, he could easily be knocked down to the bottom of the Freedom Alliance. If Passing Monarch made enemies of everyone, he wouldn't even receive scraps in the future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before Passing Monarch and his fleet were forced out of the Freedom Alliance. Passing Monarch's expression darkened upon hearing this, glaring at Identical Summer. Although he was frustrated, he whispered to Shifeng, suggesting, "Brother Yifeng, If we continue this fight, every fleet here will become an enemy. If that happens, our future plans will be affected. Part of the reason that he had become the Third Fleet's commander was that he had worked with the other independent adventurer fleets during past city defenses. If he broke all pretenses with the other fleets here and were kicked out of their circle, it would become far more difficult to contest for the Freedom Alliance's first seat in the future. I understand. Shi Feng nodded, seeing passing Monarch and his people halt their attack. Identical Summer chuckled and said, "Monarch, it's good that you are aware of the situation. Let's forget about this matter altogether. However, you must return the items our member lost. After all, they were originally ours." He had suffered severe losses in this visit to the secret land. Not only had he lost his small sailboat, but he had also lost half of his equipment. His subordinates had suffered severe losses as well. Recovering from these battles would take a long time. With the situation now in his favor, he had to ask for the items back. Identical Summer is too shameless. He clearly attacked us first. Now that he knows he can't beat us, he's using the masses to pressure us. Blue Joy was furious. However, she was also powerless to do anything about Identical Summer's shamelessness. As passing Monarch hesitated over his decision, Shi Feng used silent steps and appeared behind Identical Summer once more, his sacred sword slashing down on the elementalist. A streak of blue light bisected Identical Summer's body. Only after killing Ray had cut through his body did Identical Summer realize what had just occurred. He could not fathom why Shi Feng would dare to make an enemy of practically every fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Although Identical Summer wanted to say something, his vision had already darkened, and his body no longer reacted as it collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shi Feng picked up the dark gold staff the man had dropped. Everyone was stunned. Passing Monarch's jaw hit the ground. Passing Monarch even wondered if Shi Feng had understood his prior words. "If you wish to leave this place, it is very simple. From now on, I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the 50 players still standing in this resurrection temple may leave. You can keep your spoils of war. Any who linger best prepare themselves." Shi Feng warned, smiling as he glanced at every enemy expert. He then walked towards the temple's entrance, checking the system clock. Identical Summer might know how to use the masses to his advantage, but the elementalist was 10 years too early if he thought that he could use an unstable alliance like this against Shi Feng. "Yuri looking to die. Don't listen to him. He wouldn't dare move against us." Identical Summer, who just resurrected, shouted. However, as soon as Identical Summer finished speaking, another chaotic battle raged in the Resurrection Temple. There was no longer an alliance to speak of. Nobody present wished to lose the weapons and equipment they had struggled to obtain. Moreover, when they thought about Shi Feng's demonic prowess, they stopped caring about what was right or wrong. Finishing off the members of the other fleets was far more important right now. Watching everyone kill each other, Mad Beast turned to the slim elementalist beside him and asked, "Saint, what should we do?" "Kill. We can't bet our fate on that lunatic," hoping he's not so bold as to provoke the other fleets, Frost Saint said, sighing. "Moreover, we can more or less make up for some of our losses in this slaughter." "All right." Mad Beast licked his lips. Immediately he joined the fray. As for making a break for the temple's entrance, that was definitely not an option. Shi Feng instantly killed the few players that tried. He could only hope that Shi Feng would keep to his word. Time passed quickly. Everyone inside the Resurrection Temple grew frenzied as they slaughtered each other. As soon as a player died and resurrected, they rejoined the battle. Players died just as fast as they had against the basic mana pulse bombs. Watching the bloodbath, Passing Monarch and Blue Joy were shocked. When they looked at Shi Feng, who sat by the temple's entrance, cold sweat dripped down their backs. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they stood on this man's side. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly horrific. With just a few words, Shi Feng had shattered the 10 fleets' temporary alliance and turned them all against each other as he watched their strength wane. Demon. He was definitely a demon. After 3 minutes, silence descended upon the Resurrection Temple. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Those who rejoiced stood in the center of the main hall. These people were the 50 survivors after the 3 minutes. As for those that resurrected after the time limit, They stood in the back of the temple, hatred shining in their eyes as they glared at the 50 survivors. As promised, you may leave. Shi Feng addressed the victors. Hearing Shi Feng's words, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Shi Feng would change his mind, they dashed out of the Resurrection Temple. The remaining players were a miserable sight to behold due to the lost equipment and levels inside the secret land. Players would lose 5% of their EXP each time they died. Even so, these players had lost more than one level. The majority of the items they currently wore were no more than temporary replacements. Some even wore level 30 bronze equipment. As these players watched Shi Feng approach, fear filled their eyes. They all regretted participating in this operation. Aside from Identical Summer, everyone may leave after contributing a portion of your souls, Shi Feng announced after meeting each player's eyes. Although they weren't sure what Shi Feng intended, after hearing that they could leave this demon's den, they agreed to his demands without hesitation. After all, a temporary weakened state was far better than dying back to level 0. Just you wait. I will not let a single one of you get away. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Identical Summer's expression twisted. He then logged out of the game, ignoring the severe penalty the system would impose as a result. Elsewhere, the other fleet commanders had received news of this situation, and every one of them was flabbergasted. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Hellscythe under Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Has Passing Monarch lost his mind? He actually dared to pull a coup? Silent Entropy's expression turned frosty as he listened to his subordinates report. Not only had the 10 fleet's various experts lost 1 or 2 levels each, but they had also lost the majority of their weapons and equipment. The loss was significant. Each fleet had entered the secret land with their top experts. Every piece of equipment they wore was considered top tier at this stage of the game. They had invested a lot of time and effort to obtain these top tier weapons and equipment. It would take a very long time for these experts to recover to their peak. It would have been fine if they had only lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Now that they had lost more than half of what they owned, Passing Monarch had undoubtedly made enemies of the 10 fleets. Although Silent Entropy admitted that turning the fleets against each other in the end had been ingenious, it was also a fact that none of the Freedom Alliance's fleets would cooperate with Passing Monarch in the future. This would not benefit Passing Monarch when he competed for the Freedom Alliance's first seat. Meanwhile, in the Resurrection Temple, everyone was shocked by Identical Summer's ruthless action. Identical Summer is quite bold. He actually dared to log out inside the secret land. What's so impressive about that? If it were up to me, I'd say that that monster is the amazing one. He had actually forced Identical Summer down this path. If I were in Identical Summer's position, I probably would have done the same. Now that Identical Summer has made such a decisive move, he will not let this matter rest until one of them has been destroyed. Everyone chatted quietly as they stared at Identical Summer's previous location. They could not help but feel a chill crawl down their spines when they recalled the hatred and madness in Identical Summer's eyes as he forcefully logged out of the game. In the outside world, if players forcefully logged out of the game, the system would impose a penalty, which was slightly more severe than the usual death penalty. If one did the same thing inside the secret land, the penalty would multiply by several times. Players would also be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. At this stage, even losing 1 level would drive a player mad. If they forcefully logged out inside the secret land, not only would they lose multiple levels, but they would also lose several items. That was on top of being barred from logging in for some time. No one would be so bold as to accept such a penalty willingly. However, Identical Summer had no other choice. After all, the system's penalty was slightly less damaging than staying. On the top floor of the Ferris skyscraper, the cover of a virtual gaming cabin slowly opened. Once the cabin opened fully, a man climbed out. The man wore a grim expression, his chilling gaze forcing a shudder from anyone it fell upon. This man was Xia Tianqi. He was also known as Identical Summer, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Second Fleet. Nobody would have ever imagined that the commander of Second Fleet was actually the young master of the Xia Corporation. Although the Xia Group was not a powerful international corporation, it was one of the country's first-rate corporations. Passing Monarch. And that damnable brat as well. I won't let either of them off the hook. Xia Tianqi slammed his palm on the wooden desk before him in rage, shattering the desk. The strength he displayed was not one bit inferior to a professional fighter's. Immediately, he tapped the quantum watch on his wrist and called a particular number. Hello? Viper? Look into 2 people for me. Both are God's domain players. I'll send the information I have on them to you in a moment. If you help me discover their true identities, there will be no lack of benefits. Young Master Xia, what a rare occurrence. Since you've made the request, I'll get it done right away. Rest assured, no one can hide from me, the person called Viper responded, laughing nodding. Xia Tianqi disconnected the call. He revealed a sinister grin. Just you wait. Anyone who dares to oppose me will not find a pleasant ending. Xia Tianqi laughed. Although the main god system protected every player's information, and players normally modified their appearances, making it very difficult to learn their true identities, Xia Tianqi rather trusted Viper's capabilities. After all, this was not the first time Viper had completed such a task. Meanwhile, inside the Resurrection Temple, Shi Feng collected one soul after another. With the number of players present, he could collect enough to produce 3 drops of soul water, and he planned to stockpile the soul water for learning the secret body technique. The secret spellcasting technique he had previously obtained catered mainly to magical class players. To Shi Feng, the secret technique was negligible. However, the secret body technique was suitable for all players. Since he didn't need to share the slots this time, he had to prepare more soul water. He was currently in Sea's End. He had also hidden his identity under his black cloak. Aside from Passing Monarch and a few other trusted players, nobody knew his exact identity. Unlike in the Star Moon Kingdom, he did not have to worry about implicating Zero Wing right now. The most he had to worry about was an ambush from dark player. Shi Feng quickly collected over 300 souls, producing 3 drops of soul water in the soul orb. Now that I don't have to worry about exposing my identity in Sea's End, I can use this opportunity to collect more soul water. Many ideas swam in Shi Feng's mind as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had made a fortune with the soul orb. With it, the organization had nurtured plenty of peak experts. With no concerns to hold him back, he needed to use this opportunity to collect soul water. It'd be very difficult to obtain once he returned to Star Moon Kingdom. After obtaining the soul water, Shi Feng led Passing Monarch and the others to another grotto to search for legacies. Aside from the grotto that contained the Sea God's legacy, there were 12 grottos in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Among them, the entrance to 3 grottos had a diameter of 50 yards. The legacies in these grottos was only second to the Sea God's legacy with 2 small sailboats. It would be a piece of cake for Shi Feng's group to obtain a legacy from one of the 50-yard grottos without suspense. Shi Feng helped Passing Monarch obtain a legacy in their 9th hour in the Sea Dragon's secret land. This time, however, there were no other fleets to contest for the legacy, and everything went relatively smoothly. Commander, Passing Monarch's fleet has returned to the starting point. By the looks of it, they seem to have obtained another legacy and are preparing to leave. Scorpion, who hid at the starting point, reported when he saw Shi Feng's group approach. Good. Uncle Li and the others are already outside. You should take off too, 100 Leaves said, nodding. She had waited for this moment for a long time. Although the legacy items weren't guaranteed to drop upon death, Uncle Li was a dark player. He had tools and methods of increasing the drop rate for players he killed. As long as Shi Feng did not store the Sea God's legacy in his warehouse, it would only take a few extra kills before they obtained the legacy. For now, she needed to regroup with Uncle Li's team. Once Uncle Li killed Shi Feng, since she was on the same team, she would complete the Demon God's quest. As long as she obtained both the Sea God's legacy and the Demon God's reward, the Freedom Alliance's first seat was hers for the taking. After that, she would gradually take control of the Freedom Alliance and rule over the 3 major NPC cities. Every one of Sea's End's 12 major NPC cities had a larger population than any land kingdom's capital city. The player population of Heavenly Ocean City, in particular, could rival an empire's imperial capital. At the Sea Dragon's secret land's entrance, after Shi Feng stored the 2 small sailboats, he followed Passing Monarch and the others into the teleportation magic array. System, do you wish to leave the Sea Dragon's secret land? Shi Feng chose yes without hesitation. Immediately, A beam of white light descended upon him. He then vanished from the secret land shortly after. Shaman returned to Blue Jade Restaurant's top-floor hall. However, more players were present than before. Every player was a member of one of the Freedom Alliance's fleets. They all stared at Shaman and Passing Monarch with looks that could kill. Chapter 1246, Miniature Holy Land. Why are so many people here? Shaman could not help his surprise as he looked around. They're not thinking of taking action here, right? He was not surprised by the hostile gazes he received from the various fleets. What Shaman found odd was the fact that so many players had gathered in the hall. At a glance, he could see at least 2,000 people, taking up nearly half of the entire hall. They were currently in an NPC city. Attacking another player here would be detrimental unless these players were absolutely confident of escaping the NPC guards. The arrest of so many members would definitely wound the various fleets. That's not it. They're just following routine, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. He then explained, whenever we come out from the secret land, we reorganize the distribution of resources the Freedom Alliance controls based on our performance and gains in the secret land, although the redistribution of resources isn't as drastic as when our rankings change. Based on our rank in the secret land, we are assigned different leveling resources. For example, previously, the Third Fleet was only able to grind in Locke's Cemetery and Black Altar. Since the Third Fleet has come out on top this time, we might get assigned to the Silent Lumberyard and Stormwind Shelter to level up. Yuri seeing so many members of the various fleets present right now simply because the party leaders of the various fleets are interested to know which leveling maps they'll be assigned to this time. As Passing Monarch spoke, his eyes shone with excitement. Obtaining a legacy was only part of the reason that Passing Monarch had recruited Shaman's help. The main motivation was to obtain better leveling resources for his fleet in God's domain. It was common knowledge that an area's resources were limited. This was the case in every virtual reality game. Whether it was guilds or organizations such as the Freedom Alliance, due to such high member counts, they could not allow all their members level up in a single area. Otherwise, the amount of resources each member could obtain would be pitiful. Hence, it was necessary to assign the various fleets in the Freedom Alliance to different leveling areas and high-resource maps. Not only were there plenty of field bosses, but there were also plenty of advanced and rare quests. The same was true for treasure chests. If the Third Fleet were assigned to one such high-resource map, it would ease in their struggle for the position of First Fleet. Realization dawned on Shaman when he heard Passing Monarch's reasoning. He finally understood why these people gave them hostile looks. These players' hostility was likely due to more than just the lost top-tier weapons and equipment. The significant effect on their leveling spots was the main reason for their anger. The Freedom Alliance controls Stormwind Shelter as well? Shaman could not help but ask as he recalled a particular matter in the past. As the guild leader of a second-rate guild, his access to information even surpassed that of peak experts. Although his knowledge was mostly limited to Starmoon Kingdom, he was familiar with plenty of famous locations and incidents relating to the various kingdoms and empires in the game. On average, the lifestyle players in Seas End were no match for those on land. However, they would catch up eventually. While they would do so due to the development of naval transportation, the dozen or so miniature holy lands in Seas End had a greater impact. Stormwind Shelter was one of these holy lands. In the past, the Freedom Alliance hadn't controlled Stormwind Shelter. Instead, it had been controlled by the House of Seas. Stormwind Shelter is a new, high-resource map the Freedom Alliance recently occupied. Previously, only the First Fleet's members got to level up there. I heard that there are plenty of rare quests in the area and that it is even possible to obtain bronze speedboats through those quests. Moreover, the map has roughly triple the field bosses of Locke's Cemetery. It's currently the best leveling map the Freedom Alliance has. It is also much easier to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment there. Passing Monarch nodded in excitement. So, that's the case. Shaman could not help but chuckle. If Brother Monarch's fleet gets to grind there, I'd like to ask for a little help. I am willing to offer you 10,000 gold as compensation. 10,000 gold? Passing Monarch nearly jumped when he heard this. Brother Yifeng, you're joking, right? He was the Third Fleet's commander. He had tens of thousands of subordinates. He received 20% of Blue Jade City's profits. Yet even he couldn't collect 10,000 gold with a moment's notice. His fleet members' repair fees alone cost tons. He also needed to compensate the members who suffered losses during their struggle with the other naval powers. At the same time, he needed to visit other kingdoms and empires to purchase rare tools for exploring the Sea Dragon's secret land and raiding bosses. Currently, he had less than 10,000 gold on hand. If Shi Feng truly gave him 10,000 gold, he would have enough to purchase quite a few advanced speedboats, restoring the Third Fleet's strength quickly. That's right, 10,000 gold. However, this matter must first be done the payment. I will only pay a deposit of 500 gold, Shi Feng said, nodding. That won't be a problem. If it is possible to accomplish, I'll give it my all. Passing Monarch agreed without hesitation, deeply afraid that Shi Feng would change his mind. At this moment, his eyes glowed with excitement. My request is very simple. If Stormwind Shelter falls under your control, I want Stormwind Town's Stormwind emblem, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The NPC towns within Sea's End were different from those on land. Rather, they were somewhat similar to Thunder Island. The higher a player's status was in a town, the more authority they would possess there. Only, unlike the Thunder emblem, where only 10 existed, there was no limit to the number of Stormwind emblems one could obtain. The only real limit was its abysmally low drop rate. As long as a player obtained a Stormwind emblem, they would be granted authority over Stormwind Town, capable of performing acts that normal players could not. There would be no need for players to accumulate reputation points gradually to increase their authority. The Stormwind emblem? Passing Monarch pondered. Although he had never leveled in Stormwind Shelter before, if he assumed control over the Stormwind Shelter, according to the Freedom Alliance's rules, the First Fleet's members would have to hand over the town emblems to him, allowing him to manage the area's town. Giving away one of those emblems wouldn't affect his operations in any way. At most, he simply needed to use the emblems he obtained to compensate for the missing one. Alright, that won't be a problem. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Following which, Shi Feng signed a new contract with Passing Monarch and paid 500 gold upfront. Time passed quickly. While Shi Feng and Passing Monarch waited for the Secret Land expedition to end and the map redistribution to be announced, 6 cloaked players stared at Shi Feng from a corner. Scorpion, is he the one Leaves spoke about? A middle-aged man sporting a gray beard and 2 snow-white daggers sheathed by his sides asked as he glanced at an empty corner. That's right. He is the one the commander wants dead. Here is the latest information we have on him. Scorpion, who was in stealth, responded respectfully. When one spoke about the strongest player in the sacred temple, they didn't talk about Uncle Lee. However, when it came to assassination, Uncle Lee was the most powerful. Even the Sacred Temple's guild leader had declared that there was a 50% chance of him losing his life if Uncle Lee wanted to assassinate him. While a 50% success rate might not seem very high, that was against the Sacred Temple's guild leader. Throughout the virtual gaming world, very few could boast such a high success rate. What an interesting little fellow. Uncle Lee caressed his beard as he watched Shi Feng's battle video. It is too much of a waste to fight him right now. Forget it. Scorpion, go and get ready. Understood. Scorpion nodded hurriedly before departing. Chapter 1247, Receiving the Holy Land. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1247, Receiving the Holy Land. After Scorpion left, the middle-aged man called Uncle Lee shifted his gaze towards the ranger beside him. The ranger carried a gray double-string bow on his back. Although the ranger hid his appearance under a black cloak, his large stature made it difficult for others to miss him. If not for the ancient bow, most would assume that he was a shield warrior or guardian night ghost. When the time comes, you'll strike first. Remember to use all of your black arrows, Uncle Lee said in a deep tone. I know you're normally very stingy, but we cannot afford to be careless this time. Uncle Lee, I still have 4 black arrows on me. Are we really going to use all 4 on that kid? The ranger, Hungry Ghost, asked reluctantly. The black arrows were not your ordinary arrows. They had been passed down from ancient times, and each possessed the power to rival Tier 4 skills. Current players and NPCs had no way of reproducing them, so each arrow used depleted the finite number in God's domain. One could only obtain more black arrows by raiding ancient ruins. Yes. We'll need at least that many to take him down, Uncle Lee said as he glanced at Shi Feng, who sat quietly across the room. Smiling, he continued, although he has yet to achieve a domain as 100 Leaves said, he is not far from it, either. With his frightening basic attributes and powerful skills, killing him will be slightly more difficult than killing actual domain realm experts. No wonder why 100 Leaves requested assistance from the guild leader. I guess I can use him as a guinea pig. Hungry Ghost's interest grew upon hearing Uncle Lee's explanation. He clearly hasn't reached the domain realm, yet he's even more difficult to kill than domain realm experts? A petite female elementalist beside Uncle Lee muttered as she followed his gaze to Shurfeng. Licking her lips, she continued, in that case, he should have quite a few epic weapons and equipment on him. We should be able to make a fortune. Uncle Lee, seeing as you've appraised him so generously, are you thinking of making a move personally this time? A shield warrior asked excitedly. Every time Uncle Lee made a move, they learned a lot from him. Unfortunately, very few assassinations required Uncle Lee's involvement. The other members of the team were usually enough for the job. If Uncle Lee really joined the fight, their long trip here would be worth it. Although you have a high chance of killing him if you all work together, this mission is very important. To make sure we complete the mission, I will have to take action as well. Uncle Lee nodded, hearing that Uncle Lee intended to join the fight. The team members turned to Shurfeng, pity in their eyes. If only they, Uncle Lee's subordinates, struck, Shurfeng would have some chance of surviving. However, if Uncle Lee took action, then Shurfeng had no hope whatsoever. While Uncle Lee's team chatted amongst themselves, more players joined the gathering in the hall. Some arrived from the Sea Dragon's secret land, while others came from elsewhere. By the time the Sea Dragon's secret land closed, the hall was packed with players as expected of one of Sea's End's overlords. Its foundation is incredible. Shurfeng was a little surprised as he surveyed the room. Among the players present, the lowest was level 42. As for the weapons and equipment they wore, the most inferior was level 40 fine gold rank. There were over 2,500 such players. Even a first-rate guild didn't have these bragging rights. It was not hard to imagine how the Freedom Alliance had become one of the naval overlords in Shurfeng's previous life. God's domain was still in its early stages, yet already the Freedom Alliance was so strong. With the assistance of the 3 major NPC cities the Freedom Alliance controlled, first-rate guilds couldn't compare to its income or number of players it could recruit. As Shurfeng silently observed his surroundings, the clamor quieted. In the next moment, Silent Entropy, the First Fleet's commander, slowly walked up the stage in the center of the hall. Now that everyone is here, let us begin. Loudly, Silent Entropy continued. According to the rules, we will reorganize the leveling maps for each fleet based on their performances and losses in the secret land. I'll announce the results now. The present Freedom Alliance members were tense. Although the Alliance's leveling areas were all high-resource maps, there were also huge differences between them. I am sure everyone already knows this, but the fleet with the best performance this time is our 3rd Fleet. Hence, from today on, 3rd Fleet will take over Stormwind Shelter and Silent Lumberyard. Placing in 2nd is the 8th Fleet. It will take over the Silent Canyon and Reef Sea. 1st Fleet came in 3rd. It will occupy the Black Altar and Loch Cemetery. As Silent Entropy announced the various fleets' ranks, silence reigned over the hall. Nobody could have imagined such a massive transformation. While everyone already knew that the 3rd Fleet had placed first this time, the fact that the 8th Fleet had placed 2nd came as a big surprise. Meanwhile, the 3rd Fleet's members were ecstatic. Shurfeng released a sigh of relief as well. With this, his plans could come to fruition. In the past, Stormwind Shelter had become a miniature holy land due to the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town. Like the War God's temples on land, the Sea God's temples offered various quests. At the same time, players could accumulate points with the Sea God's Temple and trade them for items. However, the Sea God's Temple in Stormwind Town was slightly special. Not only could players trade their points for rare items, but they could also trade for laboratories to combat players. The laboratory wasn't worth anything. To lifestyle players, however, it was a treasure that allowed them to improve rapidly. Although the Sea God's Temple's laboratories could not compare to Titan City's research rooms, they were superior to the basic meditation rooms in a 3-star shop. Although laboratories contained dense mana, players could also research information about the various lifestyle classes. Although the information available was basic, It saved lifestyle players time as they didn't have to rely on trial and error. They could rapidly familiarize themselves with the various materials and production methods available in God's domain. They could then create new products more easily and become master lifestyle players. In the past, it was precisely because of these laboratories that the ranks of Seas-End's lifestyle players had skyrocketed, eventually catching up with lifestyle players on land. However, although the laboratories offered many benefits, they were not easy to enter. Players needed to spend Sea God's temple points to gain access. Moreover, the price was fraudulent. One day inside a laboratory cost 100 points. Sea God's temple points were harder to obtain than coins. Normally, one could only obtain them by completing the Sea God's temple's quests. Players also had the option of trading in rare items such as the runic crystals, with each worth 10 points. Unfortunately, runic crystals' drop rate was extremely low. Normally, only boss-grade sea monsters had a reliable chance of dropping them, yet renting a laboratory for a day cost 10 runic crystals. Hence, very few lifestyle players could afford to use them. Of course, as players' level increased and the supply of runic crystals became more abundant, more lifestyle players could gain access. However, that wouldn't happen for quite some time. However, Shaman possessed the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected enough runic fragments, he could easily synthesize runic crystals. Moreover, if he had the Stormwind emblem, it would grant him advanced authority in Stormwind Town. With that, he would receive a 20% discount when trading for items or services in the town's Sea God's Temple. Most importantly, he could purchase Stormwind Town's land. With all of these factors in hand, growing the Candlelight trading firm would be easy. Commander, now that Passing Monarch has taken over Stormwind Shelter, this will impact our ability to contest for the first seat. Should we cause some trouble for Passing Monarch? A cloaked oracle asked. Silent Entropy quietly. No need. Even without our involvement, Passing Monarch will face plenty of challenges from Stormwind Shelter. With the strength of Passing Monarch's fleet, just holding the area will be difficult. We don't need to waste our manpower on this. Locating other leveling spots right now takes priority, Silent Entropy said, chuckling as he glanced at Passing Monarch and Shaman. Although the Stormwind Shelter was the best leveling spot the Freedom Alliance currently possessed, various other powers fought over the map. Keeping these other powers at bay would require a lot of manpower and resources. In his opinion, handing over Stormwind Shelter to Passing Monarch wouldn't strengthen the Third Fleet, but weaken it. Commander, should we still give the Stormwind emblems to Passing Monarch, then? Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1248, Shop Expansion. The Stormwind emblems? Silent Entropy frowned. He then asked, Shepherd, how many emblems do we have right now? Town emblems were extremely rare. Although they could not be used to take full control of a town, they did make it easier for players to pick up quests and develop in the area. With Stormwind Shelter being a high-resource map, the Stormwind emblem's value went without saying. It could even rival an epic item too. The oracle named Shepherd answered softly. Only 2? Why do we have so few? Silent Entropy could not help but grow curious. Haven't we been exploring Stormwind Shelter? Normally, when they explored a new map, they easily obtained 8 or 9 town emblems, even more if they were lucky. The First Fleet had put everything they had into exploring the area. It was inconceivable that they had only obtained 2 Stormwind emblems so far. Commander, Stormwind Shelter is different. In other maps, the first kill of boss-grade sea monsters has a higher chance of dropping town emblems, but the bosses in Stormwind Shelter have an extremely low drop rate. Thus far, we've obtained the first kill of more than 20 field bosses. We have also been farming the map's monsters. Even then, we have only obtained 2 emblems so far. The drop rate is that low? Silent Entropy was surprised when he heard Shepherd's explanation. It seems the Stormwind emblem is worth quite a lot. However, if we don't hand them over to Passing Monarch, he will leverage the Alliance's rules against us. Let's do this then. Give him one of the emblems. While you're at it, tell him about the low drop rate, lest he comes looking for trouble. Understood. Shepherd bowed before leaving. Meanwhile, as the various fleets conducted the handover process for their respective leveling spots, Shaman, sitting quietly in a corner, received a message from Melancholic Smile. The contents were very simple. At this point, the secret pavilion had handed over the 20 plots of land they had previously agreed upon, and they could reconstruct the buildings on these lands into the candlelight trading firm's shops and begin purchasing diamond wood. The only thing holding them back was the lack of reconstruction funds. As they intended to purchase and stockpile diamond wood, they needed a very large warehouse to store it. Hence, they needed to construct the best shop available. Calculating conservatively, they would need to spend 1,000 gold on each plot of land, 20,000 gold in total. Even Shifeng couldn't collect that much money at a moment's notice. After paying Sherlin the 5,000 gold inquiry fee, he had a little over 10,000 gold left on him. After receiving a portion of White River City's teleportation house profits, he now had 12,114 gold in total. Even if he emptied his wallet, he would not have enough to reconstruct the shops, much less purchase diamond wood in bulk. Most importantly, he had already signed a contract with Passing Monarch. As long as the latter gave him the Stormwind emblem, he would pay 10,000 gold. Once this sum was paid, he would only have around 2,000 gold left. Considering his financial status, Shifeng's stomach cramped. Passing Monarch approached quietly, excitement and joy plastered across his face. Brother Yifeng, here is the Stormwind emblem you requested. Don't lose it. For some reason, the emblem's drop rate in Stormwind Shelter is extremely low. I only have one. Replacing this will be very difficult, Passing Monarch warned his companion softly. He then traded the Stormwind emblem to Shifeng. Stormwind emblem. Once equipped, player will enjoy advanced authority in Stormwind Town. I'll be careful. Shifeng nodded as he stored the emblem. The Stormwind emblem's rarity didn't surprise him in the least. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to buy it for 10,000 gold in the past. Many people had offered to purchase the Stormwind emblem, and their starting bids were usually above 20,000. The emblem was far more valuable than epic items. However, even at that price, players rarely sold their emblems due to the abysmal drop rate. Aside from the higher drop rate for a first kill, subsequent field boss kills had a drop rate of roughly 0.1%. On average, the map only produced one Stormwind emblem per month. As a result, lifestyle players had no choice but to invest a large amount of time, slowly raising their reputation and authority in Stormwind Town. Currently, Stormwind Shelter was still in its exploration period as it was a large level 40 to 65 map. This increased the Stormwind emblem's value further. After all, the sooner one obtained the Stormwind emblem, the sooner they could truly garrison themselves in Stormwind Town. If Shifeng headed out to farm the Stormwind emblem himself, even if he relied on divine providence, he would likely need to spend 2 or 3 days grinding. This was the best-case scenario. At this point, the various naval powers had likely monopolized the majority of Stormwind Shelter's field bosses. He would be lucky if he even got his hands on a handful of bosses. If that were the case, he would have to waste even more time grinding in Stormwind Shelter. Hence, the 10,000 gold he spent to obtain the Stormwind emblem was a worthwhile expenditure, following which, Shifeng handed over the remaining 9,500 gold to Passing Monarch, completing the contract between them. After receiving the coins, Passing Monarch sincerely offered, "Brother Yifeng, why don't you join us in the grind in Stormwind Shelter? I've recently received some information on the map from Silent Entropy. We'll split the loot from the bosses we kill. You'll also have priority over swordsman equipment. How about it?" Hearing this, Blue Joy, who stood beside Passing Monarch, gaped in shock. She had never expected Passing Monarch to extend such generosity to Shifeng. Normally, the most he offered peak experts in Sea's End was first pick of one weapon or piece of equipment, yet he had just offered to split the loot equally. Moreover, he intended to give Shifeng first pick. If news of this spread, it would shock every player in Sea's End. However, after considering it for a moment, Blue Joy wasn't terribly surprised. Passing Monarch wouldn't be so generous to just any peak expert. Shifeng was an exception simply because they had already witnessed his strength. With Shifeng's aid, they could take on even more powerful bosses. Although they would only be obtaining half of Theseus' boss's loot, their harvest would likely be more abundant than monopolizing the weaker boss's loot. Thanks for the offer, but I still have many matters to attend to. Shifeng rejected the kind offer. We'll raid bosses together if there is another chance in the future. While killing powerful boss-grade sea monsters was very profitable, he was the leader of a guild. There were many matters that required his attention. If a guild wished to grow powerful, it needed to be managed carefully. Zero Wing would not grow stronger if he neglected his responsibilities as the guild leader. If something like that were possible, so many guilds wouldn't vanish each day. Blue Joy was slightly disappointed by the swordsman's response. However, she knew it was reasonable. Shi Feng was both a powerful expert and a member of Zero Wing. How could he possibly spare the time to level with them? What a pity! Until next time, during the next contest for the seating positions, we'll have to trouble you again, Passing Monarch said, sighing, following which, Shi Feng said his goodbyes to Passing Monarch and the others before leaving the Blue Jade restaurant and hurrying to Stormwind Shelter. As soon as Shi Feng left the restaurant, Scorpion, who had hidden in the alleyway beside the building, followed after him. Uncle Lee, the target has left Blue Jade restaurant. By the looks of it, he seems to be heading to the teleportation hall to leave Blue Jade City, Scorpion reported as he followed Shi Feng. What a busy man. Follow him. The moment he steps out of an NPC city will be the moment he loses his life, Uncle Lee said, chuckling. It was unwise to attack another player in an NPC city. Although the security in Seas End's NPC cities was not as strict as the cities on land, it could not be underestimated. Against an expert like Shi Feng in particular, they needed a more suitable environment. Understood. Scorpion then quickly followed Shi Feng into the teleportation hall. Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. Hellscythe under the Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1249, Nameless Shop. As a golden glow rose from the teleportation array, Shi Feng disappeared from Blue Jade City to arrive in Stormwind Town. Stormwind Town was the only safe location within Stormwind Shelter. While it was called a town, it was not one bit inferior to the NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom with a player population of 500,000 or so. Moreover, the NPC guards garrisoned here were all level 120 and above. The town's security was only second to Seas End's 12 major cities. Not many have come here to level up yet. Shi Feng examined his surroundings after leaving the teleportation hall. He saw fewer players on the street than NPCs. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. After all, Stormwind Shelter was a level 40 to level 65 map. At this stage of the game, only a minority of players were capable of reaching past level 40. Even if players in Seas End leveled up more quickly than those on land, there shouldn't be too many players capable of reaching level 40 and beyond. Not to mention, Stormwind Shelter was far more dangerous compared to maps of similar levels. As a result, fewer players were willing to visit this place. In fact, Stormwind Town possessed such high-level NPC guards due to the dangerous environment. Not only did players have to watch out for sea monsters when they left the town's protection, but they also had to be wary of Sawajin ambushes. Stormwind Shelter was home to the foreign race known as Sawajins. Leveling here was at least twice as challenging as in similar maps. Even if elite players from Seas End formed a team, they would find it very difficult to survive here. A team would need expert leads at the very least. This was because Sahajins were not stupid like sea monsters. They were capable of jumping onto players' ships to engage in melee combat. At the same time, they would command sea monsters to attack ships, attacking players from all sides. As a result, players seeking to level in Stormwind Shelter needed high-quality ships and high combat standards. This was a trial for those living in Seas End. Although very few players currently resided in Stormwind Town, correspondingly, players who had consistently grinded in Stormwind Shelter were stronger on average. Most of the players around town were level 41, with many having already reached level 42. In Starmoon Kingdom, only experts were level 40 or higher. As for the weapons and equipment Stormwind Town's players wore, even the most inferior was level 40 secret silver equipment, forming a team to grind in Corrosive Cave. I already have an advanced speedboat. Applicants must be level 41 or above and must have at least 4 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. One-day trip to Sawajin's Nest. Only recruiting level 41 and above experts. Must have 6 pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. Those with level 40 dark gold weapons get priority. Will hold an internal auction for any loot. As soon as Shi Feng stepped onto the main street, He was greeted by the sight of players attempting to recruit team members. Their minimum requirements were astounding, however. Shattering paid little attention to these players as his goal was in the business district by the town's main entrance. The business district was Stormwind Town's most lively location. The players there were preoccupied with setting up stalls and selling wares, selling this fine gold-ranked blast bow at a low price. Interested buyers come quickly. Selling Sawajin's journals, 12 silver per page. Want to complete the quest? Don't miss out on this opportunity. Purchasing silver tiers for 3 silver each. Only purchasing 100 drops. Unlike in Starmoon Kingdom, players residing in Sea's End's towns would not sell their items at the auction house. Instead, they set up stalls in their respective business districts. There were 2 main reasons for this. The first was that auction houses were only available in the 12 major cities. Due to the large distance between each island, teleportation's fees were exorbitant. For example, it cost Shattering 52 silver to teleport from Blue Jade City to Stormwind Town. Normally, players would teleport to District Town, rather than Stormwind Town, crossing the remaining distance on their speedboats. Although this path took a lot of time, it was much cheaper to teleport to District Town. The second reason was that fees in Sea's End's auction house were much higher than on land. The fee was roughly 20% of the item's total value. It was a fraudulent amount. However, one had to admit that the services one obtained in return for such an exorbitant fee were worthwhile. When using one of Sea's End's auction houses, a player's item would display in all 12 major cities. One would not have to worry about their items not selling. However, for mundane, low-value items, players generally had to rely on their own stalls. Either that, or they would accumulate those items for some time before selling them in bulk in an auction house very quickly. Shattering arrived before an NPC grocery store in the business district. Dear customer, may I know what you are looking for? Our shop offers a wide range of fine products at affordable prices. The shopkeeper, a chubby, middle-aged man with a short beard, said as he greeted Shattering. I'd like to rent your shop, Shattering announced. Wearing the Stormwind emblem, he had already inspected the business district and was rather fond of this grocery store's location. Using it as a secret shop for the candlelight trading firm would be ideal. Although he preferred to purchase the shop, he didn't have much money to spare at the moment. Hence, he settled with renting the shop for now. Unlike in Starmoon Kingdom, players did not have to negotiate with the town hall to purchase town shops in Sea's End. Players simply needed to negotiate a price with the shop owner. Of course, players had to possess sufficient authority within the town as a precondition. Even renting a shop required a certain level of authority. However, while renting a shop was much cheaper than outright buying one, there were 2 risks to consider. The first risk was that shops were rented to the highest bidder. Once a shop's rental period ended, players would have to outbid each other if more than one wanted the shop. The other risk was that, if another player bought the shop while it was being rented, the tenant would be deprived of their ownership once the rental period ended. Hence, renting was only a temporary solution. When taking long-term profits into account, it was better to purchase a shop. Dear customer, you have good eyes. Our shop has existed for more than 100 years. We also have the best location in town. As you are a valued guest, I can offer you a 10% discount. You can rent this shop for 900 gold per month. The shopkeeper said, joy lighting up his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. All right, I'll rent a month. Shattering was slightly astonished when he heard this price. However, it was reasonable as this would become a miniature holy land in the future. The price to purchase the shop was certainly 10 times higher than the rental fee, following which, Shattering paid the 900 gold and obtained the lease for the grocery store. Shattering had no intentions of refurbishing the shop, and he didn't intend to replace its staff. He simply hung a signboard beside the shop's entrance. Our shop is purchasing runic fragments in bulk for 5 silver coins per stack. We are only purchasing a limited number each day. Although it was only a small, wooden signboard, when the passers-by saw it, they were stunned. Crap, am I hallucinating? An NPC is actually purchasing runic fragments for 5 silver coins per stack. Did the House of Seas open this shop? Ha! Wonderful. I was just thinking of returning to a city to sell my fragments to the House of Seas. Although the price is slightly lower here, if I sell my stock, I can save on teleportation fees. Many players grew ecstatic as they looked at the 2-story-tall grocery shop throughout Sea's End. Only the House of Sea's shops purchased runic fragments in bulk for a high price. No one else dared to do so. As for NPCs, they only purchased runic fragments for 40 copper per stack. Rather than selling runic fragments to NPCs, players made more profit by stocking up and looking for an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Although the synthesis success rate was only 10%, the synthesized runic crystals sold for at least 10 silver each. If one were lucky, they could get 1 runic crystal for every 5 runic fragment stacks. It was the equivalent of selling fragments for 2 silver per stack. Unfortunately, raising one's favorability with an NPC master alchemist was somewhat difficult. Synthesizing runic crystals also cost time and money. As a result, ordinary players rarely choose this option. Hence, now that an NPC shop wanted to purchase runic fragments at 5 silver per stack, why wouldn't they be excited? This was a great opportunity for them to make a fortune. Immediately, players swarmed the grocery store, dashing straight towards the NPC staffs manning the shop and tapping open their trade windows. Initially, these players placed 1 stack in the trade window. After confirming that the purchase price was indeed 5 silver per stack, they placed every runic fragment they had into the window and clicked Trade. The entire process as smoothly as flowing water. These players' trades were far faster and more accurate than dodging boss monsters' attacks in the blink of an eye. The grocery store had purchased over 200 stacks of runic fragments. Meanwhile, the 1,000 gold Shaman stored in the shop dropped by around 10 gold. Damn it. I still have a ton of runic fragments in my warehouse. Please wait for me. Aside from the crowd that had rushed into the store, a larger crowd dashed to the bank on the main street. Some players had even gone as far as to leave their own stalls unattended. Meanwhile, news of the Nameless shop's request for runic fragments spread very quickly throughout Sea's End. Chapter 1250, The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1250, The Herb Garden's Magical Effect. Why are there so many people in that shop? Is that shop selling something special? That can't be right. I've visited this town multiple times and have been in every shop. If I recall correctly, that shop should be a grocery store, only selling common goods. It shouldn't have anything special to offer. Let's take a look. In any case, we are on break right now. Teams that had just returned from the fields grew curious when they saw the grocery store packed with players. Although Stormwind Town was quite large, elite players would investigate every new town or city to avoid missing some hidden or advanced quest. This was simply one of the basics of being an elite. By now, they had already explored Stormwind Town. However, the grocery store had never once been this popular. Naturally, they were curious. What? The shop is buying runic fragments at 5 silver per stack. Impossible. If this is true, can't our team earn 45 gold if we sell the 900 fragment stacks we've accumulated? The curious players were surprised when they read the sign hanging beside the entrance. These players immediately dashed into the shop for fear that they would miss the opportunity to sell their runic fragments. At the same time, they had swiftly contacted their companions and had them retrieve all of the fragments they had stockpiled in their warehouses. It seems that this has been quite effective. Shaman, who quietly watched the crowd through the grocery store's second-floor window, nodded in satisfaction at the flow of players entering the shop. After a short moment, the grocery store had purchased over 7,000 stacks of runic fragments. He couldn't even store so many fragments in his bag. However, he hadn't only spent so much money on rent just to purchase runic fragments. If that were the case, he could simply set up a street stall. Rather, he had done so to build a sturdy foundation here for the candlelight trading firm. In the past, the Stormwind Empire had become a miniature holy land due to the area's Sea God's Temple. Not only did the Sea God's Temple give players access to the wondrous laboratories, but it also allowed players to trade for the Sea God's blessing. When one spoke about the most profitable item produced in Sea's End, it was none other than the Sea God's blessing. While this item might not be particularly valuable in Sea's End as players here relied on their ships in combat, it was a different story for players on land. Faced with severe environments, sufficient resistances were necessary for players. Not only did the Sea God's blessing increase all of a player's resistances by 100 points, but it was also capable of increasing a player's basic attributes by 10% for 12 hours. Moreover, the potion did not have a cooldown, and its effects could stack whether one raided a dungeon or adventured in the fields. The Sea God's Blessing was a must-have potion. Time passed quickly. As Shi Feng had nothing better to do, he decided to fiddle with the space-time herb garden. The grocery store sold plenty of items, including herb seeds. Although the herbs were common, they were enough for Shi Feng. Shi Feng wasn't an alchemist, but he knew what kind of potions players would need during particular times. He also knew which herbs were necessary to craft these potions around level 40. I recall that the various large guilds had focused on exploring ancient ruins. The various guilds had been desperate for lunar potions. The lunar potion's main material is the moonlight flower. Planting moonlight flowers isn't a bad option right now. Shi Feng thought to himself. Normally, ancient ruins were located underground. Because of that, it was usually very dark inside. Even if players used spells, they would only illuminate a small area. This made their progress difficult and dangerous. Avoiding monster ambushes was particularly challenging. Hence, the lunar potion had become very popular around this stage of the game in the past. The lunar potion allowed players to see in the dark. In addition, the potion had a long duration, making it suitable for exploring underground ruins. It wasn't hard to find the lunar potion's recipe, and any advanced alchemist could easily produce it. Only, moonlight flowers, the potion's main material, was considerably rare, and this resulted in a low supply of the potion on the market. If he could obtain a large quantity of moonlight flowers, he could mass-produce lunar potions. Making a fortune would be a piece of cake. Currently, as the various large guilds had already begun to raid ancient ruins, the lunar potion's market price had already reached 6 silver per bottle. This price was already rivaled that of the intermediate all-recovery potions. Meanwhile, crafting the intermediate all-recovery potion nearly cost 3 silver, whereas one could craft the lunar potion for less than 80 copper, 50 of which were spent on obtaining moonlight flowers. However, due to the rise in the lunar potion's price, moonlight flowers' prices had also increased. Right now, each flower could sell for around 2 silver, significantly increasing the cost of the lunar potions, following which, Shi Feng purchased a large quantity of moonlight flower seeds and filled the space-time herb garden. Each moonlight flower needed 2 by 2 yards to grow. Overall, the herb garden allowed Shi Feng to plant 62,500 flowers. Each moonlight flower seed cost 5 copper, costing a total of 31 gold, 25 silver. While 62,500 flowers seemed excessive, when taking into consideration the flower's survival rate, he would only end up with a small harvest in the end. Normally, the various large guilds didn't bother to nurture any less than hundreds of thousands of herbs. Fortunately, the space-time herb garden was an epic tool. Shi Feng didn't need to invest too much time or money to grow the flowers. After Shi Feng finished planting the seeds in the space-time herb garden, he received a communication request from Fire Dance Guild leader. "I've arrived," Fire Dance reported softly. "Good. I've given you access to the second floor, so come up." Shi Feng nodded while he fiddled with the space-time herb garden. He had also sent for Fire Dance to bring him the Philosopher's Stone. With Fire Dance's equipment and strength, she could come and go without anyone noticing. Her guild leader, "Here is the Philosopher's Stone you asked for," Fire Dance said as she entered the second-floor room. She then took the Philosopher's Stone from her bag before looking around curiously. By now, runic fragments filled the room. Rather than a room, it looked like a warehouse. "Thanks." Shi Feng excitedly received the Philosopher's Stone. "With this, I can finally begin my work." Guild leader, "The candlelight auction is tomorrow. Melancholic and the others are preparing for it right now. Aqua is still stuck inside the secret technique space, while Snow is managing things on Stone Forest Town and Lake Heart City side. They don't know what has happened in the guild," Fire Dance said. "Some time ago, many experts with hidden identities attacked our dungeon raiding teams, causing significant losses." Experts with hidden identities? Could they be Dark Guild members? Shi Feng asked. After the Dark Guilds their previous lesson, they should have been weak. He hadn't expected them to strike again. That shouldn't be the case. According to the reports from our members who fought these experts, they are all highly skilled. There were also quite a few refinement realm experts among them. I believe that they are from a super guild, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. They wouldn't dare attack in the open, so they're trying to start a secret war of attrition? Feng frowned. Since they want to play, we'll entertain them. When the various superpowers in God's domain wished to target a particular guild, they generally used such hidden tactics. Eventually, they would wear the targeted guild to death. After all, in such battles of attrition, the members of both guilds would lose levels, as well as weapons and equipment. Without sufficient strength and background, surviving a war of attrition was impossible, right? One more thing. Guild leader, our members have passed the inferior legendary treasure chest trial. I brought the treasure chest with me. Now, all that's left is for you to open it. Fire Dance said as she excitedly took a massive chest from her bag and set it before Feng. Chapter 1251, Treasure Appears. Hellscythe under Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1251, Treasure Appears. Everyone has passed their trials already? Feng could not help his growing excitement as he gazed at the inferior legendary treasure chest before him. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of an inferior legendary treasure chest. Initially, he had expected conquering the treasure chest to take a long time. After all, the trial inside the treasure chest wasn't easy to clear. Clearing it with enough people would be even more difficult. I wonder what kind of items are inside? It'd be great if a fragmented legendary weapon appeared. The guild could give birth to another peak expert in God's domain. Weapons provided a much higher boost to a player's combat power than equipment. Take Fire Dance, for example. Although she was only a refinement realm expert, with 1,000 transformations abilities, she had a high chance of defeating Void Realm experts of the same level. Please let there be several items inside. Feng suppressed his excitement as he activated Divine Providence. He then activated the treasure chest. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar began to fill slowly. It took much longer than opening an epic treasure chest. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Fire Dance, who stood beside Feng, struggled to settle her nerves as she watched the loading bar. After 20 seconds, a clear click resounded throughout the room. Immediately, both Feng and Fire Dance held their breath as they watched the lid open, a myriad of colors slipping through the gaps. The treasure chest also radiated an aura that weighed on Feng. As for Fire Dance, she had unconsciously taken a step backward. What an intense feeling. Feng was inwardly surprised if the shop were not strengthened by magic arrays. Both the dazzling light and the powerful aura would attract everyone's attention in Stormwind Town. As the lights gradually dissipated, the items inside the treasure chest were revealed. When Feng and Fire Dance saw the treasure chest's contents, however, they were flabbergasted. The inferior legendary treasure chest only contained 2 items. There was nothing else. One of these items was an exquisite, black and white cape, while the other was a design. There were fewer items inside the treasure chest than they had expected. Normally, a treasure chest had between 3 and 5 items, yet this one only had 2. This was even after Feng had activated Divine Providence. It seems it really is unrealistic to ask for 2 fragmented legendary items from an inferior legendary treasure chest. However, these 2 items are an impressive bounty, Feng thought, smiling as he picked up the items for inspection. Nightwalker's Cape, fragmented legendary rank, cape. Equipment requirement, strength 1,500, agility 1,200. When equipped, all resistances increased by 100%. All damage received reduced by 30%. Strength increased by 40%. Agility increased by 50%. Endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Nightwalker, when the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 10%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Divine speed, player's starting movement speed increased to 30% of player's maximum movement speed. Additional active skill 1 dash. Divine steps, summons 10 doppelgangers before a maximum of 10 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities. Throughout this duration, player is invulnerable. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 100 yards cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2-. Void Shield. Forms a shield that has an HP of 10 times the player's maximum HP for 2 minutes. As long as shield exists, player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 100% cooldown, 30 minutes. The blacksmith Godbear crafted this cloak for the Tyrant of Destruction, but it was damaged in the battle against the God Slayer. However, as the divine runes remain intact, it can be repaired with 7 God crystals. Current number of absorbed God crystals, 0/7. Although it wasn't a weapon, the Nightwalker's cape was undoubtedly rarer than a fragmented legendary weapon. Feng immediately fell in love with the Nightwalker's cape as soon as he laid eyes on it. Although the cape's attributes could not compare to the 7 luminaries' battle armor, it happened to be exactly what Feng needed. Unlike other classes, swordsmen relied on normal attacks to do damage in both combat against players and monsters. Hence, reaction speed was very important for a swordsman. Meanwhile, the Nightwalker's cape instantly increased its wearer's reaction speed by 30%. In high-speed battles against experts, the cape would be wondrously effective. Furthermore, after equipping the cape, he would obtain the passive skill, Divine Speed in God's Domain. Players' movement speed and attack speed accelerated from 0. As in the real world, players had to build momentum. Divine Speed allowed players' movement speed to start from 30% of their maximum, allowing them to reach maximum speed far more quickly. Although the time one could save with this was minuscule and barely perceptible by ordinary players, in the eyes of experts, this small amount was extremely valuable. Because it wouldn't take as long to reach their maximum speed, players could dodge attacks that were normally unavoidable. However, it was the other item that truly surprised Feng: the Void Bomb design. Void bombs were similar to the basic mana pulse bomb. It was a tool of war with astounding power. However, although the Void Bomb was as devastating as the basic mana pulse bomb, the Void Bomb had a larger effective area. Each bomb could cover an area of 20 by 20 yards. In the past, the Void Bomb had been in high demand but practically non-existent, as normally, one could only obtain them by completing quests, exploring ancient ruins, and opening treasure chests. Feng had never considered that players could actually craft such an item. If he could mass-produce the Void Bomb, the consequences would be inconceivable. Sure enough, it will be very difficult to mass-produce. When Feng glanced at the required materials, he found that every material was extremely rare. Crafting this bomb required a total of 5 rare materials. Among them, the most valuable was a type of metal called Void Iron. Few kingdoms produced this type of ore. Currently, Void Iron sold for 2 gold per ingot, and the Void Bomb required 5 without taking into account the production success rate. Based on his initial estimate, crafting the Void Bomb would cost at least 25 gold. Even a first-rate guild would go bankrupt if it attempted to mass-produce these bombs. However, it wasn't exactly impossible to mass-produce so long as Zero Wing took control of a Void Iron vein. According to Feng's memories, 6 Void Iron veins had been found in the past, and every one of them had been controlled by either super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Any guild that attempted to wrangle control of these veins met utter annihilation. Void Iron veins produced more than just Void Iron. They also produced magic crystals. There was even a tiny chance to mine 7 luminaries crystals. This minuscule chance was precisely the reason that the various superpowers had fought over Void Iron veins desperately. Some of these superpowers had even been wiped out in these struggles. Chapter 1252, Lively Town. Void Iron? Feng fell into deep thought as he examined the Void Bomb design. Thus far, only he knew the secret that Void Iron veins could produce 7 luminaries crystals. Hence, the current superpowers shouldn't be so desperate to secure the veins yet. Even so, the fact that a Void Iron vein could produce magic crystals was tempting enough. Void Iron was also far more valuable than magic crystals. If a Void Iron vein were discovered, many of the superpowers would rush into the competition for it. Fortunately, it was not completely impossible for Zero Wing to occupy a Void Iron vein. There were very few Void Iron veins in God's domain, and they were all located in very dangerous areas, the lowest of which were above level 60. Among them, one void iron vein could be found in the Storm Empire. If we can occupy a void iron vein, with the candlelight trading firm's strength, we'll be capable of mass-producing the void bomb. They'll be very useful against dungeon bosses or in guild wars. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. If even the basic mana pulse bombs could be so beneficial, mass-producing the void bombs would elevate the guild's strength to a whole new level. It would be a huge waste to pass up mass production. If there's an opportunity, we'll have to make a trip to the Eye of the Storm. The Storm Empire's void iron vein was located in the Eye of the Storm, which also happened to be the largest canyon in the Empire. Due to the area's steep terrain, it wasn't a suitable place for humans to build their homes. Hence, foreign races had ruled over the Eye of the Storm for many years, making it a very dangerous place for humans. As for the map's level range, it was between level 60 to level 90. Players below Tier 2 would surely die if they explored the map carelessly. Due to these risks, it's impossible that any current players or guilds had discovered the vein. It was even less likely that anyone had claimed it. Just knowing this gave Shifeng a huge advantage. Guild leader, you're so unfair. How can you admire the items without me? Fire Dance whined at Shifeng, who had been grinning silently into the treasure chest. Although she had watched and waited to see what items the treasure chest spawned, she couldn't see how many had appeared. Shifeng had just opened an inferior legendary treasure chest. Since there were 2 items inside, they must be extraordinary. Here you go. But let's keep this between us. Don't tell anyone. Shifeng finally remembered that Fire Dance was waiting beside him. He then shared the item statistics with her. Upon seeing the information, Fire Dance was dazed. Both the Nightwalker's cape and the Void Bomb design were astounding items. If they could mass-produce the Void Bombs in particular, they wouldn't have any issues dealing with mythic monsters in the future. However, the fact that Shifeng could equip the Nightwalker's cape right now was even more shocking than the items themselves. Her 1,000 transformations only had an equipment requirement of 700 strength and 700 agility. Yet the Nightwalker's cape required 1,500 strength and 1,200 agility. Even level 50, Tier 2 players would be hard-pressed to meet such high requirements. Guild leader, what level are you right now? Fire Dance asked curiously. Level 50, Shifeng responded nonchalantly. He had no intention of hiding the truth from Fire Dance. Hearing this response, Fire Dance was speechless. She knew that Shifeng possessed a hidden class. Moreover, leveling up his class required double the EXP of a normal class. Meanwhile, she had been trying desperately to level up. She had even taken down so many bosses with Shifeng. Even so, she was only level 48. Although she was only 2 levels away from level 50, with her leveling speed, she would roughly need another 5 or 6 days before hitting that milestone or snap out of it. I'll send the Void Bomb design back with you, but first, make a few trips to the Sea God's temples, Shifeng said, chuckling. He needed to synthesize a large quantity of runic crystals. He did not have the free time to travel to and from the Sea God's temple. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was both stealthy and swift. As long as she held the Stormwind emblem, she could convert the runic crystals into Sea God's temple points before converting those into Sea God's blessings, following which, Shifeng rapidly synthesized 1 runic crystal after another. A stack contained 100 individual runic fragments, and each synthesis required 50 fragments. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Stone had a synthesis success rate of 100%. In just a few seconds, Shifeng finished synthesizing a runic crystal. As Shifeng synthesized runic crystals and Fire Dance moved the runic fragments from the shop's warehouse to the 2nd floor. Damn it! Why is that bastard still inside the shop? How many does he intend to buy? Scorpion muttered in annoyance as he glared at the grocery store opposite of the open-air bar he watched from. As he did not want to alert Shifeng of his presence, he did not dare move too close to the swordsman. After all, experts of their standards were extremely sensitive to their environments. If he accidentally leaked the slightest killing intent, Shifeng was likely to discover him. When stalking targets of Shifeng's caliber, he maintained a distance of over 200 yards. Stormwind Town's security was much stricter than Blue Jade City's. Although these guards' levels were lower, there wasn't much difference to players of his level. They would die instantly either way. He couldn't afford to strike inside Stormwind Town. It would only be time to make his move after Shifeng left the town to grind or quest. Time passed quickly. Before Shifeng realized it, the 1,000 gold he had set up to purchase runic fragments had depleted. In the end, the shop had purchased 20,000 fragment stacks in total. With this, he had bought out nearly every player in Stormwind Town. However, news travels quickly, and players from other cities had discovered that a grocery store in Stormwind Town was purchasing runic fragments. They had rushed in from nearby towns and cities. Even now, a long line of players still waited by the shop's entrance. Crap. Why aren't they buying anymore? I just arrived, for God's sake. Are you guys buying fragments tomorrow? I still have 30 stacks here. The players outside of the shop grew flustered, afraid that they had missed their chance to make some money. Dear customers, please rest assured that our store will purchase a large quantity of runic fragments every day. However, as we have already reached our quota for today, please come back tomorrow. One of the female NPCs managing the store formally announced. As Shifeng had requested. Hearing the announcement, everyone outside the shop relaxed. Many reluctant players even decided to spend 2 silver coins to set a stall up beside the store. They intended to wait until the next day to sell off their runic fragments. The business district had grown quite lively. As more time passed, even more players rushed to the area as some set up stalls and others visited bars to chat while they passed the time. In less than half an hour, the crowd had doubled. Guild leader, have these people lost their minds? They're actually willing to wait until tomorrow to sell their runic fragments? Fire Dance was confused as she watched the players crowd the street outside the shop. Rather than waiting here, doing nothing, it would be much more profitable to grind or quest. It isn't that easy to make money in God's domain. These players have particularly larger expenditures, Shifeng explained, smiling bitterly in response to Fire Dance's question. Fire Dance was a considerably powerful expert. After joining Zero Wing, her strength had even increased by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the guild paid for most of her costs, including her repair fees and the cost of her usual consumable items. In addition, she wore a set of top-tier equipment. Her equipment needs were met. Even if they weren't, her weapons and equipment were not easy to obtain for players or guilds. She was oblivious about the suffering independent players faced in God's domain. Most elite players in seas and only made 10 silver or so each day, and that was if they teamed up. They earned even less if they operated solo. Both land and sea monsters rarely dropped coins. They mainly dropped materials, and NPCs usually purchased these materials for very little, yet selling one stock to payers would require a lot of time. For the majority of these players, quests were their most profitable source of income. Unfortunately, very few players actually got their hands on high-quality quests. To these players, an opportunity to sell their runic fragments for 5 silver per stack was like a gift from heaven. If they had stockpiled fragments, they could easily make several gold. How could these players possibly bypass such a golden opportunity? Alright, now that we've traded for all of the sea god's blessings we can, it's time we leave this place. Chapter 1253, Money Earning Tactic. Guild Leader, are we returning to the guild? Fire Dance asked. She had already made multiple trips to the Sea God's Temple, trading points for a total of 8,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing. She had also seen the potion's effects, and she had to admit that it was a miracle tool for grinding and raiding dungeons. If players could increase their attributes by 10%, dungeons would become at least 10% easier. This way, players could lower the equipment and weapon requirements, and they could dispatch more players to difficult dungeons. The Sea God's Blessing also increased players' resistances by 100 points, making it even easier to raid bosses that dealt magical damage. Moreover, the potion had a duration of 12 hours. That was more than enough time for a 50-man team to raid a large-scale team dungeon. If they offered the Sea God's Blessing to their guild members in exchange for guild contribution points, their members could level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster. No. We're heading to the Fire Dragon Empire, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The Sea God's Blessing was precious. If not for the Philosopher's Stone, it would not have been possible to obtain so many within such a short time. While it was not a bad idea to put it up for trade in the guild, doing so would expose his identity. Moreover, earning money was far more important right now. In the past, the Sea God's Blessing had sold for a maximum of 2 gold in Sea's End and 3 gold on land during its peak. Land players hadn't discovered the sea god's blessing yet, making this an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. If he waited until more players in Sea's End realized how important this potion was, and news of the potion spread to the mainland, he would lose the opportunity to sell it for a high price. Fortunately, there were a limited number of sea gods' temples available, and each temple only stocked 50,000 bottles of sea god's blessing each week. It wasn't even enough to satisfy Stormwind Town's players. So, the price shouldn't be affected overmuch in any case. He had to earn as much as he could while he didn't have any competition. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of the 4 great empires. The empire stood at the peak of God's domain in both quantity and quality of experts. The empire was home to plenty of powerful adventurer teams. Thus, it was an ideal place to sell the sea god's blessing. He also had the option of selling the potions in Blackwing City. However, as the sea god's blessing was relatively affordable, more players would fight over it in the Fire Dragon Empire. Although he would have to spend quite a bit on teleportation fees, compared to the potential profits, the expenditure was negligible, following which, Shi Feng descended the stairs. As for Fire Dance, she activated stealth and followed as they traveled to the Fire Dragon Empire together. Since Fire Dance had picked up 8,000 bottles of sea god's blessing, Shi Feng's bag couldn't store them all. He needed help transporting the potions. He's finally leaving? A hint of excitement flashed in Scorpion's eyes when he saw Shi Feng exit the shop. Quickly, he finished the glass of liquor he had just ordered. Overall, he had waited several hours for Shi Feng to leave the shop. Although it was common for assassination experts like himself to wait several hours at a time on a mission, stakeouts were tiresome. However, before Scorpion could celebrate, he saw Shi Feng head towards the teleportation hall. After traveling all the way here, he doesn't plan to go out and level? Scorpion was confused as he watched Shi Feng leave the town via the teleportation hall. Suppressing his bubbling frustration, he called out the system map and checked Shi Feng's current location. Flame Dragon City? Scorpion nearly cracked his teeth when he saw the location on the map. Flame Dragon City was the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The security there was several times higher than Stormwind Town's. It was even more difficult to take out a target there. Excellent. I refuse to believe you won't head out to level or quest at some point. Scorpion ground his teeth as he paid 7 gold, 20 silver to teleport to Flame Dragon City as well, his hatred of Shi Feng growing ever stronger. A single teleportation fee had lightened his pockets by 20%. Sea's End was already quite far from the Fire Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, the fee for teleporting out of Sea's End was more expensive than elsewhere. Very players chose to travel to the mainland to level. Even if they did decide to do so, they would travel via a flying ship, which was much cheaper. Flame Dragon City. As the imperial capital of one of the 4 great empires and the venue for the Dark Arena, the player population surpassed the other empires' capitals. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Empire had a treaty of alliance with the several neighboring kingdoms, which resulted in 40% cheaper teleportation fees between these countries, attracting even more players. One could see plenty of player trading firms as they wandered through the capital's business district. Many independent adventurer teams also sold rare items. Monsters had dropped. It would be great if White River City were even half as impressive as this city. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he gazed upon Fire Dragon City's business district. 2-star shops were still extremely rare. Generally, only first-rate guilds had the capacity to set one up. However, as he walked through the business district, he saw plenty of 2-star shops. Moreover, Fire Dragon City had long since activated the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to leveling spots that could not be reached with teleportation arrays. The various trading firms displayed even more impressive merchandise. Even level 40 fine gold equipment was available for purchase. Only, the prices for such items were much higher than market value. It was clear that the shop owners did not want players to buy these items, intending to keep them on display. Only level 40 secret silver equipment and below sold normally. Even so, this was astounding. In Starmoon Kingdom, one typically only found level 40 secret silver equipment in the auction houses. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players had yet to reach level 40. Meanwhile, it was because these trading firms sold the best equipment available that adventurer teams visited so frequently. After all, They might come across weapons or equipment that suited them. However, Shifeng wasn't here to visit these shops. Rather, he was bound for the auction house. The Fire Dragon Auction House was the largest auction house in the Fire Dragon Empire. The empire itself ran the establishment. Players throughout the empire's various major cities could view every item sold here. As long as an item was of sufficient quality, one would not have to worry about it not selling. Only, the processing fee was somewhat expensive, as high as 15% of the final selling price. In addition, the auction house charged a storage fee. The longer an item lingered in the auction house, the higher the fee would be. If one sold an item that was not particularly attractive, they might actually lose money after arriving at the Fire Dragon Auction House. Fire Dance was amazed by the breathtaking view. The Fire Dragon Auction House was humongous. It was even larger than Blackwing City's Blackwing Auction House. It easily took up an area of 3 or 4 stadiums with a 50,000 capacity. Moreover, the auction house had 100 floors and was over 700 meters tall. A sea of players drifted in and out of the auction house. Independent players, members of small guilds, as well as members of large guilds were here to purchase materials. Shifeng wasn't particularly moved. After all, he had seen the Fire Dragon Auction House when Flame Dragon City had been at its peak. Far more players had visited the auction house back then. After entering the auction house, one could see a large number of NPC waiters and administrators standing around the main hall. If players were lost, they could simply ask these NPCs for directions. These NPCs would then provide them detailed explanations of the auction house. Once inside the building, Shifeng approached the item sale area as there were many players seeking to sell their items. Despite so many NPCs, Shifeng had to wait for some time before his turn. Sir, may I know what item you wish to sell today? The female NPC staff member asked, smiling. I wish to sell this item. Please appraise it, Shifeng said as he handed a bottle of Sea God's Blessing to the NPC receptionist. The Fire Dragon Auction House operated somewhat differently from the auction houses in other kingdoms and empires. Normal items were not accepted here. Only items of bronze rank or above could be sold here. Furthermore, players weren't allowed to set any random price. They had to abide by the NPC's minimum price. Of course, players could set higher prices. Sir, the starting price for the Sea God's Blessing is set at 1 gold, 20 silver. Storage for 24 hours will cost 3 silver, or you can store the item for 48 hours at 6 silver, the NPC receptionist reported once she finished appraising the potion. I'd like to set the starting price at 1 gold, 60 silver and store the item for only 24 hours. I will sell 3,000 bottles in total. Sell 150 bottles every 1 hour, Shifeng said as he retrieved 1 bottle of Sea God's Blessing after another. Seeing so many bottles of Sea God's Blessing, the NPC receptionist was momentarily stunned. However, she recovered quickly and accepted the 3,000 bottles. Chapter 1254, Taking the Empire by Storm. After commissioning the 3,000 Sea God's Blessing bottles to the Fire Dragon Auction House, Shifeng left the auction house with Fire Dance and hurried back to the teleportation hall. Guild leader, with the capabilities of the Fire Dragon Empire's players, they shouldn't have any problems using 8,000 Sea God's Blessings. Why are we setting out for another empire? Fire Dance asked, confused. We are too poor right now. With our limited stock of Sea God's Blessings, we have to employ hunger marketing if we want greater profits, Shifeng explained, smiling bitterly. If given the choice, he would sell all the potions here in one go rather than waste time running about. However, he had too many aspects that required funds. This was especially true for fees to reconstruct the 20 shops he had recently acquired from the secret pavilion, as well as the diamond would cost. Naturally, he had to try to earn as much as possible. Although there were a lot of players in the Fire Dragon Empire and plenty of first-rate guilds, he couldn't place all of his eggs into one basket if he wanted the Sea God's Blessing to fetch a high price. After all, despite the potion's affordable price, it was still easily affordable for ordinary players. Normally, only guilds and powerful adventurer teams could buy the potion in bulk, yet there was a limited number of such adventurer teams and guilds in the Fire Dragon Empire, limiting how high the Sea God's Blessing's price could rise. Hence, he had decided to test the waters with 3,000 bottles first. Very quickly, Shifeng and Fire Dance traveled to the Beast Empire's Beast City. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had been tailing Shifeng in secret, fumed with rage. Shifeng had arrived in Flame Dragon City less than an hour ago, yet he was leaving already. It wouldn't be so bad if Shifeng's destination were outside the city. However, of all the places Shifeng could have chosen, he chose the faraway Beast Empire. A one-way trip there from Flame Dragon City cost 3 gold, 74 silver. Not only had Scorpion failed to find an opportunity for his allies to ambush Shifeng, but he had also wasted over 10 gold. This was hard-earned money that he had saved to purchase a new weapon. While he was one of the Sacred Temple's peak experts, he had obtained most of his weapons, equipment, and skills himself. He was only slightly better off than the guild's elite members in that he could purchase top-tier items cheaply with coins or guild contribution points. Yet, now, he had spent nearly 1/3 of his savings just to follow Shifeng around. He even began to consider attacking Shifeng outright. Shortly after Shifeng left the Fire Dragon auction house, the Sea God's blessing appeared in the auction house's potion window. Who's this seller? He's actually selling a potion for 1 gold, 60 silver. Has he lost his mind? Crap. Does he think he's selling dragon blood? The various guilds and adventurer teams' logistic members, who had come to purchase potions, were astonished when they saw the Sea God's blessing. The intermediate regeneration and intermediate mana recovery potions they usually purchased only cost several silver per bottle. Even the mana mixture, which was slightly more valuable, only cost a dozen or so silver coins. Meanwhile, the mana mixture could temporarily increase a player's maximum mana by 10%. Yet, someone was actually selling a potion that no one had ever heard of for 1 gold, 60 silver. Moreover, that was only the potion's starting price. However, these logistics members quickly calmed themselves as they clicked to check the Sea God's Blessings attribute panel and read its introductory text. As logistics members, their task was to purchase all sorts of useful potions. Whenever a new potion appeared, they were required to investigate it. If they missed an opportunity to obtain a particularly precious potion, they would be severely reprimanded. However, as these players read the Sea God's Blessings introduction, their mocking laughter died as an excited madness took its place. Leader, I discovered a super potion that increases all basic attributes by 10% and resistances by 100 points for 12 hours. If every member of our Royal Thunder team drinks this potion, we won't have any issues raiding Hell Mode team dungeons. A potion can do that. Buy them all. Quickly. But the potion isn't cheap. Not cheap? How much is it? As long as it isn't too outrageous, we'll take them all. The starting price is 1 gold, 60 silver per bottle. The various logistics members contacted their superiors. If the potion had simply cost 20 or 30 silver per bottle, they could make the decision on their own. However, the Sea God's Blessing's starting price was too high. They did not have the authority to approve such a large purchase. When they learned of the potion's starting price, the superiors in both the large guilds and the adventurer teams were stunned into silence. However, after a moment of silence, every one of these upper echelons issued the same command: buy them all. While the price was indeed very high, its effects were astonishing. If used properly, it could easily elevate a team's strength to a whole new level. The potion might even enable a team to raid a dungeon of a higher difficulty, allowing access to higher quality weapons and equipment immediately. The various logistics members bid on the Sea God's Blessing. From the initial 1 gold, 60 silver, the price quickly rose to 1 gold, 61 silver, before rising again to 1 gold, 62 silver. The potion's price soared at the same time. News of the Sea God's Blessing shocked many first-rate guilds and superpowers. How can such a potion actually exist? Investigate this potion's origin and the method to obtain it immediately. Unlike ordinary large guilds and adventurer teams, these first-rate guilds and superpowers were more interested in the Sea God's Blessing's origin. Immediately, they began to research the potion. At the same time, they sent their logistics members to purchase every available bottle. At most, the 150 available bottles would cost several hundred gold. Ordinary large guilds might hesitate to make such a large expenditure, but this amount of money was negligible to first-rate guilds and superpowers. As long as they could raid level 45 Hell Mode large-scale team dungeons, obtaining 2 or 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, they would make up for the loss with money to spare. Have these people lost their minds? It's already at 2 gold, 60 silver per bottle, yet they're still bidding. The first-rate guilds and superpowers intervention caused the price of the Sea God's Blessing to skyrocket, instantly exceeding the various adventurer teams' budget leader. The potion's price has already reached 2 gold, 65 silver. By the looks of it, the price will continue to rise. I no longer have enough coins on hand to buy all of the potions. Damn it. This is definitely those first-rate guilds doing. But this is our best opportunity to take down a Hell Mode team dungeon. We cannot miss this chance. I'll have someone send you some money later. We don't need to purchase all of them. 50 bottles should be enough. Understood. At the end of the day, an adventurer team could not compete with a large guild's financial strength. Fortunately, adventurer teams didn't need all 150 bottles. They could manage with 1/3 of that. Unfortunately, while the various adventurer teams discussed their options, none of the large guilds intended to let the potions fall into anyone else's hands. Very quickly, the price of the Sea God's Blessing broke past the 4 gold threshold, exceeding the record high in Shifeng's previous life. Once the auction for the 150 Sea God's Blessing bottles concluded, Shifeng was stunned. System: the Sea God's Blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold, 16 silver has been sent to your bag. System: the Sea God's Blessing you placed in the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold, 24 silver has been sent to your bag. System: the Sea God's Blessing you placed at the auction house has sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 5 gold, 19 silver has been sent to your bag. A series of 150 system notifications bombarded Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, he had gained nearly 800 gold. Chapter 1255, Competitors. Guild Leader: what happened? Fire Dance asked when she noticed Shifeng's joyful smile. It's nothing. I just made a small profit, that's all, Shifeng replied, chuckling. In the past, the Sea God's Blessing had only sold for 3 gold during its peak. Now, he had managed to sell the potion for an average of 5 gold, 20 silver. That was nearly double the price back then. Moreover, this had only been the first batch. As the potion's fame spread, its price would continue to rise. The only problem was the attention from the various large guilds. By now, the various large guilds should have begun their investigation into the potion. With a little effort, it wasn't hard to learn about the Sea God's Blessing. After all, the Sea God's Blessing was one of the basic items available for trade in the Sea God's Temple. Once the various large guilds discovered the potion's origins, they would try to obtain it for themselves by any means necessary, rather than purchase the bottles from the auction house. After all, it was much cheaper to obtain the potion from the Sea God's Temple. With enough runic fragments, they could hire an NPC master alchemist to synthesize runic crystals. Employing a master alchemist might be difficult for ordinary players, but that was not the case for large guilds. Even if a master alchemist only had a 10% synthesis success rate, with each stack of runic fragment only costing 5 silver, the potion's total cost wouldn't exceed 1 gold, 50 silver. It was much cheaper than buying the potion from Shifeng. With the potion's growing popularity, I need to hurry. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng rushed back to Stormwind Town with Fire Dance. Now that the various guilds had caught wind of the Sea God's Blessing, they would find a way to obtain them in Sea's End. However, the Sea God's Blessing was not available indefinitely. Each Sea God's Temple only stocked 50,000 bottles each week. If he secured all of the available Sea God's Blessings, even if the other guilds had the required points, they wouldn't be able to trade for the potion. Meanwhile, throughout Sea's End, players had only discovered 10 Sea God's Temples. As long as he had the funds, it wasn't impossible to clear the temple's stock. After all, he had already earned some funds from the first batch of Sea God's Blessings. However, when Scorpion realized Shifeng was returning to Stormwind Town, he very nearly lost consciousness. After traveling around the continent, he returned to where he had begun. In total, he had spent more than 24 gold on teleportation fees. Scorpion wanted nothing more than to rip Shifeng apart with his own hands. Stormwind Town. When Shifeng returned to the grocery store, he discovered far more players in the business district. These players watched the grocery store like hawks, waiting for the NPCs to hang the wooden signboard that announced the purchasing of runic fragments. The shop really has become quite famous. I should be able to collect a lot of fragments. Shi Feng smiled as he entered the grocery store. Upon his return, Shi Feng also received the profits from the first round of sales in other empires. Although the potions were not as popular as they were in the Fire Dragon Empire, each bottle still sold for 5 gold or more. Overall, the 600 bottles that had sold in 4 other empires had earned Shi Feng an additional 3,000 plus gold. Without hesitation, Shi Feng equipped the grocery store with 3,000 gold and began to purchase runic fragments once more. Meanwhile, Fire Dance headed out to purchase the Sea God's Blessing. Quick, look! The signboard is up again. Ha! I knew it wasn't a waste of time to wait. I've purchased a ton of runic fragments from other cities. I'll make a fortune. When the waiting players saw the signboard, they charged into the shop. Among them, there were a few merchant players trying to make a profit through the price spread after purchasing runic fragments in other NPC cities. These merchant players would come running to the grocery store to sell the fragments for 5 silver per stack. Even if they only earned 1 silver per stack, selling 5 or 600 stacks would earn them 5 or 6 gold. Even experts couldn't earn that much money in a single day. He had offered to purchase each stack of runic fragments for 5 silver precisely to inspire these merchant players to do the dirty work for him, purchasing fragments from other cities and saving him plenty of time. In just 10 minutes, the grocery store had purchased over 6,000 runic fragment stacks. This was far faster than before. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's synthesis speed remained constant as the Philosopher's Stone could only synthesize 1 runic crystal at a time. Time passed quickly. Despite players' rush to sell their fragments, Shi Feng's funds didn't decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, he continued to gain more coins. Very quickly, Shi Feng had accumulated 20,000 gold. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had purchased the remaining 42,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing in Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple and stored them in the grocery store's warehouse, following which, Shi Feng sent the 20,000 gold he earned to Melancholic Smile, contacting her and saying, "Melancholic, I just sent you 20,000 gold. Once you receive it, start the new shop's reconstruction." The sooner those 20 shops were complete, the sooner they could purchase diamond wood. After all, if the other guilds learned about the diamond wood's value, it would become extremely difficult to purchase even if Zero Wing had the funds. 20,000. Guild leader, how did you get so much money? Melancholic Smile was momentarily dumbfounded. She had been managing both the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing's finances all this time, so she was very aware of their financial situation. Both the guild and the trading firm continued to expand. As a result, the cost of the guild's benefits rose each day. They also had to continue purchasing more materials. There was also the fact that Stone Forest Town had recently become an intermediate town, so they had plenty of buildings to construct. Practically all of the guild's funds had already been allocated. The guild simply had no money to spare right now. I just made some money selling potions. I'll send the money for the diamond wood a little later, Shi Feng said, chuckling. His current earnings were only the tip of the iceberg. If he could monopolize the Sea God's Blessing before the other guilds gathered enough points to trade for it, he could easily make several times more than his current profits. It was for this reason that he had sent Fire Dance to visit the other Sea Gods' temples to exchange their points for Sea God's Blessing. While Fire Dance visited the various Sea Gods' temples, Shi Feng wandered throughout God's domain, selling the Sea God's Blessings. Although he could only carry 4,000 bottles with him at a time, the potions' prices continued to increase. Excluding the Fire Dragon Empire, the Sea God's Blessings' maximum price had risen from 5 gold, 20 silver to 5 gold, 60 silver. The potion was far more popular than Shi Feng had expected. However, by the time Shi Feng was on his 4th visit to the various empires, the potion's popularity had calmed, the maximum price decreasing to roughly 5 gold. While Shi Feng had expected the drop, he was surprised to see others selling the Sea God's Blessing in the various auction houses. He hadn't expected competition this early. Moreover, their starting prices were even lower than his, only 1 gold, 30 silver. Their sales volume was also quite significant. It was also because of this that the potion's prices had fallen so much. Guild leader, the Sea God's Temple I'm in only has a little over half its stock remaining. There are less than 20,000 bottles left. The previous temple I visited had already traded a few thousand bottles as well, Fire Dance reported. Should I purchase what's left of this temple stock? Chapter 1256, Tyrant vs. Lunatic. I've really underestimated them this time. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He had worried about the various empires' guilds, yet he had completely forgotten about the various naval powers in Sea's End. The Sea God's blessing cost a considerable number of Sea God's temple points. Regardless of how powerful the empire's guilds were, it was impossible for them to afford so many Sea God's blessings in 30 hours or so. After all, an NPC Master Alchemist's synthesis success rate was very low. It could take anywhere from 10 to a few dozen attempts to succeed once. Factoring in the time it required to synthesize fragments, any guild would need a miracle to purchase a few hundred bottles within 30 hours, even with half a dozen NPC Master Alchemists. Even if the Empire's powers worked together, it was impossible for them to obtain more than 10,000 bottles. After all, there were only so many NPC Master Alchemists available. The only people capable of obtaining so many Sea Gods temple points were the local superpowers. For Sea's End's superpowers, it was not difficult to obtain the temple points. They could obtain the points either through quests or trading items such as runic crystals. Not only could one obtain runic crystals through synthesis, but they could also obtain them by killing boss-grade sea monsters in Sea's End. Guild leader, should we continue to purchase the potion? Fire Dance asked as she watched Shi Feng on the screen. They had rushed to purchase the Sea God's blessing in the first place to avoid competition, limiting others' access to the potion. Now that the Sea God's temple she was in had already traded over 30,000 bottles, this would impact their ability to sell the potion for a high price. Of course. Why wouldn't we? At worst, we'll earn a little less profit, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although competition would decrease the price, they could still earn coins at a frightening rate. Moreover, he had the Philosopher's Stone to synthesize runic fragments. Even if the potion sold at its minimum price, he would still make a profit. Furthermore, he had already met his initial goal. The Sea God's blessings price had surpassed his expectations. After repeated sales, he had over 60,000 gold on hand. It was enough to deal with matters such as his Tier 2 promotion, purchasing diamond wood, and reconstructing Stone Forest Town. They also had nearly 140,000 bottles in the grocery store's warehouse. Even if he sold the potion for 2 gold per bottle, he would have more than enough money to construct his city. Understood. After giving the matter some thought, Fire Dance understood Shi Feng's reasoning. She also felt that she had been a little too greedy. Stormwind Town. After returning to the grocery store, Shi Feng discovered that the crowd around the shop had disappeared. Now, there were only a few dozen people around. Every one of these players radiated an imposing aura, their very postures threatening anyone who dared to approach. Just as Shi Feng neared the shop, a robust, middle-aged man called out to him, "Friend, are you trying to sell off your runic fragments?" Shi Feng nodded, pretending to be just another adventurer trying to make some gold. "I'd advise you to go elsewhere, then. The House of Seas has quarantined this grocery store. Anyone who enters the shop will be declared an enemy of the House of Seas. It isn't worth provoking them for a few dozen silver," the robust man explained. A few players had tried to go in, but the house's members had used a Tier 2 magic scroll and killed them as soon as they left the shop. Not only had the players lost a piece of equipment, but they've also become targets for the House of Seas. The player from the organization that used the scroll is only level 30. He's not worried about the NPC guards killing him or losing a few levels in jail. How tyrannic! Hearing the middle-aged man's warning, Shi Feng glanced at the 20-man team standing in front of the shop, and indeed, there were 5 level 30 players among them. These level 30 players, in particular, wore ordinary equipment. As for the other team members, they were either level 42 or level 43 players equipped with level 40 fine gold equipment. A few of them even wore 2 or 3 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. It was clear that these expert players were here to scare off ordinary and elite players. If an ordinary expert disregarded the warning, these House of Seas members would finish them off with a Tier 2 magic scroll. With this, the House of Seas had successfully barred Stormwind Town's players from selling their runic fragments to the grocery store. As long as players stopped selling their runic fragments, Feng would lose his source of runic crystals. Although he could travel around cities to purchase runic fragments himself, his acquisition rate would be many times slower. The House of Seas has always been tyrannical. There are only a few powers in Seas End capable of competing with them. If independent players like us provoke them, we won't survive in Seas End, the middle-aged man said, sighing. The House of Seas is searching madly for the shopkeeper. They've announced that the shopkeeper will have to operate under their management if they wish to continue in Seas End. I feel bad for the guy. Just by opening a shop, he earned the ire of the House of. Huh. You're going in. Don't be stupid. Several people have already tried and failed. The middle-aged man suddenly noticed Feng approach the grocery store. If they target you, your life here will be over. Target? Feng chuckled. They've wanted me for a while now. You're already a target? The middle-aged man suddenly realized a possibility. His eyes widening, he stammered, could you be the person they are? That's right. I'm the player you feel bad for, Feng nodded, grinning. He then continued towards the shop, leaving the middle-aged man behind. Has he lost his mind? The middle-aged man muttered, stunned. The House of Seas had searched frantically for the grocery store shopkeeper, yet this shopkeeper decided to reveal himself. It wasn't long before Feng reached the shop's entrance. Immediately, several House of Seas members blocked Feng's path. Brat, this store under the House of Seas control. Get lost. A level 43 shield warrior shouted. What if I don't? Feng asked, smirking. Kid, do you want to die? You dare to challenge the House of Seas authority? The shield warrior bellowed. He then turned to the several level 30 players beside him, ordering, kill this kid. I want to see who would dare approach this shop after watching this one die. A level 30 Cursemancer revealed a tier 2 magic scroll and began to activate it. Immediately, a black magic array appeared behind the Cursemancer. 20 pitch-black blades then surfaced from the array and shot at Feng. Although a tier 2 magic scroll was ineffective against great lords of the same level, it could kill current players, who had yet to reach tier 2, instantly. Unless the target used an invulnerability skill of some sort, there was no escaping death. Boom. Boom. When the pitch-black blades collided with their target, the resulting impact threw dust and dirt into the air for several yards. The players wandering about the business district were stunned. What a fool. The level 43 shield warrior wore a contemptuous expression as he watched the cloud of dust and dirt. However, as soon as the shield warrior finished speaking, a familiar voice reached his ears. Are you sure about that? The shield warrior spun towards the voice's source. Before anyone had realized it, Feng had moved behind the level 30 Cursemancer. His blue long sword, which emitted arcs of electricity, protruded through the Cursemancer's heart. Although the Cursemancer tried to speak, his HP had already fallen to 0. His head rolled to the side as his body collapsed to the ground. A pair of level 30 bronze boots dropped beside his corpse. Chapter 1257, Declaration of War. Impossible! The bystanders watching from afar were shocked when they saw They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Even an agile assassin couldn't dodge so many of those pitch-black blades. Not only was Feng unharmed, but he had also appeared behind the level 30 Cursemancer, killing the player instantly. It was unbelievable. This can't be real, right? Is he an NPC? The middle-aged man, who had warned Feng, muttered. The House of Seas members surrounded Feng while everyone recovered from their shock. Kid, you really do want to die. The level 43 shield warrior assumed Feng must have used a skill to avoid the incoming spell, surprised by the swordsman's performance. He turned to the level 30 players beside him and said, You 4 attack together. I refuse to believe that this kid has any more skills to save himself. The 4 level 30s promptly took tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags and activated them. 2 of the 4 tier 2 spells were single target spells. The others were AoEs. All 4 spells bombarded Feng, leaving him no room to dodge. Let's see how you dodge these attacks. The shield warriors sneered. They had long since familiarized themselves with the rules of combat inside towns and cities. The system wouldn't deem an attacking player's spell channeling to be aggressive until it locked onto a specific target. If the target retaliated, attacking first, the system would deem them the aggressor. The target had to wait until the magic scroll locked on before counterattacking. Normally, players would have no choice but to dodge, block, or use a life-saving skill to protect themselves. Shi Feng had already used his life-saving skill. He would die, facing 4 magic scrolls, if he didn't have another one to run? I don't think so, Shi Feng said, smiling when he noticed the players around him slowly back away to avoid the incoming assault. These people were 10 years too early if they thought they could use the game's rules against him. He sheathed Killing Ray and leaned forward to grab the retreating players, pulling them to his position. The retreating crowd gathered around Shi Feng once more, forming a human shield. Damn it. He wants us to perish together. The level 43 shield warrior had never expected Shi Feng's strength to be so high. No matter how they struggled, Shi Feng still dragged them to his sides, using them as shields. It was already too late for them to dodge. They had no choice but to activate their life-saving skills to survive the incoming Tier 2 spells. Boom. Boom. 11 House of C's experts died as the series of explosions echoed throughout the district. All of the survivors' HP had dropped to critical levels. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Friendly fire? The House of C's members had used a similar strategy to attack other experts that had tried to enter the grocery store. They would surround the disobedient expert before attacking with Tier 2 magic scrolls. They would back away quickly after launching the spells. The experts were utterly helpless as they died. Now the House of C's members hadn't retreated once the spells had been launched, as if they had developed Alzheimer's. On the contrary, they had moved closer to the target. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had moved over a dozen yards away from his original position. He looked like a spectator, quietly observing the commotion. The Nightwalker's cape's effects really are impressive. As expected of a fragmented legendary item. Shi Feng gazed at the battered House of C's members with satisfaction. The increase to his physique, reaction speed, and starting speed had felt pleasant as he moved. Who are you? Why are you trying to go against the House of C's? The level 43 shield warrior had lost his previous arrogant demeanor. All that was left was solemnity and fear. With a threatening tone, he asked, "Are you not afraid of the House of C's hunting you down?" As an expert, he knew full well what had happened even if the spectators didn't. Shi Feng had actually managed to grab every one of them as they attempted to retreat, and drug them back to him. He had swiftly retreated a dozen yards away afterward. He had never even heard of this level of skill or reaction speed. He even wondered if it were something players could achieve. "You're asking for my identity even after searching for me for so long?" Shi Feng laughed. He had no intention of hiding his ownership of the grocery store. If someone used their brain, they'd know only a player would purchase runic fragments in bulk at a high price. It would hurt his development in Stormwind Town if he did not respond properly now that the House of C's had come all the way to cause trouble. "So, you're the shopkeeper." Realization dawned on the shield warrior. "That makes things easier. Our guild leader has stated that your shop may continue to purchase runic fragments in bulk. However, you must hand over 80% of your profits. Don't even think about running a shop in C's End in the future otherwise. Our House of C's will hunt you to the ends of God's domain." The fear on the shield warrior's face faded when he spoke of the guild leader's command, reverting to the prideful, confident expression he had before. It was as if the guild leader's command was a system rule, and no player could challenge it. None of the C's End players present doubted the validity of those boastful words. No matter how laughable they seemed, the House of C's was one of C's End's overlords. It was the #1 ranking overlord. Even the mighty Freedom Alliance, not to mention the other powers at the C's End, had to show respect to the House of C's. The House of C's also possessed a shop in all 12 major cities in C's End. It was obvious just how powerful the guild was. The House of C's could easily stop the players in C's End from entering a particular shop if it wanted to. The players in Stormwind Town proved this point. How was a shop going to buy or sell items if it didn't have any players visiting it? In other words, the shop was useless. Interesting. This is too interesting. Scorpion, who had been watching since the beginning, was ecstatic when he heard the shield warrior's words. The frustration from spending so much money on teleportation fees instantly vanished. Not only will you become the Sacred Temple's target, but you'll also be the House of C's target. I want to see how you're going to survive on your own strength in the future. The House of C's strength wasn't comparable to that of a super first-rate guild, but it was still a veteran first-rate guild. The House of C's current strength was extraordinary because it had focused its development in C's End and had the support of major corporations. Identical Summer had sought cooperation with the House of C's for this same reason. If the House of C's wanted to deal with Shattering, the Sacred Temple would have a much easier time assassinating him. If he couldn't run a shop in any town or city in C's End, he would have to explore and do quests to procure weapons, equipment, and other resources. They would have plenty of chances to strike. The House of C's really is ruthless to ask for 80% of the profits. Scorpion was curious about how Shattering was going to respond. In his opinion, Shattering would most likely give up on the shop altogether. At least he could avoid provoking the House of C's that way. The likelihood of agreeing to the House C's demands was very low. It would be no different than working for the House of C's for free if he gave them 80% of his profits. Is this all your guild leader has to say? Shattering asked. That's right. You need to give a reply today. Otherwise, we'll take your silence as a refusal to our invitation and a declaration to make the House of C's your enemy, the Shield Warrior said proudly. You want a reply today? Shattering smiled. Alright then. Go back and tell Tyrant Serpent that if he wants to play, I'll play with him until the end. Chapter 1258, Disturbance at Sea. Although Shattring's tone had been casual, the entire business district had fallen silent when they heard his words. The spectating players stared at Shattering with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. A lunatic. He's a lunatic. He actually dares to challenge the House of C's by himself. Does he know what he just said? The bystanders started excitedly chatting about the situation. The House of C's was one of C's End's overlords. Only a handful of powers in C's End were bold enough to provoke the organization, yet now, a lone player had declared war against this overload. This was the first time such an incident had occurred in C's End. Normally, the most they had heard was certain expert players killing an elite or expert member. Even so, such incidents became hot topics, independent players revering the player in question. Now that someone had openly declared war on the House of C's, the various spectators commended him, even if it were just a boastful declaration. It was enough to shock players throughout C's End. Meanwhile, news of this matter quickly spread to C's End's official forums. Mysterious expert openly declares war on the House of C's. The instant this post published, it sent waves throughout C's End. Does this guy want to die? Or does he plan to delete his account and start a new one? After receiving such a challenge, the House of C's will never live this down if they don't kill that player back to level 0. I heard that the House of C's is trying to take 80% of that player's profits. Anybody in their position would retaliate. He's still a fool. The House of C's has plenty of members and influence. They even have ways of hunting down assassin players. Since he's just a swordsman, he will have a hard time going out to level up from now on. That shouldn't be the case. The player has hidden his identity and appearance. Causing trouble for him won't be so easy. What do you know? Don't you know that the various large guilds have tracking experts? There are also a few tracking tools available. Not even wearing a black cloak will help this guy. After all, the black cloak can only hide a person's basic information and appearance. It can't hide a person's figure and class. With how many members the House of C's has, they can easily send a few assassins to keep an eye on him. This guy is simply too amazing. Even if he dies back to level 0, his achievement will be recorded in God's domain's history. None of the players on the official forums had an optimistic view of Shattring's foolish actions. However, they were happy to see such an incident. At the very least, the event would spark conversations during their daily visits to the bar. Meanwhile, back in Stormwind Town's business district, the several surviving members of the House of C's were dazed for a long moment upon hearing Shattring's reply. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. What a joke. They were the House of C's, one of C's End's overlords. Only a handful of superpowers in C's End would dare to declare war against them. Even if they wanted to, they'd have to spend a long time considering the consequences before making a decision. They would avoid war unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, the proprietor of a measly grocery store had declared war on the House of C's. This was simply a mockery. This is your reply? The level 43 shield warrior asked in a chilling tone. That's right. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will be the same. If you want a war, then let's do it, Shifeng said nonchalantly. While the House of C's possessed an extraordinary background, unfortunately, C's end was simply too far away from Star Moon Kingdom. Even if his identity were exposed, Shifeng would not be afraid to declare war. Moreover, he needed to rely on the sea god's blessing as a long-term source of income. He also planned to stock some of the potions for the guild. Hence, he intended to purchase runic fragments long-term. If the House of C's were just a business competitor, he wouldn't mind a fair competition. However, since the House of C's dared to hinder his path to riches, he did not mind giving them a broken nose. You have a death wish. The level 43 shield warrior revealed a sinister expression. He then waved his hand. Immediately, 200 players suddenly surged onto the street. These players all wore the House of C's guild emblem, and they were all level 41 and above. Quite a few had even reached level 43. The most inferior equipment they wore was level 40 fine gold rank, while quite a few had 4 or 5 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Every one of these players radiated killing intent. They were clearly one of the House of C's expert teams. Without paying heed to the NPC guards that had already reached the business district, they formed a tight circle around Shifeng. Unlike the House of C's members that had blocked off the grocery store's entrance, these experts had originally been leveling and questing around Stormwind Town. They were not originally tasked to deal with Shifeng. Only, after Shifeng's declaration of war, they had no choice but to take action. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who watched from afar, was overjoyed. Now that this concerns the guild's reputation, the House of C's won't let you get away even if they have to sacrifice their expert team. Scorpion was thrilled as he watched at Shifeng. Immediately, he contacted Uncle Lee and said, Uncle Lee, I found an opportunity to strike. The target is currently in Stormwind Town's business district and is surrounded by the House of C's expert team. If Uncle Lee's party tried to assassinate Shifeng normally, the battle would likely drag on. If the fight drug on for too long and the NPC guards arrived, killing Shifeng would become even more difficult. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to escape, perishing alongside Shifeng. Although they might have achieved their objective, their side would similarly suffer heavy losses. This was not a trade they were willing to make. After all, they were at least peak experts, not ordinary experts. Even if they had to die, at the very least, they had to make it worth it, trading one life for another rather than an entire party for one unknown player. Now, with the House of C's members serving as a shield, not only would they distract the NPC guards, but they could also help expose Shifeng's weakness, giving Uncle Lee and the others an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. No need to tell me. I've already seen the video on the forums. We're making our way there right now. If you see an opportunity and are confident, don't wait for us to take action, Uncle Lee instructed. Uncle Lee, rest assured. That brat has made me waste over 100 gold. If I get a chance, I will take his life, Scorpion said. So far, he had toured the continent of God's domain with Shifeng 4 times. To continue his mission, he had even been forced to borrow over 100 gold from 100 Leaves. If he could not complete his mission, he would be saddled with debts. How could he possibly miss a chance to kill Shifeng? Despite Shifeng being a peak expert against 200 experts from the House of C's, he would undoubtedly lose his life. And in the event that he survived, he'd be forced to flee. As for the swordsman's powerful AoE skills, he couldn't use them easily inside the town. If he accidentally attacked any bystanders, the NPC guards would pounce when the battle began. Shifeng would definitely be forced to exercise caution, preventing him from using many of his skills. Even a domain expert would expose gaps in their defense. As Scorpion contemplated the situation, the 200 House of C's experts were finally in position. 3 level 43 shield warriors at the forefront immediately activated charge, rushing at him from 3 directions and giving Shifeng no room to dodge. Chapter 1259, First Strike. Melees, distract him. Ranged players, get ready to attack. The black-clad ranger leading the House of C's expert team commanded as he glared at Shifeng, who remained motionless. Use a magic array to suppress the NPC guards. Do not give him any chances to escape. Almost immediately after the ranger issued the command, a golden magic array appeared in the business district. 36 magical class players maintained the array, and it instantly enveloped the 10 or so NPC guards that had been making their way towards the battle like a steel wall. The golden barrier only trembled slightly when the NPC guards attacked it. The barrier showed no signs of cracking. Seeing this, the spectating players revealed solemn expressions. While they were shocked by the magic array's performance, they were even more afraid of the House of C's capabilities. The NPC guards in Stormwind Town were all level 120. To players like them, these NPCs were invincible. A single hit was all these NPCs needed to finish them off. These NPCs also safeguarded independent players like themselves. It was because of this that they dared to relax and rest in Stormwind Town. Yet now, a single magic array had trapped these invincible NPCs. They suddenly realized how easily the House of C's could deal with independent players. Is this the House of C's true strength? They are actually capable of taking out a magic array that can suppress the NPC guards' movements. What a powerful magic array! Even if that guy tries to buy time, he won't last long enough for the guards to save him. Seeing the trapped NPC guards, everyone became even more afraid of the House of C's. Many inwardly celebrated the fact that hadn't made an enemy of the House of C's. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had stealthily approached the center of the battlefield, was similarly shocked. He hadn't expected the House of C's to possess such a powerful foundation. However, the magic array also overjoyed Scorpion. Without the NPC guards, killing Shifeng and getting away safely would be even easier. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, 3 level 43 shield warriors charged towards Shifeng from 3 different directions. As Scorpion watched the 3 shield warriors, he assumed Shifeng would counter or dodge the attack, but contrary to his expectation, Shifeng didn't move. However, when the shield warriors were only 8 yards away, starlight suddenly glittered around Shifeng. Ping. Ping. 3 crisp clangs resounded. Immediately, the 3 level 43 shield warriors flew backward, their bodies slamming into the ground. Their HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye as well, only stopping after reaching the halfway point. What did he do? The players observing the battle from a distance were stunned. None of them could comprehend what had just occurred. In the next moment, several streaks of blue light spread out from Shifeng's body, striking the 3 shield warriors and sending them flying again, critically injuring them. Just how much strength does he possess? Scorpion, who waited for an opportunity to strike, could not help his astonishment. Others might not have seen what had just happened, but he, as a peak expert, barely perceived what Shifeng had done. Just as the 3 shield warriors were about to close in on Shifeng, the latter had brandished his 2 swords. Without activating any berserk skills, Shifeng had sent each of the shield warriors flying with a single hit. Ordinary players wouldn't necessarily understand what this meant, but Scorpion, who had experienced many battles, understood Shifeng's strength was already on par with a level 45 Great Lord. Although he had already known that Shifeng possessed frightening attributes after watching the man's previous battles, he never imagined that it would be this high. Just who is he? Fear flashed in Scorpion's eyes as he looked at Shifeng. He no longer believed that he was capable of killing the swordsman on his own. If Shifeng were only a player that possessed the strength of a level 45 Great Lord, he might not fear the swordsman this much, but Shifeng also had the combat standards of a peak expert. It would not be a trivial matter overcoming the combined factors such a high-strength attribute. The black-clad ranger leading the House of C's team was also surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a swordsman capable of sending a shield warrior flying. After repelling the first attack, Shifeng did not hurry to launch a counterattack. Instead, he silently evaluated his current strength. After all, he had recently donned the Nightwalker's cape. He still did not have a concrete idea of how much he had improved. Only through actual combat would he understand his current capabilities. A normal attack is now enough to throw a level 43 shield warrior wearing top-tier equipment 15 yards. My strength should roughly be at the same level as a level 45 Great Lord. In the case of level 50 monsters, I should be at the standard of a High Lord. As expected, the Nightwalker's cape really is frightening. Shifeng was astonished. He hadn't expected his strength to rise by so much before equipping the Nightwalker's cape. His strength had only been on par with a level 50 lord. Although there was only one rank between a lord and a high lord, level 50 was a major turning point for monsters. A level 50 lord was significantly stronger than a level 49 lord. Normally, only level 50, Tier 2 berserkers wearing full sets of level 50 dark gold equipment could rival a level 50 lord's strength. The only reason he achieved a similar result was the Heavenly Dragon's breath and the numerous epic weapons and equipment he possessed. Hence, it was truly inconceivable that he possessed the strength of a level 50 high lord without activating a berserk skill. Fragmented legendary items are truly amazing. Just by equipping 2, I have grown so much stronger. It really makes one wonder how terrifying those fellows with a legendary item and numerous fragmented legendary items were. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as this thought ran through his mind. If his strength is so high, he must have activated a berserk skill. But why don't I see any signs of one? The black-clad ranger was confused as he stared at Shi Feng. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. Forget it. Even if he has ridiculously high strength, at the end of the day, he is still only one player. He can't fend off our attacks too many times. The second MT group, advance. Coordinate your movements with the first group to pin him down. Activate all of your life-saving skills and berserk skills. Healers, focus everything you have on them. Ranged players, start attacking. I want to see just how long he can last. Immediately, 3 Guardian Knights stepped forward. Joining the 3 Shield Warriors, all 6 MTs activated their berserk skills and life-saving skills as they executed a joint attack from multiple directions simultaneously. The dozens of ranged players standing in the distance launched their attacks, blotting out the sky with spells and arrows. Now that I've completed my initial evaluation, it's about time to this battle. Shi Feng glanced at the 6 MTs, whose HPs exceeded 50,000, as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Immediately, his strength rose by 150%, HP by 500%, and defense by 300%. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where did he go? The black-clad ranger looked around. However, despite his efforts, he failed to find any traces of Shi Feng. The rest of the players wore similarly blank expressions as they wondered how a living, breathing human had disappeared without a trace. As the crowd searched for Shi Feng, the 6 MTs suddenly collapsed, numerous bloody roses blooming across their bodies. How? The black-clad ranger was flabbergasted when he saw Shi Feng reappear and the MTs collapse. His mind failed to process what had just happened. Just what did he do? Chapter 1260 Key to the Abyss. While everyone struggled with their confusion, Shi Feng advanced and dashed for the attacking ranged players. Don't stop attacking him. Absolutely do not let him approach. The black-clad ranger shouted. He then retrieved the longbow from his back and pulled it into a full moon, firing a series of 5 arrows at Shi Feng. The other ranged players continued to fire various spells and arrows. Although they had clustered their attacks, Shi Feng continued forward while executing Sword's Orbit to defend himself. Not only had he avoided every attack, but he had also swiftly arrived before a group of magical class players. Suddenly, a blue flash escaped Shi Feng's right hand. 2 elementalists, each with nearly 20,000 HP, collapsed instantly, following which, Shi Feng took another step forward and appeared before a Cursemancer. He struck again in such a way, the House of C's member fell, one after another. Not even one lasted a brief moment against Shi Feng. The swordsman dodged or blocked every attack against him. Despite the enemy's control skills, due to the aura of space, they failed to slow Shi Feng down. At this point, the House of C's looked like a joke. Despite watching one ally collapse after another, the House of C's members were utterly helpless. How can this be possible? The level 43 Shield Warrior, who led the initial 20-man team, was stunned. He had expected Shi Feng to die, yet, against a single player, the House of C's experts were powerless. The Shield Warrior even wondered if Shi Feng was, in fact, a player compared to the House of C's members. The surrounding spectators were truly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. The House of C's was one of C's overlords. Not only did the guild have plenty of experts, but many of these experts were ridiculously strong. Any one of them could easily slaughter the crowd. Yet, in front of Shi Feng, these experts were little more than balloons. With a single poke from Shifeng's blades, these experts popped. Sure enough, it is too much to ask the House of Seas to defeat him. Scorpion could not help but sigh and shake his head as he watched the House of Seas members die. The gap in attributes between both sides was simply too vast. One needed more than numbers to bridge this gap. Shifeng fought like a humanoid great lord. Moreover, he was a great lord that had reached the Void Realm. With his sharp senses, Shifeng could easily predict the movements of those around him and counter in time. In contrast, none of the players surrounding Shifeng could cope with his attacks in this battle. The House of Seas members basically faced a great lord of the same level that could prevent them from blocking, dodging, or parrying. All they could do was throw their lives away among those present, who could possibly receive a direct attack from a great lord of the same level and live to tell the tale. Furthermore, Shifeng had activated his berserk skill. Scorpion was relieved that he hadn't joined the fray earlier. Otherwise, he really would have pointlessly thrown his life away as well. In a short moment, the House of Seas expert team had lost over 30 members. Against Shifeng's relentless momentum, some of the House of Seas members had lost their courage, losing strength as they slumped to the ground, paralyzed. The difference between their strength and their opponents had taught them the meaning of despair. How can such a player exist? The black-clad ranger wore an ugly expression. His was an expert team from the House of Seas. Even against a Grand Lord, they would not end up in such a miserable state. Moreover, their guild's prestige was on the line. If they allowed Shifeng to have his way today, the House of Seas' influence in Seas End would plummet. The ranger even regretted coming to Stormwind Town. Had he gone elsewhere, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. With things as they are now, I can't hold anything back. As the black-clad ranger watched Shifeng massacre his allies, he reluctantly took an ancient, gray scroll from his bag. He then unfurled it and began to chant the activation incantation. This magic scroll contained a Tier 3 curse, which he had saved for an important quest in the future. The curse was called Heaven's Punishment Blade. It was even capable of severely injuring mythic monsters. Even with invulnerability, the curse could not be avoided. The curse also dealt physical and magical damage. The ranger shouted as he activated Heaven's Punishment Blade. Immediately, a pitch-black magic array formed above Shifeng. A massive, pitch-black sword gradually emerged, exuding a peerless aura. Heaven's Punishment Blade. Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the pitch-black sword in the sky. The Heaven's Punishment Blade was a famous spell in God's domain because it could penetrate invulnerability. It was a super-rare scroll specifically used to kill abyssal guards. As the name suggested, abyssal guards defended the abyss passages. If outsiders opened a passage to the abyss and tried to enter, they would encounter the abyssal guards. Not only were the abyssal guards extremely strong, but when their HP fell to a critical level, they also became invulnerable. If one could not remove their invulnerability, they wouldn't have any hope of defeating these monsters. Hence, Heaven's Punishment Blade had become the key to the abyss. The curse was the equivalent of an entry ticket to the abyss. The abyss had a harsh environment and very few resources. However, while the abyss lacked most resources, 2 items could be found in abundance. The first was the 7 Luminaries crystal. It was an item that any guild or major corporation that invested in God's domains sought desperately. The second item was the magic crystal. However, due to the violent mana ever present in the abyss, one could not just obtain magic crystals from the abyss. Instead, one had to obtain demonic stones, which were common, and refine them with alchemy. After refining demonic stones, one could obtain magic crystals and other precious byproducts. Countless guilds had tried to enter the abyss because of these 2 items. Shifeng had never expected the black-clad ranger to be insane enough to expend such a precious tool just to kill him. Very quickly, the pitch-black sword finished taking form. Without any flair, it descended on Shifeng, leaving no opportunities to avoid it. Shifeng could only receive the attack without hesitation. Shifeng activated the Nightwalker's Cape's Void Shield. A protective barrier instantly formed around Shifeng's body. At the same time, Shifeng met Heaven's Punishment Blade with a counterattack. Boom. An explosion shook the business district as a deep crater formed under Shifeng's feet. What kind of spell is that? The impact created such a massive hole in the ground. Even Tier 4 spells shouldn't be that powerful. The House of Seas used a Tier 3 curse on a single player. They are shameless. In the end, it seems that even a monster-like player can't survive against the House of Seas. The crowd involuntarily gasped when they saw the crater in the middle of the business district. Although Shi Feng had lost, he had lost with dignity. After all, he had forced the House of Seas to use such a powerful trump card. If not for the Heaven's Punishment Blade, the House of Seas would have been powerless against Shi Feng, as everyone believed the battle to be over and the House of Seas members released sighs of relief. They suddenly saw a familiar figure standing before the black-clad ranger. "How are you still alive?" The black-clad ranger stuttered, blood draining from his face as he gaped at Shi Feng, who looked a little worse for wear. The Heaven's Punishment Blade could even rival a Tier 4 spell. Even mythic monsters would suffer heavy injuries, not to mention a Tier 1 player. Logically, Shi Feng shouldn't have survived. However, what the black-clad ranger did not know was that, due to Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's maximum HP had risen to over 200,000. Meanwhile, Void Shield created a barrier that had 10 times his maximum HP. Factoring in his defense and magic resistance, Shi Feng survived Heaven's Punishment Blade with a little over 60,000 HP remaining. He had very nearly died. However, Shi Feng did not offer the ranger an explanation as he swung Killing Ray. Although the ranger tried to defend himself with his bow, Shi Feng adjusted Killing Ray's trajectory mid-swing, as if he had expected the ranger to defend himself, avoiding the bow, piercing the ranger's heart, and eliminating the player's HP. When the black-clad ranger, who had commanded the team, died, the House of Seas members' spirits finally broke, and they scattered. Shi Feng didn't bother to chase down these players. After all, the NPC guards would hunt down anyone that had attacked him. If he attacked those that hadn't attacked him, the guards would hunt him instead. Chasing these players down was no longer important. As Shi Feng looked for a place to sit and recover, he discovered that he couldn't remove any items from his bag. He couldn't access any of his skills, either. Suddenly, a silent figure appeared behind Shi Feng. Even with Shi Feng's sharp senses, he failed to detect the figure's arrival. It was as if this figure had melded with the environment. After the figure appeared, a silvery white dagger thrust into the back of Shi Feng's head, moving with incredible speed. "Young lad, you really are something. You are the first person I've found that's so difficult to sneak up on." Chapter 1261, Expert Companion. Although Shi Feng had sensed someone behind him, everything had happened too quickly. He couldn't use any of his skills or tools, and it was too late to turn around and defend himself. Instinctively, Shi Feng bent his knees and leaped forward in an attempt to avoid the swiftly approaching dagger. However, no matter how hard Shi Feng tried to avoid it, the weapon tracked his movements. In the end, he could only watch as the dagger closed in. "Y is a domain realm expert here." After attempting to dodge, Shi Feng realized that his attacker was an extraordinary expert. The discovery shocked him. If his opponent were merely a void realm expert like himself, even without his skills, he could avoid the sneak attack. However, his opponent could predict his movements and force him into a corner. It wasn't the dagger itself that was so fast. Rather, it was his enemy's reaction speed. Shi Feng had encountered a similar situation against Ouroboros's Soaring Snake. Due to his innate talent, Soaring Snake's reaction speed was far beyond ordinary people. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's current attacker was twice as fast as Soaring Snake. Based on Shi Feng's understanding, only mysterious domain realm experts had such fast reaction speed. When the silver dagger struck, Shi Feng's vision darkened as he fell into a fainted state. This move was none other than the assassin class's ambush skill. It could force its target into a fainted state for 2 to 4 seconds. Immediately after, another dagger bit into Shi Feng's backstab. Minus 10,249. What a tough nut. Uncle Lee was slightly surprised when he saw the damage above Shi Feng's head. Both of his daggers were epic weapons. He had already activated his Berserk skill as well. Even against a shield warrior or guardian knight with high defense, his backstab could easily deal over minus 20,000 damage, yet this attack had dealt a little over minus 10,000 damage to the swordsman before him. A short distance away, 5 cloaked players watched the fight. "No matter how many times I see Uncle Lee's Vanishing Cloud or Agile Thunder God, they both feel so awe-inspiring," the cloaked ranger named Hungry Ghost said, sighing ruefully. "That's to be expected. They are Uncle Lee's trademark moves. They might not seem special, but even domain realm experts can't sense Uncle Lee's presence when he uses Stealth and Vanishing Cloud. As for Agile Thunder God, the secret technique is exclusive to Uncle Lee. With that technique, he can launch instinctive attacks without having to process his enemy's actions on a conscious level, resulting in an inhuman reaction speed. How else do you think Uncle Lee became the guild's #1 assassination expert? A petite elementalist explained as she excitedly watched Uncle Lee work. Countless experts dreamed of grasping Agile Thunder God. Unfortunately, even now, Uncle Lee was the only player throughout the sacred temple that had learned the technique. Despite Uncle Lee's vigorous training, none of the guild's geniuses had learned it. The berserker wielding an aqua blue spear said, "Ghost, it's about time to make your move. We don't have much time left." "Relax, Frostbite. That guy won't be able to move for at least 2 seconds. I can kill him twice with that much time." Hungry Ghost nodded, chuckling. Following which, he retrieved 4 black arrows from his bag, aiming for Shurfeng and firing. "With this, our mission is complete." Yet another explosion shook the district as the black arrows broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the black arrows crossed the distance of 30 yards and reached their target. Hungry Ghost had aimed for Shurfeng's blind spots. Even if the swordsman could move, he couldn't avoid these 4 arrows. "It's finally over," Scorpion, who was in stealth, said, chuckling although he was disappointed that he did not get to finish Shurfeng off personally. Witnessing Uncle Lee's attack made the time he spent tracking Shurfeng worthwhile. Uncle Lee retreated to the side and took a silver magic scroll from his bag. This was the rapid teleportation scroll that only peak dark players could obtain. Unlike return scrolls, which had a 10-second activation time, the rapid teleportation scroll only required 2 seconds. Moreover, the activation process could not be disrupted. At the same time, the scroll would form a magic barrier around the user that could both protect the user and prevent NPCs from sensing them. Right now, he needed to retrieve the items Shurfeng would drop on death and leave Stormwind Town as fast as he could. As the 4 black arrows were about to slam into Shurfeng, however, a black figure appeared before him. This figure had taken the hits. Surprisingly, the black arrows hadn't killed the figure instantly. Instead, they vanished upon coming into contact with them. This black figure was none other than the cloaked Fire Dance. Even before Shurfeng had picked a fight with the House of Seas, he had asked Fire Dance to return to Stormwind Town. He had instructed her to watch from stealth as he tested the Nightwalker's cape's effects. Moreover, he didn't want others to know that anyone else was related to the grocery store unless absolutely necessary only. He hadn't been expected to be ambushed by a domain realm expert. What? He has an assassin companion. Scorpion, who was in stealth, could not help his surprise. While the black arrows were frightening, assassins possessed wind steps and vanish. Both skills provided momentary invulnerability. No matter what kind of attacks they faced, they would not receive any damage during the invulnerability period. The assassin had used those 2 exact skills to protect Shurfeng from the black arrows. Damn that Scorpion. What has he been doing all this time? Hungry Ghost cursed. Didn't he say the target has been alone? Now that this assassin had disrupted their plans, it would become significantly harder to assassinate Shurfeng in the future. Uncle Lee, who stood a short distance away from Shurfeng, remained extremely calm despite the unexpected development. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, his daggers ready to end Shurfeng. Although they had to change their plan, it did not change the fact that Shurfeng was still in a fainted state and unable to move. Even without the black arrows, he had other means of taking Shurfeng's life. After all, Shurfeng only had around a quarter of his HP remaining. The black arrows were only overkill. Meanwhile, Hungry Ghost and the others regained their composure and assaulted Shurfeng from all directions. Although Shurfeng now had an assassin protector, the assassin class specialized in single targets. Against so many attackers at once, she couldn't protect the swordsman. However, as Uncle Lee and his teammate were about to reach Shurfeng, 5 more figures appeared around him. Why does he have so many companions? Hungry Ghost and the others were stunned. 6 players now surrounded Shurfeng, a full party. At this point, Scorpion's surveillance was a joke. What Hungry Ghost and the others did not know was that this was one of 1,000 transformations as additional skills, Phantom. It allowed Fire Dance to create 5 copies of herself. However, Fire Dance had not activated Phantom to shock her opponents. She used the skill to cope with so many enemies. Phantom allowed her to switch places with any of her doppelgangers without a cooldown. Even without moving, Fire Dance could protect her guild leader from any direction. Moreover, thanks to illusory power and thousand transformations itself, Fire Dance's strength was only inferior to Shattering. Dang. Following which, Fire Dance easily blocked the incoming arrows and spells. Against Uncle Lee's lightning-quick assassinate, Fire Dance countered with her fragmented legendary short sword ping. On her own, Fire Dance should not be capable of blocking Uncle Lee's assassinate, which he empowered with Agile Thunder God. However, thanks to Thousand Transformations' hidden effect, she parried the attack in time. Fire Dance had only been forced to retreat by half a step even after receiving the attack. In contrast, Uncle Lee had been forced 2 steps back, his HP falling by over 200. Chapter 1262, Fire Dance's sword. She blocked it? Hungry Ghost and the others were momentarily stunned. Not only had Shattering companions blocked all of their attacks, but one of his companions had even parried Uncle Lee's assassinate. Even domain realm experts had a hard time against Agile Thunder God. After all, not only did the technique massively increase attack speed, but it also prevented the opponent from predicting the attack's trajectory. The technique was impossible to react to throughout the Sacred Temple. There were only a handful of people that could block Uncle Lee's Agile Thunder God. Moreover, that was only if their mental clarity were at its peak, yet this assassin had blocked the old man's attack effortlessly. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Just who are these people? Scorpion was flabbergasted as he watched from a safe distance. It wouldn't have been terribly surprising to see an expert like Shattering in C's End, but he had been joined by an expert capable of blocking Uncle Lee's attacks. No one would believe that these two weren't backed by some superpower. After all, experts of such standards were rare even in super guilds. Meanwhile, Fire Dance focused on Uncle Lee, who stood before her, her mind clear like never before. Her instincts constantly warned her that, against this expert, the slightest slip-up would cost her life. If not for Thousand Transformations' hidden effect, she would have fallen prey to Uncle Lee's assassinate. Interesting. Although Uncle Lee was slightly surprised that Fire Dance had blocked his attack, his resolution to kill Shattering had not wavered in the slightest. Immediately, Uncle Lee used shadow steps and appeared behind Shattering, his dagger aiming for the swordsman's kidneys. Because he didn't use any skills this time, he could attack with both daggers simultaneously. With this, he drastically reduced the likelihood of Fire Dance blocking the attacks. Despicable. Although Fire Dance knew that Uncle Lee had used shadow steps, she reacted a moment too late. By the time she switched places with one of the doppelgangers and arrived behind Shattering, neither her superior attributes nor her speed could help her block the attacks. With no other choice, Fire Dance twirled the dagger in her left hand and slashed downwards, activating one of the Petrified Thorns' skill Petrification domain. Immediately, all enemies within 50 yards were dealt 500% weapon damage and had their movement speed reduced by 50%. At the same time, Fire Dance's attributes rose based on the number of targets the domain had affected. However, as if Uncle Lee had been prepared for this, he used wind steps, becoming momentarily invulnerable and negating Petrification domain's damage. Meanwhile, his 2 daggers struck Shattering 718. Minus 2,259. To Shattering, who still had over 50,000 HP remaining, those 2 attacks only took around 10% of his HP. Sure enough, normal attacks are not enough to kill him. Uncle Lee frowned, frustrated with Shattering's defense and HPAs. Uncle Lee was about to use the 5-star eviscerate he had accumulated. Fire Dance, who was faster, slashed Thousand Transformations at the man. Although Uncle Lee sensed the attack coming, he didn't want to waste a skill to block it. Quickly adjusting his footwork, he tilted his body slightly to dodge the incoming short sword. However, Uncle Lee's expression changed when Fire Dance swung her blade, multiple afterimages appearing around Thousand Transformations. How? Uncle Lee may have been surprised, but he was a domain realm expert. With the help of Agile Thunder God, he defended himself instinctively. Dang. A clang pierced the air when Uncle Lee's daggers collided with Thousand Transformations. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee was forced to retreat by 3 steps, a damage of over -500 appearing above his head. After landing the first strike, Fire Dance brandished 1,000 transformations once more, giving Uncle Lee no time to react. Although Fire Dance's reaction speed was slower than the old man's, she had an absolute advantage when it came to attack speed against countless sword lights. Even Uncle Lee had to be careful. As a result, Fire Dance forced him back farther. Uncle Lee tried his best to counterattack, brandishing both daggers simultaneously, but Fire Dance simply responded by swinging 1,000 transformations. Innumerable sword lights flickered around the combatants, blocking the daggers again. The resulting impact forced Uncle Lee to retreat impossible. Hungry Ghost and the others, who were about to launch another wave of attacks, were stunned to them. Uncle Lee was an unparalleled expert, yet that expert was at a disadvantage against Fire Dance. If news of this reached the sacred temple, it would cause an uproar in the guild. While Fire Dance and Uncle Lee clashed, Shifeng finally recovered from his fainted state. Seeing Shifeng regain consciousness, Uncle Lee knew that it was no longer possible to kill the man. He abruptly retreated to a distance before turning to Fire Dance, saying, "Little Missy, you really are astounding. Despite having not obtained a domain, not only did you block my attacks, but you also suppressed me completely. Among the many non-domain realm experts I've fought thus far, you rank third. Might I ask if you are interested in joining us? If you do, I promise that you'll become one of the best assassins in God's domain. You'll reach heights that you haven't even imagined yet." Fire Dance was taken aback by Uncle Lee's sudden offer. She could not figure out what the man before her was thinking. They were currently engaged in a battle, yet the latter had extended a recruitment offer. Hungry Ghost and the others also heard Uncle Lee's offer. Their jaws dropped, and they stared at Fire Dance with envy and admiration. Uncle Lee was a domain realm expert. He was also the Sacred Temple's #1 expert. His evaluations were harsh. He only ever praised the guild's geniuses for their potential, yet he had just claimed that Fire Dance could become one of the best assassins in the game. Not even the Sacred Temple's top genius had enjoyed such praise. One could see just how much Fire Dance had impressed Uncle Lee. "Forget it. I will never join you." Fire Dance rejected Uncle Lee's offer without hesitation. "I doubt that I'll become God's domain's #1 assassin by joining your measly guild." Fire Dance's words instantly infuriated and frustrated Hungry Ghost and his companions. They sorely wished they could take the woman's place. They were talking about an offer for exclusive training under Uncle Lee. The Sacred Temple's geniuses hungered for such an opportunity, yet Fire Dance treated the offer as if it were an insult. "Alright. If you change your mind, you can contact me with this. We will welcome you at any time." Uncle Lee could not help but sigh at Fire Dance's reply. He tossed her a communication scroll before turning to leave. Vanishing the communication scroll was a common tool in God's domain. Even if without being friends, they could communicate through the scroll. Only, it needed to be bound to someone first, then the wielder could contact the initial owner at any time. The scroll was mostly intended for players that wished to hide their identities. In Uncle Lee's opinion, Fire Dance was still too young. She had only replied in such a way because she had yet to understand just how powerful the experts at the top of the world were. Only after Fire Dance had fought those experts would she learn how vast this world truly was. At that time, she would seek him out. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Shifeng had recovered, Hungry Ghost and his team used their rapid teleportation scrolls and left Stormwind Town. Sea's End, Dark City Yasland. After using the rapid teleportation scroll, Hungry Ghost and the others arrived in Yasland, a lawless city. Even if one killed other players inside the city, the NPC guards paid no attention to the crime. The only reason these NPC patrols existed was to defend the city itself from those who sought to harm it. Uncle Lee, the target is stronger than we expected. Moreover, he has companions following him in secret. Should we ask for the Punishment Legion's help during our next attempt? We'll have a greater chance of eliminating the target, Hungry Ghost asked Uncle Lee, who had just teleported into the city. The Punishment Legion was the Sacred Temple's Assassination Legion. The Legion had specifically been formed to deal with other superpowers' key figures. Although the Legion's members were weaker than their party members individually, they had the advantage of numbers. They also had gear that gave them an advantage against other players. "No need. We're giving up on this mission," Uncle Lee said, shaking his head. "As for the guild leader and 100 Leaves, I'll explain the situation to them personally. You guys can go level up and upgrade your gear for now. Chapter 1263, Becoming Famous at Sea. The Reef Sea, famed for its coral reefs, pearls, and other precious materials, was a level 40 to level 55 high-resource map a short distance away from Reef Island. Dozens of speedboats attacked a massive, level 53 sea monster. Unlike normal sea monsters, this was a boss, a chieftain-rank sea monster. It was also one of Reef Sea's overloads right now. This overlord had very little HP remaining. Its HP is at 20%. Advanced speedboats, back away. Let the bronze speedboats tank it. 100 Leaves commanded through the team chat after the Freedom Alliance redistributed the leveling maps. The 8th Fleet's members traveled to the Reef Sea and Echo Canyon to level. The first thing they needed to do was kill the map's field bosses. The first reason was to guarantee their ship's safety when exploring these maps, allowing their members easy access to towns and leveling spots. The second reason was to obtain the weapons and equipment these bosses dropped. Each map had a limited number of field bosses. Once these bosses were killed, they could take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to respawn. Each time players killed these bosses, they dropped fewer top-tier weapons and equipment when they respawned. Hence, when the area's major powers discovered a field boss, they swarmed to kill it immediately. This was also why conflict was so common in leveling maps. As independent players passed, they watched the 8th Fleet with shock and envy. The Freedom Alliance's 8th Fleet is so strong. They're actually challenging a 9-claw squid so soon after arriving. Even the Freedom Alliance's 2nd Fleet never dared to challenge this boss. Haven't you heard? There's been a huge shift in the Freedom Alliance's ranks. The 8th Fleet currently ranks the 2nd strongest. As for the 2nd Fleet, it's ranked 10th. We really got lucky this time. If they kill the 9-claw squid, it'll be easier to get to Reef Island. The passing players chatted as they watched the battle. Not only was the 9-claw squid one of Reef Sea's overlords, but it was also Reef Island's gatekeeper. Reef Island was a valuable location due to its ancient ruins. One could obtain plenty of treasures and top-tier items in those ruins. However, players had to get past the 9-claw squid before they could reach Reef Island. Sometime later, the 9-claw squid shrieked as its body slammed into the water. A large number of items then dropped around its body. The spectators drooled when they saw the loot. As this was the first time the 9-claw squid had been killed, it had dropped plenty of items. They could count at least 50 in total. Moreover, every item was top-tier. If put up for auction, the items would easily sell for large sums. Of course, the 8th Fleet had also paid a considerable price for these items. In total, they had lost 3 advanced speedboats and 11 ordinary speedboats. The fleet's bronze speedboats also received varying amounts of damage. The repairs would be costly. Repairing ships was far more expensive than repairing weapons and equipment. Even an ordinary speedboat with half of its durability would cost around 2 or 3 gold to repair. Advanced speedboats could cost anywhere from 10 to 20 gold. Needless to say, bronze speedboats were even more expensive. Moreover, advanced shipwright someone collect the loot. Everyone else, rest up. We'll dock on Reef Island soon, 100 Leaves instructed. She then noticed the communication request from Uncle Lee, revealing an excited expression. She accepted the call and asked, "Uncle Lee, have you dealt with the issue?" As far as she was concerned, once she dispatched Uncle Lee's party, Feng had no hope of survival. Uncle Lee must have contacted her to report his success. No. The assassination failed, Uncle Lee said, shaking his head. Failed? 100 Leaves was momentarily stunned. Quickly, she reacted and asked, "Is he that strong?" Uncle Lee was the Sacred Temple's #1 assassination expert. Both Vanishing Cloud and Agile Thunder God were advanced techniques that even Domain Realm experts struggled to learn. Agile Thunder God, in particular, allowed one to become practically invincible in melee combat, giving the player the upper hand in every exchange. That's not the case. When we attacked, his companions showed up to protect him. When Uncle Lee thought about Fire Dance, he was disappointed that he couldn't recruit the woman. Uncle Lee, whatever you need for the next assassination attempt, just ask. I can even hire other assassination experts to help you. After hearing about Feng's companions, 100 Leaves had a rough guess as to what had happened. Usually, assassination attempts were carefully planned. An unexpected factor would significantly decrease the chances of success. Unfortunately, now that the first attempt had failed, Feng would be on guard, making it even more difficult to kill the swordsman. I've already discussed this with the guild leader, and we have agreed to give up this mission for the moment. Uncle Lee said give up? But 100 Leaves demanded the target and his companions are all extremely powerful. I believe that they are supported by some superpower. Although we still don't know which superpower is moving in secret, our sacred temple has other matters to attend to. We don't have enough energy to fight another superpower, Uncle Lee said seriously. My guild leader had decided to ignore them temporarily. We'll decide what to do after we take control of the Freedom Alliance. The guild leader said that? Although 100 Leaves was hesitant, she had to obey the guild leader. I understand. I'll make sure to secure the first fleet position in the next siege battle. Alright. Also, the target has declared war on the House of Seas. Don't poke your nose into this matter. Let them wear each other down, Uncle Lee warned her before disconnecting the call. He declared war on the House of Seas? But has he lost his mind? 100 Leaves gaped, wondering if she had heard wrong. The House of Seas was even stronger than the entire Freedom Alliance. It also had the support of a major corporation. It had both financial strength and manpower in abundance. Moreover, although it wasn't as powerful as a super first-rate guilds, due to the situation in Sea's End, it was much stronger than veteran first-rate guilds. Yet Feng had openly declared war against the guild. She wasn't sure if Feng was brave or just foolish. Immediately, 100 Leaves launched an investigation into the matter. Before, she had focused on commanding the battle against the Nine-Claw Squid, so she had been oblivious about anything outside of the battle. Who is this guy? When 100 Leaves received the information her subordinates had collected, she was astonished. Feng was simply overbearing. He actually intended to fight the House of Seas to the bitter end. Meanwhile, a storm brewed in the House of Seas main headquarters in Meteorite City. Great. A single player dares to declare war against the House of Seas. Now we're a laughingstock in Sea's End. Pass the word. Use everything we have to take down Stormwind Town. I want him obliterated. Send the Blood-Drinking Legion to keep an eye on him as well. If he sets foot outside of the town, kill him. I want everyone in Sea's End to know that no one gets away with provoking the House of Seas. Tyrant Serpent, the House of Seas guild leader, laughed in anger after watching the declaration of war video on the official forums. Since he wants to sell the Sea God's blessing, I'll give him a chance. From now on, sell our Sea God's blessings in our shops. Sell them at 1 gold per bottle. Didn't he recently purchase a large stock? I want to see just how much money he can afford to lose. Chapter 1264, Number 1 at Sea. Inside the House of Seas meeting room. Tyrant Serpent's orders shocked the guild's upper echelons in the room. This was the first time they had seen their guild leader so enraged, angry enough to make rash decisions. Guild leader, isn't that a little too far? We're already spending 1 gold for each Sea God's blessing we obtain. If we sell the potion for 1 gold, won't we be working for nothing? Moreover, our stock is limited. If we don't sell enough potions, that player will continue to make a profit, yet if we sell too many, we might not have enough for our members. It could hurt our exploration of Death's Waterfall. The House of Seas had stumbled upon the secret land, Death's Waterfall, by coincidence. The area's resources were beyond abundant. It was even home to quite a few ancient ruins. The small corner of Death's Waterfall they had explored thus far had already boosted the guild's strength significantly. Among their initial harvest, they had obtained over a dozen bronze speedboats. They had also obtained a mysterious iron speedboat. There was even less need to mention the number of top-tier weapons and equipment they had found. The areas of Death's Waterfall they had explored thus far were only the tip of the iceberg. The farther they ventured, the more frightening the treasures they encountered. However, the secret land's environment was severe. If players did not possess sufficiently high magic resistance, survival was out of the question. Hence, the House of Seas had purchased the Sea God's blessing in bulk. Fortunately, the House of Seas had met an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist, which allowed them to synthesize runic crystals at a much higher success rate. However, while the cost of synthesizing the runic crystals had decreased significantly, it still wasn't cheap to explore Death's Waterfall. The House of Seas invested tons of coins and resources each day. Moreover, the guild increased its investments by the day. The more players they could send into the secret land, the faster they could explore the area. Naturally, they would send as many players as they could. This was also why their guild was in short supply of coins. However, after seeing the popularity of the Sea God's blessing in the various empires, they had found a solution to their money problem. They could sell some of their stock to fund the exploration. But selling the Sea God's blessing at cost would gain them nothing. Don't worry. Previously, we only purchased runic fragments for 6 silver per stack to prevent others from synthesizing runic crystals. If we purchase the fragments in bulk for 4 silver per stack, that brat won't have any hope against us, Tyrant Serpent said, chuckling. You just need to focus on finding an opportunity to kill that player. Hearing this, realization dawned on the upper echelons. After all was said and done, Stormwind Town was only a town. The teleportation fees to get there weren't cheap. Meanwhile, the House of Seas had shops in all of the 12 major NPC cities as well as numerous NPC towns in Sea's End. If players only planned to sell a small number of fragments, they could earn far more by selling them for 4 silver per stack rather than traveling to Stormwind Town to sell them for 5 silver per stack. By doing this, not only could they hinder Shurfeng's financial progress, but they could also lower their cost of obtaining the Sea God's blessing. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they doubted that Shurfeng had the assistance of a Grandmaster Alchemist. If this competition persisted long-term, Shurfeng would eventually fail to make any money with the Sea God's blessing, suffering losses. Instead, guild leader is the best. If that brat had agreed to cooperate from the very beginning, he could have kept 20% of his profits. Now, he'll be kicked out of the competition and hunted endlessly. Following which, the House of Seas upper echelons left to fulfill Tyrant Serpent's orders. As the House of Seas had discussed Shurfeng's situation, players also discussed the matter on Sea's End's official forums. Someone had long since uploaded Shurfeng's declaration video against the House of Seas. No one had ever expected this outcome. Despite the House of Seas sending hundreds of experts at Shurfeng, the guild suffered a miserable defeat, its experts either dying or running away with their tails between their legs. Shurfeng's battle video had also mesmerized many independent players. Whether it was his positioning, dodges, or attacks, compared to the other expert battle videos they had seen, this video was worlds apart. In prior battle videos, they had seen experts take on 20 opponents at most. Moreover, those crowds usually consisted of ordinary players with poor equipment and low levels. The higher quality videos usually only recorded a single expert taking on 3 or 4 elite players. Even so, the videos were educational and helped them to learn many combat techniques. However, Shurfeng's battle video showcased a fight against the House of Seas' 200-man expert team. Even if some were not true experts, they were not that far off from it either. Just one of these players could easily overwhelm multiple independent players like themselves, yet Shurfeng had suppressed all 200. If these players were distracted in the slightest while watching the battle video, they'd miss how the House of Seas members had died. Some of them had even opted to play the video in slow motion. Their eyes couldn't keep up with Shurfeng's speed. After all, such a mythical battle completely redefined their definition of expert. Compared to Shurfeng, the usual experts were nothing than a joke. The boss of this grocery store is invincible. He actually killed close to half of the House of Seas' 200 experts by himself. I wonder if he'd accept an apprentice? I have to ask him to teach me his ways. I wonder if that shopkeeper plans to establish an adventurer team or guild. If he does, I have to join even if I go bankrupt. How can he move so fast? Is he even human? He's a monster. There isn't a single player in Sea's End that's a match for him. Even those famous experts can't block one of his attacks. Ha! The House of Seas is in trouble this time. They've provoked such an expert. If this expert wants revenge, the House of Seas members will have to be careful. The House of Seas has indeed knocked on the wrong door this time. However, it won't be easy for this expert to cause trouble for the House of Seas. After all, the guild has nearly 1 million members. Even if he can kill a player each second, it would take him days to annihilate the guild. Even if he goes out of his way to hunt them down, what about his level and equipment? At the end of the day, one man's power is limited. At most, this player can annoy the House of Seas and damage its reputation. Even so, he's still pretty impressive. The House of Seas is one of Seas End's overlords. Have you ever seen the House of Seas suffer such a miserable defeat before? The forums buzzed with conversation regarding Shattering. The most debated topic was about who would emerge victorious. Would it be Shattering? Or would the House of Seas triumph? Although the outcome was unknown, everyone agreed on one thing. The grocery store's proprietor was undoubtedly the #1 expert in Seas End for a time. Many players dreamed of being Shattering students because of this. The grocery store's popularity skyrocketed. By now, practically everyone in Seas End knew about it. In just half an hour after Shattering's battle with the House of Seas experts, Stormwind Town was packed with players, the town's player population increasing by several times. Many had come out of admiration, while some had come to convince Shattering to teach them. There was also a portion that had come to sell their runic fragments. Players swarmed the shop. Even getting through the entrance was now a problem. Guild leader, too many players are trying to sell their runic fragments. The grocery store's warehouse is nearly at full capacity. Why don't we start renovating the shop? We can bring in some of Candlelight's products, Fire Dance excitedly suggested after entering the second-floor room. While she had been out purchasing Sea God's blessings, she had gained a general understanding of Seas End. She had to admit that the business standards here were significantly inferior to the Star Moon Kingdoms. The area's lifestyle players were also low quality. If they sold the Candlelight trading firm's merchandise here, the items would definitely be in high demand. Chapter 1265, Town Manager. Promote Candlelight's merchandise? Fire Dance's sudden suggestion tempted even Shattering. However, he quickly came to a decision and shook his head, saying, "It's not time for that yet." Why? Fire Dance was confused. The House of Seas can't touch us in Stormwind Town for now. Even if we sell our merchandise here, all they can do is watch. They might not be able to touch us, but that's not the case for everyone, Shattering said as he glanced out the window. He pointed at the large group of players wearing the House of Seas Guild emblem that had appeared on the street below. Speak of the devil. Fire Dance curiously followed his gaze. Immediately, she noticed 100 House of Seas members outside the grocery store. These players had blocked off the shop's entrance, preventing anyone from getting close. From now on, anybody that enters this grocery store will be an enemy of the House of Seas. Anybody that ignores this warning will reap the consequences as soon as they leave the town. The House of Seas will also start purchasing runic fragments without limit for 5 silver per stack. The leading House of Seas member announced. The representative instantly had the attention of every player in the business district. They hadn't expected the guild to adopt the stick-and-carrot approach. Rather than provoking the House of Seas, they'd be safest to sell their fragments to the guild. Fire Dance also realized what Shattering had meant. The House of Seas might not be able to attack them, but the guild could easily deal with other players. As Fire Dance considered the situation, several more groups appeared on the street. These players were all House of Seas members, and they were all level 41 and above. They were decorated with excellent weapons and equipment, the most inferior of which was level 40 secret silver rank. After making their appearance, these players marched towards Stormwind Town's entrance. It was obvious they intended to grind in Stormwind Shelter. The House of Seas sure moves quickly. Shattering smiled faintly as he watched the House of Seas elite teams leave town to grind. It seems we need to hurry. Guild leader, leave this to me. Even if the House of Seas bars players from selling us their fragments in Stormwind Town, I can set up stalls in other towns and cities. I refuse to believe they can corner us completely, Fire Dance said confidently. She was an assassin. She was also incredibly strong. It would be very difficult for the House of Seas to keep track of and assassinate her, although it would be tiresome running about numerous towns and cities, and she could only carry so many runic fragments in her bag space. They could still purchase quite a few Sea God's blessings with 4,000 fragment stacks. The House of Seas was dreaming if it thought it could stop them from purchasing runic fragments. No. We'll stop collecting runic fragments temporarily. Our priority is to secure ownership of Stormwind Town, Shattering said, chuckling. Secure ownership? Fire Dance was surprised. That's right. The towns in Seas End are slightly special. If we want to develop a shop here, we need to manage the town, Shattering said, nodding. The town managers wield powerful authority. Although they cannot banish players from the town, they can prevent players from setting up shops. Players would have to sign a contract with the town manager before doing so. This is why there are so few shops in Sea's End and why the business development here is so poor currently. Stormwind Town isn't under any player's control. If we want to establish a shop, we need to take control of Stormwind Town quickly. If we let the House of Seas get there first, we'll be doomed. This was also why the House of Seas had dispatched several elite teams to grind in Stormwind Shelter to become a town's manager. One first needed to have the most contribution points of any player in that town. They would then have to take the manager's test and pass it. Only then could they become the town's manager for a single month. Once the month ended, if the player still had the highest contribution points, they could continue to serve as the town's manager. If not, they would be replaced. It was a brutal competition. In contrast, the player towns on land did not have time limits. As long as no one else conquered the town, they could hold the position. Should I summon the Dark God's Legion to help? Fire Dance asked if they wanted to obtain contribution points quickly. They needed more manpower currently. The Dark God's Legion was only second to Zero Wing's main force. Although the members were not as high-leveled as Sea's End's experts, when it came to combat standards, they could easily triumph if it came to a fight. The Dark God's Legion members would have no problems taking on 3 of the House of Seas experts. No need. We're more than enough for this, Shifeng said, waving his hand. While having the Dark God's Legion wasn't a bad idea, this problem couldn't be resolved with more manpower. After all, the requirement to become a town's manager depended on an individual player's contribution points, not the contribution points of a guild or team. Part of the reason that he had spent 10,000 gold to purchase a Stormwind emblem was to obtain Stormwind Town only. The House of Seas had given him no choice but to accelerate his plans with the Stormwind emblem. Players were granted authority within Stormwind Town. With this authority, players could accept advanced town quests, which would allow them to gain town contribution points far more quickly. After all, a large fraction of the TCP's players obtained came from quests. Moreover, the higher a quest's rank, the more TCPs it awarded. This was why the various powers fought for town emblem synthesizing runic crystals is boring. Let's pay a visit to the Sea God's Temple, Shifeng said as he stood. In the past, Stormwind Town had been a miniature holy land, which God's domain's various superpowers had fought over. War had been common here, each conflict reaping easily over 500,000 lives. To take control of the town, these powers first had to grind for contribution points. Aside from the daily town quests, plenty of hidden advanced quests and rare quests were available. However, only players with a town emblem or a particular level of authority could accept these quests. In the past, the Sacred Temple had obtained Stormwind Town in part due to a rare quest. Players could accept this quest repeatedly as long as they could pay the price. Every time players completed it, it awarded more contribution points. Many players with authority had known about this quest. However, almost all of them had disregarded it as a waste of both time and manpower. To them, the contribution point reward wasn't worth the price. For a while, no one had accepted it. However, one player from the Sacred Temple had persevered and stubbornly completed the quest, again and again. After his 9th completion, he had more contribution points than any other player in Stormwind Town. This was a shortcut to collecting contribution points. Although everyone eventually learned the truth about this quest, no one else had ever completed it 9 times. Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple. Shortly after Shifeng entered the main hall, he noticed quite a few players following him. The crowd even included a stealthed assassin. Although none of these players wore a guild emblem, it was obvious that they were from the House of Seas. They sure are diligent. Well, continue following. That is, if you can. Shifeng simply smiled as he noticed the House of Seas members. He walked up to an NPC receptionist and said, "Hello. I wish to meet with Vice Temple Master Arnold." "Sir, please follow me." Upon seeing the Stormwind emblem on Shifeng's chest, the NPC receptionist nodded before leading Shifeng to the 2nd floor. Fire Dance waited for him in the 1st floor hall. As Shifeng saw to his business in the Sea God's Temple, a sudden discovery shook the various empires on land. Some shops were actually selling the Sea God's Blessing. Moreover, the potion only cost 1 gold per bottle. Chapter 1266, Dragon's Blood. Apocalypse Empire, Death Whisper Hill. An army of over 100,000 undead guarded the Death Whisper fortress. A legion of 1,000 players clashed with the constant stream of undead. These undead wore tattered armor and wielded swords and shields. Their movements were organized, and even the weakest among them was a level 42 elite, while the strongest included level 46 lords. If a normal 1,000-man legion faced this army, they would be terrified. However, this 1,000-man legion killed the undead with a militaristic efficiency, acting as if the situation were just a matter of course. Several hundred MTs raised their shields as they held the undead back, none of them even attacking the monsters as they focused on defense. With the limited space, the MTs maneuvered their shields and displayed impressive technique as they prevented the undead from breaking past their line. As for the DPS players behind the shield wall, they launched an unrelenting assault. Occasionally, they used AoE attacks, dealing high amounts of damage to a cluster of monsters. Good DPS prioritized chieftain rank and above monsters. Healers, keep an eye on your mana. If it falls below 30%, retreat, switch players with a backup healer, and recover. Phoenix Rain commanded her legion while attacking a Lord-ranked monster. She remained wholly unperturbed despite facing down an undead army led by 100 lords. It seemed as if this battle were completely under her control. As Phoenix Rain was commanding the battle, Blue Phoenix, who wielded a dark blue crystal staff that radiated the epic rank glow and wore a complete level 45 dark gold set equipment for elementalists, walked up to her leader's side. Blue Phoenix then reported quietly, "Big Sis Rain, we just received news that a shop in Chaos Rock City is selling the popular Sea God's Blessing. Moreover, the potion only costs 1 gold per bottle." "What? Why is it so cheap?" When Phoenix Rain heard Blue Phoenix's report, a hint of surprise slipped through her calm exterior. Is the information reliable? Or is that shop just trying to become famous, selling a small number for such a low price? The Sea God's Blessing had become a strategic resource, which God's domain's superpowers competed over. Its effects were wondrous for exploring secret ruins and raiding dungeons. Among the Sea God's Blessings sold in the Apocalypse Empire, Phoenix Rain had only obtained a little over 500 bottles. Miracle and Battle Wolves had snatched the majority of the potions. Meanwhile, she was saving these Sea God's Blessing as a trump card to raid large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons and the competition on Thunder Island. Previously, the cheapest Sea God's Blessings in the Apocalypse Empire's auction house had sold for 6 gold. Even after deducting the processing fees, the players selling the potion would get over 5 gold per bottle, yet someone had decided to sell it for 1 gold. No matter how she looked at it, this felt like fake news. She had long since investigated the Sea God's Blessing. The potion could only be purchased from the Sea God's Temple. The only way to obtain a large quantity in a short time right now was to trade in runic crystals. However, runic crystals were even rarer than magic crystals. Other than defeating boss-grade sea monsters, the only reliable way of obtaining them was to synthesize runic fragments. Unfortunately, the synthesis was expensive. Initial estimates put the cost of 1 bottle of Sea God's Blessing at a minimum of 1 gold, 50 silver. If unlucky, the potion might even cost 2 gold. Although her people had tried that method, the results had been disappointing. After all, they knew very few NPC master alchemists. Moreover, unless they achieved a certain level of favorability with these NPCs, they would not receive any help. Most importantly, each Sea God's Temple had a limited number of Sea God's Blessings. By the time they had amassed a large number of runic crystals, the Sea God's Temple they had visited had run out of stock. I thought the same thing. But according to our reports, the shop has already sold more than 1,000 bottles. Many large guilds have given up on purchasing the potion in the auction house. Only independent teams with flimsy information networks are bidding on the potions. Blue Phoenix explained, "This is interesting. Have you found out who runs that shop yet?" Phoenix Rain asked, chuckling softly. "The House of Seas owns the shop. It is a warehouse-type shop that the House of Seas operates to collect materials and potions that cannot be found at sea." Blue Phoenix then sent Phoenix Rain the related information. Chaos Rock City ranked in the tens among the many NPC cities in the Apocalypse Empire. It was insignificant compared to the Imperial capital. With enough money early in the game, anyone could obtain land in the NPC cities ranked beyond 10th place. None of the superpowers would pay any attention to these small cities taking advantage of this fact. Powers such as the House of Seas, that were not based in the Apocalypse Empire, had purchased the lands. One of the reasons for doing so was to set up a foundation for any potential development. They could also set up a shop to serve as their eyes in the Empire while they used it as a warehouse of sorts. Their competitor must be quite strong to force the House of Seas to this. Phoenix Rain chuckled. Since the House of Seas wants to stomp its competition by lowering the potion's price, we'll use this opportunity to buy as many as we can. However, we cannot let the House of Seas' competitor die off too quickly. Have someone contact the competitor and tell them that we wish to have a chat. Understood. Blue Phoenix promptly began to contact her subordinates. While Phoenix ran and Blue Phoenix had conversed, the other major powers had sent their people to investigate the situation. After all, they all knew that the House of Seas had a very strong backer. They were curious to know who was capable of forcing the House of Seas into this corner. Moreover, whoever was responsible was capable of securing a large quantity of sea gods' blessings. If the other party were strong enough, they could consider forming a partnership. If not, all the better. Stormwind Town, Sea God's Temple's second-floor reception room. After waiting in the reception room for some time, Shifeng watched a stern, gray-robed, old man nearing his 70s enter the room. Although this old man's hair was fully white, he brimmed with spirit. Moreover, the instant this old man appeared, Shifeng felt the space around him radiate an immense pressure. He felt as if he would be turned into meat paste if he made any sudden movements. This old man was none other than Arnold, the Vice Temple Master of Stormwind Town's Sea God's Temple. On the surface, the NPC's information showed that he was a level 160, Tier 3 Great Mage. In reality, however, he was a Tier 4 Great Wizard. Only, due to his last battle, he had fallen ill, falling a tier as a result. This was the beginning of the rare quest chain. Young adventurer, what business do you have with me? Arnold asked indifferently as he watched Shifeng as the Sea God's Temple's Vice Temple Master. His status was extremely high. If not for Shifeng's Stormwind emblem, he would not be worth this NPC's time. Arnold's cold greeting didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Smiling, he answered, Lord Arnold, I've heard that, to protect this town in the past, you fought a desperate battle against an abyssal monster. In the end, you used a curse to kill the monster. However, you suffered a backlash as a result. I have an advanced healing potion with me. I hope that it can be of some help to your injuries. Saying so, Shifeng took an advanced healing potion from his bag. Thank you, young adventurer, Arnold said, his tone no longer cold and indifferent. He then shook his head and said, however, you are better off saving this advanced healing potion for yourself. I know full well what kind of wound I suffer. It is not that easy to treat. Even the water of life cannot help me. May I know what may help you recover, Lord Arnold? Shifeng asked. Young adventurer, I do not wish to belittle your strength, but curing my wounds is too difficult. If you really wish to help me, you must first collect a drop of dragon's blood, Arnold said, chuckling. He then turned and left the reception room. System, Rare Hidden Quest, Heroes Past, triggered. Do you wish to accept? Shifeng accepted the quest without hesitation. Sure enough, the quest is the same as it was in the past. Shifeng released a sigh of relief. After all, he did not have a deep understanding of Sea's End. Much of his information contained falsehoods. Fortunately, the information regarding this quest had been true. The first item this chain quest required was the super rare herb, Dragon's Blood. When consumed, players would permanently gain anywhere from 10 to 20 strength. Very few players were willing to trade such a precious item for a few TCP, following which, Shifeng left the reception room and headed downstairs. Fire Dance, who was in stealth, approached with an anxious expression and reported, Guild leader, this isn't good. The House of Seas is selling a large number of sea gods' blessings in shops throughout the various empires. Moreover, they are selling them for 1 gold per bottle. Everyone has stopped buying the potion from the auction house. In addition, the House of Seas is purchasing runic fragments without limit in the various towns and cities for 4 silver per stack. I'm afraid that it won't be long before they buy out all of the runic fragments other players have accumulated. If that happens, it won't be easy to purchase fragments in bulk anymore. Chapter 1267, frightening influence. The House of Seas is quite bold, Shifeng muttered, revealing a bitter smile when he read the information Fire Dance had given him. Aren't they afraid that they'll go bankrupt? Selling the sea god's blessing for 1 gold per bottle was simply foolish. It was the equivalent of harming oneself to damage the enemy. By doing so, neither side would profit while the House of Seas could recover from the losses if it endured. If it lost the competition, its efforts would go to waste. Unlike the House of Seas, which could sell the potions in its shops through the various empires, Shifeng was at a disadvantage. He could only sell the sea god's blessing for a minimum of 1 gold, 2 silver in the auction house. In this case, he only sold a very small number of sea god's blessings each day. He would make barely any money. Guild leader, are we still going to sell the sea god's blessing? Fire Dance asked. Of course we are. Since the House of Seas wants to fight to the bitter end, I'd like to see how long they can keep this up, Shifeng said, smiling nonchalantly. Get a group of trustworthy assassins from the guild over here and have them sell our sea god's blessings in the various empires. We'll sell the potion for 60 silver per bottle. Limit the sales volume to 3,000 bottles per empire per day. Have them work in 3-man groups and rotate. Instruct a few others to split up and head to Seas End cities to purchase fragments in bulk. Since the House of Seas will buy the fragments at 4 silver per stack, we'll buy the fragments at 5 silver per stack. Keep our prices 1 silver higher than the House of Seas. To any other player, selling the sea god's blessing for 60 silver per bottle would result in a loss. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for Shifeng. If he purchased runic fragments at 5 silver per stack, it would only cost him 12 silver, 50 copper for each bottle of sea god's blessing. By selling the potions at 60 silver per bottle, he didn't get as much profit. Even so, profit was profit. The House of Seas could only blame itself for picking a fight with the wrong player. Understood. Fire Dance smiled. Had the House of Seas chosen to challenge them properly, both sides would have made a profit. Now, however, the House of Seas had shot itself in the leg, following which, Fire Dance contacted the guild's elite assassins and had them hurry to Stormwind Town. Meanwhile, Shifeng brought 4,000 bottles of Sea God's Blessing back to White River City. He planned to store them in the guild warehouse and let the guild's core members trade GCP for the potions. At the same time, he intended to search for Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood was also known as Draconic Herb. It was extremely rare. Even if one scoured Sea's End, they wouldn't find it. Normally, it was a treasure that only bloomed in kingdoms and empires that produced herbs. To obtain the herb, a player needed luck. Even Shifeng would have a hard time finding the herb. Hence, he would rely on the Candlelight trading firm to purchase it for a high price. Otherwise, he'd never move to the next part of the quest chain. White River City's teleportation hall. As soon as Shifeng returned using the return scroll, he discovered a flood of players teleporting into the city. There were at least twice as many players than before. Among them, there were members of large guilds belonging to other kingdoms and empires. He easily counted members of 14 first-rate guilds in the teleportation hall. There were also a large group of Battle Wolves members. For a moment, Shifeng wondered if he had mistakenly teleported to the Beast Empire's capital. What's going on? Shifeng was surprised as he observed the teleportation hall. Before Shifeng could figure out what was happening, he heard players discussing the candlelight auction. There sure are a lot of people going to the candlelight auction this time. No kidding. Not only will the auction offer slots to enter the holy city of Titan, but they're also selling bronze mounts and personal houses. The popularity of the holy city's slots goes without saying. And every player wants a personal house. Not only can you train in a high mana density environment, but you can also take advantage of the NPC shops selling rare items. It'd be so convenient to travel to and from Stone Forest Town and the nearby leveling maps. That's right. Aside from large guilds, plenty of famous adventurer teams have come to participate in the auction. I have heard that they are all here to get one of Stone Forest Town's personal houses. It's a pity that the starting bid for the houses is 300 gold. I would have tried to buy one for myself if it were cheaper. That's already considerably cheap. Stone Forest Town is the #1 player town throughout Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms. Practically every player in the teleportation hall chatted about the Candlelight Auction and Stone Forest Town. When they talked about Stone Forest Town, they wore yearning expressions. Has Stone Forest Town become so popular? Feng was slightly surprised. While he acknowledged that Stone Forest Town was a valuable location, he hadn't thought that it would attract so many players from other kingdoms and empires. After all, Stone Forest Town's location was gradually growing less profitable. By the time mainstream players were over level 50, the town would lose its competitive edge. The only advantage the town would have at that time would be its mana density and the NPC shop's rare items. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Players crowded the 7-story tall building's entrance. Originally, only players with 10 gold or more could enter the shop. However, due to the high number of participants, the trading firm had been forced to raise the requirement to 100 gold. Even then, the designated auction venue, which could accommodate 10,000 people, was full to the brim. Even the VIP rooms were not enough. Originally, only those carrying over 2,000 gold qualified to use the VIP rooms. Now, only those with 10,000 gold or those from superpowers could use the rooms. Most first-rate guilds didn't have 10,000 gold lying around, yet the 30 VIP rooms were occupied. The Candlelight Auction was more popular than anyone had expected. Melancholic Smile, the auction's host, was stupefied. She found it truly hard to imagine that a mere auction, held by a player-operated shop, could attract so many superpowers and famous adventurer teams. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only one surprised. Even the various powers that had come to attend the auction were shocked to discover so many competitors. Normally, only superpowers auctions attracted so much attention, yet an upstart guild had achieved the same results. Moreover, these powers had all come of their own volition. None of them had been invited. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Guild leader, I've already checked. 7 super guilds and super first-rate guilds are in attendance. Practically every first-rate guild from the neighboring kingdoms and empires are here as well. Purple Eye reported to Galaxy Past. There really is no competing with Zero Wing. Galaxy Past smiled bitterly as he watched the sea of players in the first floor hall. Only after many years had Galaxy Past developed the Star Alliance into a first-rate guild. However, if the Star Alliance held an auction right now, they'd be lucky if even 5 or 6 first-rate guilds attended. In contrast, Zero Wing had only begun its development after God's Domain launched, yet it had surpassed his many years of effort. Galaxy Past had to admit that the comparison was odious. What kind of reaction will Singular Burial have if he finds out about this? Galaxy Past muttered some time ago. Heaven's Burial had announced that it would hold an auction at the same time as the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock. Chapter 1268, Foundation that Exceeds Expectations. The Candlelight Auction's turnout exceeded everyone's expectations as everyone waited quietly for the auction to begin. A stalwart-looking man seated in a 2nd-floor VIP room and carrying a great sword across his back exclaimed, "Boss Sirius, the Candlelight Trading Firm is awesome. Despite this being its first auction, it can already compete with the Dark Auction." Indeed. Although the Candlelight Auction is no match for the Dark Auction, in terms of the number of major powers participating in this auction, I'm afraid that it is already nearing the level of Super Guild's auctions. Sirius, who sat beside the stalwart man, nodded. He, too, was surprised. After his defeat against Feng in the Dark Arena. He had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. However, while he knew that Zero Wing's overall strength could rival that of a first-rate guild, he had never imagined that the guild would be this powerful. From the moment he had set foot in White River City, practically every one of his expectations had been surpassed. Whether it was the business district or the standards of the players in the city, White River City was superior to many kingdoms' capital cities in God's Domain. A guild's capabilities weren't determined by its strength alone. The status of its main city was also important. Oftentimes, the prosperity of a city determined the development of a guild. Currently, White River City's prosperity was not one bit inferior to Starmoon City. If not for the new expansion pack, which caused dark cities to appear near various kingdoms' capitals, White River City would have most likely surpassed Star Moon City by a large margin if not for the candlelight trading firm's intention of selling the slots to enter Titan City. He really wouldn't have discovered that Zero Wing had already developed to such a degree. Meanwhile, in another room, a handsome man glared, displeased, at the crowded first-floor hall pavilion. Master, my people have finished the investigation into the situation. So many people are attending this auction to bid for Stone Forest Town's personal housing and the advanced mana armor kits, a dignified young man reported. Although this young man simply stood there, he seemed like the center of the universe. Moreover, he radiated a terrifying aura. Even the man's companions, who were level 42 experts, wouldn't get within 10 yards of him. This young man was none other than the monster of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that had grasped a domain at a very young age, Martial Dragon. Zero Wing is actually capable of such a grand auction. No wonder why Rain has such an optimistic view of this guild. It's a pity that, even after attracting so many customers with the Holy City slots, Zero Wing only has such pitiful items to sell. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered when he saw Melancholic Smile walking up to the stage. If this auction were organized properly, it could attract so many more major powers in the future. It would massively boost Zero Wing's development. After all, these major powers had money. Anyone else would only have spare change. Zero Wing would never have attracted the true major powers if not for the Holy City's slots. As Nine Dragons Emperor fell silent, the auction officially began under the crowd's attentive gaze. Melancholic Smile, who wore a luxurious, blue dress, approached the front of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Candlelight Auction. This auction will have two phases. During the first phase, we will sell items that have been carefully selected by our own auction house. The second stage will be a bartering session with the auction house as an intermediary. However, to ensure the quality of the items offered for trade, we will collect a processing fee of 10 magic crystals or 3 gold coins for each item. For materials specifically, we will charge 15 magic crystals or 4 gold coins per stack. As Melancholic Smile finished explaining the auction's flow, a commotion swept through the crowd. Crap! This is fraud. Even a first-rate guild's auction wouldn't dare charge 10 magic crystals for every item. That's right. How can you be this greedy? Players in the first-floor hall shouted their indignation. Although many of the major powers present had attended the dark auction before and knew about these bartering sessions, Candlelight's high price was ludicrous. The dark auction only dared to charge a high price because it was the best auction throughout God's domain. Only extraordinary existences were invited. Zero Wing sure is interesting. Nine Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he heard Melancholic Smile's explanation. However, this is a good opportunity to earn some money from the major powers. After all, a few of the superpowers here have come to bid for the Holy City slots. Whether it is the adventurer teams, independent players, or guilds, none would miss such a golden opportunity to trade high-value items. Such a shameful behavior would earn the various major powers' ire. Needless to say, the Candlelight auction wouldn't happen again. Even Phoenix Rain's reputation in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be soiled for supporting Zero Wing. Just what is Black Flame thinking? Yuan Tiexin stared at Melancholic Smile in confusion. Is he so desperate for money that he's willing to abandon his reputation? The first auction was always the most important. Asking for such an unreasonable price would only incur the wrath of the various major powers. None of these powers would likely visit the auction house in the future. Purple Jade, who sat beside Yuan Tiexin, was also confused. Based on her understanding of Black Flame, he wouldn't make such a newbie mistake. Meanwhile, as Melancholic Smile saw the attendees' reactions, she revealed an expression that seemed to say, as expected. Originally, she had planned to set the processing fees at 1 magic crystal or 30 silver coins per item. This way, they could more or less guarantee the quality of the items while avoiding such a negative reaction. After all, the Candlelight auction was relatively small compared to something like the Dark auction. Players weren't likely to offer high-quality items for trade. The Candlelight auction had only attracted so many superpowers and first-rate guilds due to the Holy City's slots, yet Shifeng had insisted on increasing the price. It was obvious he was treating the various attendees like fools. However, Now that things had already developed to this point, Melancholic Smile could only endure the complaints while starting the auction. We will now begin the auction. The first item we are offering is a magic whale skin. Melancholic Smile said as she gestured to the semi-transparent screen above the stage. The screen displayed an image of the magic whale skin as well as its attribute panel. Suddenly, the venue fell silent. What? Everyone was stunned after reading the item's introduction. The various major powers, particularly the superpowers, had already begun to develop their naval forces. Hence, they understood just how important ships were and were madly investing manpower and resources into obtaining high-ranking ships. These major powers wanted to upgrade their high-ranking ships to ease the fights against sea monsters. These organizations were even purchasing bronze-rank strengthening items at astronomical prices. However, such strengthening items were extremely rare, no less than the high-ranking ships themselves. Even if one obtained such an item, they'd refuse to sell it. After all, if one could strengthen their own ships, their power at sea would increase by a large margin. Yet, the Candlelight trading firm was actually auctioning off a dark gold-ranked strengthening item. Chapter 1269, Crazy Start. The Candlelight auction has even obtained a dark gold strengthening item. These attributes are ridiculous. I've heard that bronze strengthening items can only increase a ship's durability by 2 points, yet the magic whale skin can increase a ship's defense by 10% and durability by 10 points. It can even increase movement speed by 3%. The various guilds' upper echelons in the first floor hall panted as they stared at the magic whale skin. Ordinary players might not yet understand the game's ships, but the various large guilds present understood them very clearly. If an item like the magic whale skin were used to strengthen a bronze speedboat, it could improve the speedboat's performance significantly. Meanwhile, a speedboat could be enhanced to a total of 5 times. If one fully enhanced a bronze speedboat with magic whale skins, the speedboat's performance might even exceed mysterious iron speedboats. However, strengthening a bronze speedboat with a magic whale skin would be the epitome of luxury. At the very least, only mysterious iron ships would qualify for such a powerful strengthening item. Black Flame is quite generous. He has decided to use such a valuable item to open the auction. Yuan Tianxin was slightly astonished when he saw the magic whale skin. The various major powers had spared no effort to get ahead of others at sea, yet Zero Wing was giving such a wondrous item away. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons' Emperor's eyes shone as he stared at the magic whale skin. There were still a few days until the contest on Thunder Island began. If he could purchase the magic whale skin, he could upgrade one of his bronze speedboats. With this, he would have an easier time killing boss-grade sea monsters and obtaining thunder passes. When Melancholic Smile saw the crowd's excitement, she quietly released a sigh of relief. Now that everyone has seen the magic whale skin's attributes, let us proceed to the bidding. We will sell 3 sheets at a time. The starting price is 10,000 magic crystals, and each increment must not be lower than 500. Let us begin. As soon as Melancholic Smile announced the starting price, many players gasped. According to the current market price, 10,000 magic crystals was the equivalent of 2,500 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase a relatively good plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, magic crystals were far more precious than coins as they were more difficult to obtain. However, the high price wasn't the only reason these players were shocked. What surprised them more was Candlelight's ability to offer 3 magic whale skin sheets at a time. After all, a single sheet could not qualitatively transform a ship. However, 3 sheets could. What a ruthless price. Sirius chuckled as he shook his head. It seems Candlelight is going to take our money today. The competition at sea grew more intense with each passing day. If his guild could increase a high-ranking ship's performance by a rank, it would raise the guild's naval strength to new heights. While Sirius sighed, the price of the magic whale skins rose rapidly. 10,500 crystals. 11,000 crystals. 12,000 crystals. In just 10 seconds, the price had soared to 15,000 magic crystals. One could purchase epic equipment with that kind of money. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? We have already lent our magic crystals to Zero Wing. We have less than 5,000 crystals on hand. Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she watched the price of the magic whale skin continuously increase. She also felt that Zero Wing was too insincere. Rather than offering such a valuable item to them, Zero Wing had chosen to auction it. Phoenix Rain could only reveal a bitter smile in response. She had been racking her mind to figure out a way to increase her fleet strength. She had even led a team of experts to the Death Whisper Fortress personally to obtain ship-strengthening items. Only after many sacrifices had she gotten her hands on a mysterious iron-strengthening item. On the other hand, without anybody noticing, Zero Wing had dark gold strengthening items immediately. Phoenix Rain called up her friends list and contacted Shifeng team leader Yifeng. I wish to use the magic crystals I lent you to purchase the magic whale skins that are currently on auction. Will that be possible? Phoenix Rain asked. Of course. That won't be a problem. I'll notify the auctioneer right away. However, your maximum limit will be the 250,000 magic crystals you lent our guild. I can't make the decision if the price is higher than that, Shifeng said earnestly. One of the reasons that he had generously offered the magic whale skins for auction was to show everyone Zero Wing's foundations. In any case, he had 8 sheets in total. He only needed 5 to strengthen the Hurricane sailboat. Using the remaining 3 on speedboats or common small sailboats would be a waste. It would be more beneficial to sell them. The second reason was to pay back his debt. After all, he had yet to return the 250,000 magic crystals he had borrowed from Phoenix Rain. If he tried to offer her the top-tier dark gold weapons or equipment that he had obtained from the Dark Arena, it was unlikely that Phoenix Rain would be interested. Only something like the magic whale skin, which could increase one's naval strength, would garner Phoenix Rain's attention. Hearing Shifeng saying so, Phoenix Rain relaxed. There were still 5 days until the debt was due. Zero Wing could easily reject her request. 20,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain instantly placed a frightening bid as expected of the players in the VIP rooms. They can afford to place such insane bids casually. Both independent players and guilds in the first-floor hall were astonished by Phoenix Rain's bid. Even first-rate guilds were fortunate if they had a stockpile of 60,000 magic crystals. After all, there were too few sources. Moreover, their daily consumption was considerably high. It was impossible to stockpile so many. Spending 20,000 magic crystals just to strengthen a single ship was simply too much of a luxury. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of such a thing. 21,000 crystals. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned as he placed a new bid. The Holy City slots were his main goal. Hence, he hadn't prepared many magic crystals. He currently had 24,000 crystals on hand. After all, a small guild like Zero Wing should not be capable of offering anything worth his while now. However, it was too late for him to send his subordinates to collect more magic crystals. It seems the other powers haven't come prepared. Yuan Tiexin chuckled. Following which, he shouted, 30,000 crystals. The secret pavilion had prepared plenty of coins and magic crystals for the candlelight auction. After all, the secret pavilion had done business with Zero Wing many times before, so they knew that Zero Wing possessed strong foundations and had many items that could even tempt the secret pavilion. However, Yuan Tiexin had never expected to find such an opportunity. 31,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain placed a new bid, but she didn't raise it by much. While the magic whale skin was valuable, its price was already high. Any higher and one could afford a bronze speedboat. 35,000 crystals. Yuan Tiexin said without hesitation. 36,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain frowned as she glanced at Yuan Tiexin's room a short distance away. This was the highest she was willing to go. Although she had plenty of magic crystals, she could not waste them. The other audience members were stupefied. The cost of 3 magic whale skins could already rival half of a first-rate guild's magic crystals. It seems that they have reached their limit. Yuan Tiexin smiled. 40,000 crystals. The other superpowers might only want the magic whale skin to fortify a bronze speedboat. However, the secret pavilion was in possession of a mysterious iron speedboat. 3 magic whale skins could almost put their ship on par with a secret silver speedboat. A secret silver speedboat. He wouldn't even blink at spending 100,000 magic crystals on such a ship, much less 40,000. The instant he placed his 40,000 crystal bid, the venue fell silent. After Melancholic Smile knocked the gavel 3 times and confirmed the sale, A gasp echoed throughout the auction house. The major powers that had scolded the candlelight trading firm for fraud had run out of comments. The first auction item had sold for 40,000 magic crystals. They had to admit that the candlelight auction was high quality. Only, they still thought that the processing fees for the bartering session were somewhat expensive. However, not long after these major powers had such thoughts, the second auction item was revealed above the stage. Every one of these major powers stared in silence. Even the various superpowers were no exception. The reason for such a reaction was that the second item was none other than the Thunder Pass. Chapter 1270, The Cost of Arrogance. Thunder Island was no longer a secret among the various major powers. Even some second-rate guilds with powerful information networks knew about the island. Various superpowers were frantically collecting Thunder Passes, but these weren't easily obtainable, requiring a lot of manpower and resources. Each additional Thunder Pass would allow them to bring 10 more experts to Thunder Island. When the contest for Thunder Island's authority began, the superpower with the most Thunder Passes would have a greater advantage. Hence, the various superpowers constantly offered to purchase Thunder Passes at a high price, attracting plenty of adventurer teams to sail the Sea of Death and kill sea monsters. Only, there had been no news of any adventurer team obtaining passes even now. Nevertheless, the candlelight trading firm was selling a Thunder Pass. It was truly hard to imagine that an upstart guild's auction could consecutively offer 2 treasures that could tempt the various superpowers. Moreover, they had already announced the final item, the Holy City slots. How could these major powers not be shocked? Now that everyone has seen our second auction item, without further ado, we will begin the bidding at 3,000 magic crystals. Each increment cannot be lower than 100 crystals. Begin. Melancholic Smile announced the starting price. This price surprised many of the players in the first floor hall. They all thought it was outrageously high. However, the various superpowers on the second floor made nothing of it. On the contrary, they all felt it was considerably cheap. After all, they normally offered 1,000 gold per pass. 4,000 crystals. 4,300 crystals. 5,000 crystals. As soon as Melancholic Smile opened the floor for bids, the various superpowers, which initially had little interest in the candlelight auction, contested madly for the Thunder Pass. These superpowers gave the players in the first floor hall no opportunities to intervene, raising the price again and again. Even the participating second-rate guilds felt out of their league in this auction. As for the players and guilds that had scolded the candlelight trading firm for being fraudulent, none of them dared to make a peep. Eventually, Phoenix Rain won the Thunder Pass for 8,300 magic crystals. Pavilion Master, are we letting Phoenix Rain have the pass just like that? Martial Dragon asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Any higher and the pass wouldn't be worth it. In any case, Rain has 10 extra slots. They're not enough to make a difference. 9 Dragons Emperor growled, sneering. After giving the matter some thought, Martial Dragon agreed with his guild leader. They had far more slots than Phoenix Rain. Even if she had 10 more, the increase wouldn't be enough to affect the big picture. Following the end of the second item's bidding, Melancholic Smile gestured to the image above the stage once more. However, the image remained the same as before. Smiling, she said, "Let's begin the auction for the third item." The third item is another Thunder Pass. Like before, the starting price is 3,000 magic crystals. Begin. What? There's more? Gasps echoed throughout the venue. Thunder Passes were extremely difficult to obtain. Obtaining one was already an amazing feat, yet Zero Wing had another to offer. Even Phoenix Rain was surprised. Of course, she was also elated. Although it was only one more entry pass, there was a huge difference between 10 and 20. Fortunately, among the superpowers present, she had the most magic crystals to spend. As soon as the auction began, the Thunder Pass's price instantly rose to 8,000 magic crystals. Unlike before, the various superpowers paid more attention to the Thunder Pass this time. They, too, realized what kind of consequences they would suffer if another power had 20 additional slots. The competition for the second Thunder Pass intensified. Eventually, however, Phoenix Rain obtained the second Thunder Pass for 15,400 magic crystals. Although the price was astoundingly high, Phoenix Rain felt that the money had been well spent. Just when everyone believed that the competition for the Thunder Passes had ended, Melancholic Smile pointed at the Thunder Passes image once again. This is insane. Just how many Thunder Passes do they have? The players in the auction venue involuntarily shuddered. This was especially true for the various superpowers in the second-floor VIP rooms. They could tolerate a single power obtaining 1 or 2 passes as it wouldn't significantly impact the outcome. However, if the candlelight trading firms sold too many Thunder Passes, the balance would change, affecting the contest. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Melancholic Smile did not immediately start the next round of bids. Instead, she took 3 Thunder Passes from her bag, stupefying everyone present. How do they have so many passes? Nine Dragons Emperor shook as he stared at the 3 Thunder Passes in Melancholic Smile's hand. He found it truly unbelievable that Zero Wing had obtained so many passes. Despite the scarcity of Thunder Passes in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing had 5. The Dragon Pavilion Master previously had only 60 slots more than Phoenix Rain. He could ignore losing the 2 Thunder Passes, as he still had a considerable advantage over Phoenix Rain even then. However, if Phoenix Rain won these 3 Thunder Passes as well, the difference between their teams would be negligible. This won't do. I must obtain these passes. 9 Dragons Emperor commanded. Notify Bell and have him send all our magic crystals immediately. Pavilion Master, I've already notified him. However, it will take at least 10 minutes before they arrive. Martial Dragon reported 10 minutes. Damn it. Why so long? Regret and anger filled 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes as he stared at the 3 Thunder Passes. Notify Zero Wing's auctioneer. Tell her that we request a delay. Had the candlelight trading firm stated beforehand that such items would be sold, he never would have been caught off guard. In reality, 9 Dragons Emperor wasn't the only person to react that way. Even guilds such as Pantheon, Miracle, King's Return, Battle Wolves, and Sacred Temple were caught flat-footed. After all, nobody would have imagined that there would be such frightening items offered at the candlelight auction. They had prepared only the lands required to purchase the Holy City slots. Almost at the same time, the representatives of the various superpowers all reported back to the upper echelons of their respective guilds, having their guilds send magic crystals over. Aside from this, they also contacted the candlelight trading firm asking for a delay in the auctioning of the Thunder Passes or permission to use other items as collateral. This scene stunned the various major powers and adventurer teams present. After all, asking for a delay in the auctioning of an item was a relatively humiliating thing to do, as this would show that one had insufficient funds. Despite that, the various superpowers of God's domain were actually willing to cast away their reputation. It was truly inconceivable. Guild leader, are we going to delay the auction of the Thunder Passes? Melancholic Smile asked after contacting Shi Feng. Currently, 5 superpowers had requested a delay, something not commonly seen. If it were any other first-rate guild holding this auction right now, they would definitely acquiesce without hesitation. We can delay the auction, but tell them that they need to compensate us for the time lost. Every minute's delay will cost them 300 gold. They are welcome to delay the auction for as long as they want, Shi Feng replied nonchalantly. Guild leader, this? Melancholic Smile's heart skipped a beat when she heard his answer. Don't worry about it. Just tell them as is, Shi Feng said, chuckling. There were only a few days left until the contest over Thunder Island. At this point, practically all boss-grade sea monsters that could be killed had already been killed once before. Even if one killed the boss-grade sea monsters that respawned, the likelihood of a Thunder Pass dropping would be very low. After all, only a limited number of Thunder Passes could drop during each contest cycle. The only reason he had managed to obtain so many Thunder Passes was the King-class sea monster he had killed. If he did not make a killing off these superpowers now, he would be doing that King-class sea monster a disservice. Melancholic Smile fell speechless at Shi Feng's words. Her guild leader was a little too good at earning money. However, since it was a command from her guild leader, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to repeat Shi Feng's words to the 5 superpowers. Chapter 1271, Frantic Struggle. Pavilion Master, Candlelight is clearly trying to extort us. Martial Dragon's expression darkened when he heard Melancholic Smile's reply. They would have to pay 3,000 gold if they wanted to delay the auction of the Thunder Passes for 10 minutes. Such a sum was enough to purchase a considerably good plot of land in an ordinary NPC city. Although 3,000 gold was nothing to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, They would be fools to accept this offer at this moment. Nine Dragons Emperor also had an ugly expression on his face, this damnable Zero Wing. Nine Dragons Emperor pounded his fist on the armrest of his chair. In a chilling tone, he said, "Let them have it. Isn't it just 3,000 gold? I'll have Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing pay it back 100-fold in the future." If he did not stop Phoenix Rain from obtaining the remaining 3 Thunder Passes, the struggle on Thunder Island would undoubtedly become more troublesome. Meanwhile, the other 4 superpowers also paid the 3,000 gold without hesitation. After all, acquiring the 3 Thunder Passes would greatly bolster the forces they could send to Thunder Island in just a brief moment. Shi Feng earned 15,000 gold, enough money for him to buy a golden land in a major NPC city. While the bidding for the Thunder Passes was on hold, Melancholic Smile continued auctioning one item after another. Meanwhile, every one of these items was highly contested by the players in the first floor hall. Some of these items were on commission from other players, while some were dark gold weapons and equipment from Zero Wing's warehouse. The fine gold rank magic light set equipment that was auctioned managed to garner the attention of those on the second floor. The various major powers knew full well how difficult it was to obtain such high-level set equipment. Despite all their efforts in challenging level 50+ monsters, they had yet to get even a piece of level 50 fine gold equipment, much less fine gold set equipment. In the end, the secret pavilion bought the magic light set equipment for 4,000 gold. Meanwhile, each one of the 100 advanced mana armor kits offered sold for roughly 150 gold. After the auction of the advanced mana armor kits came to an end, the sale of the bronze engineering locomotives began. Nowadays, the various major powers in God's domain were frantically collecting high-ranking mounts as well as equipping their elite members with common mounts. They all understood that the era of mounts had already arrived. If they did not quickly equip their guild members with mounts, they would end up trailing the other guilds before long. After all, once players had mounts, they could save up on plenty of travel time. High-ranking mounts even possessed combat capabilities. Now that the Candlelight trading firm was selling bronze mounts, the various major powers naturally wouldn't let this opportunity get away. I believe everyone has seen the bronze engineering locomotives attributes already. The starting price will be 150 gold, and each increment must not be lower than 10 gold. Begin. The moment Melancholic Smile announced the start of the auction, whether it was the various large guilds or adventurer teams, they all began placing bids fervently. 160 gold. 170 gold. 180 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the bronze engineering locomotive reached 350 gold. Just as everyone believed that the price of the mount would stop at 400 gold, a new bid came from one of the second-floor rooms. 600 gold. Yuan Tiexin declared, "It's just a bronze mount, yet the guy in that room is actually offering 600 gold? He might as well use the money to buy a top-tier dark gold weapon." Everyone was astonished by Yuan Tiexin's bid. While they understood that bronze mounts were extremely rare, they were definitely unwilling to spend 600 gold to obtain one. "Uncle Yuan, we could have gotten the mount for just 500 gold. Why did you offer 600? Purple Jade asked curiously. After the price reached 400 gold, the representatives of first-rate guilds no longer showed much interest. It would have even been possible to obtain the engineering locomotive for just 460 or 470 gold, yet Yuan Tiexin had offered 600 gold. Even if the secret pavilion was rich, they should not be wasting their money in such a way. This is an order from the guild leader. He has tasked us with purchasing every engineering locomotive that comes up. If I only bid 500 gold this time, other people will still harbor some hope of purchasing it later on. If I offer 600 gold at once, they will give up on trying for the mounts that come up later on in the auction," Yuan Tiexin explained, chuckling. "What? Didn't we already obtain plenty of engineering locomotives from Zero Wing before? Moreover, many of our experts frequently raid ancient ruins to collect high-ranking mounts. We shouldn't be lacking in bronze mounts, right?" Purple Jade asked. Confused, "It is precisely because we have obtained so many engineering locomotives from Zero Wing that we have even more reason to purchase every one of them that appears today," Yuan Tiexin replied, smiling. "Originally, I also thought that there was nothing special about the bronze engineering locomotives. Their base attributes are even weaker than those of other bronze mounts. However, when 50 engineering locomotives are gathered within a certain range, they will gain a buff called Mechanical Heart. The buff increases the mount's movement speed by 15% and both the rider's and mount's defense by 20%. This buff will greatly assist teams in both travel and battle. They actually have such an effect? Purple Jade was shocked. She immediately understood why the guild leader wanted to purchase all of the bronze engineering locomotives. Large guilds often conducted team operations. If they could fully equip a 50-man team with bronze engineering locomotives, the team's efficiency would increase considerably, following which, the secret pavilion instantly purchased every bronze engineering locomotive that went up on auction. Although some first-rate guilds tried to compete for the mount, the secret pavilion shut them down with a significantly higher bid. None of them got any chance whatsoever. In the end, the secret pavilion purchased all 10 mounts that were offered. Consequently, people also started recognizing the standard of the candlelight auction. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction venue grew increasingly heated. When Melancholic Smile revealed the 3 Thunder Passes before everyone once again, the entire hall went into an uproar. The reason for such a reaction was everyone's desire to see the various superpowers going all out in bidding for the passes. Let us begin bidding for the next auction item. The starting price for these 3 Thunder Passes will be 10,000 magic crystals. Each increment may not be lower than 1,000 crystals. Begin. As soon as Melancholic Smile finished speaking, the struggle between the various superpowers present began. Only before the crowd on the first floor could enjoy the pleasure of watching this auction, they heard a bid that made even the various first-rate guilds present shudder involuntarily. 50,000 crystals. 9 Dragons Emperor shouted, with the bid rising to 50,000 crystals right off the bat. The first-rate guilds present that were entertaining thoughts of competing for the Thunder Passes were immediately disqualified. Meanwhile, everyone present was also shocked by 9 Dragons Emperor's wealth. Just to obtain 3 entry passes, 9 Dragons Emperor had bid the equivalent of a first-rate guild's entire stockpile of magic crystals. 53,000 crystals. 55,000 crystals. 60,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain called out a new price. Now, just one Thunder Pass cost 20,000 magic crystals. Have these superpowers lost their minds? The players on the first floor hall were stupefied. Melancholic Smile was also shocked. She could not comprehend why the various superpowers were going so crazy over a few entry passes. However, Melancholic Smile and the others did not realize Shurfang's intent in selling 3 Thunder Passes at once. The difference in the number of Thunder Island slots each superpower currently possessed was not particularly large. At this point, the number of slots each superpower wielded also wouldn't undergo any massive changes. The addition of these 30 slots might very well become the straw that broke the camel's back. Hence, the various superpowers naturally wouldn't give up on competing for them so close to the contest for Thunder Island's authority. Otherwise, wouldn't all their previous efforts in obtaining Thunder Passes go to waste? Chapter 1272, Growth of the Guild. Just as everyone was feeling shocked at the wealth of the various superpowers, a new bid appeared once again. 70,000 crystals. Are magic crystals rocks? The players in the first floor hall felt their minds going numb when they heard this price. The bids were actually rising in increments of 10,000 magic crystals. In the past, they only knew that the superpowers of the virtual gaming world were existences that should not be provoked, as the disparity was simply too big. Now, however, it would seem that the gap between both sides was far larger than they imagined it to be. 80,000 crystals. Sirius shouted without hesitation. Too much profit was at stake on Thunder Island. At this crucial moment, the Battle Wolves naturally could not afford to fall behind. Hence, the guild had mailed 300,000 magic crystals to Sirius in order to obtain the last 3 Thunder Passes. In reality, though, obtaining the additional 30 slots was only secondary to the Battle Wolves Guild. The crucial point was that these 30 slots must not fall into the hands of another power. Shortly after Sirius placed his bid, the representative from Miracle raised the price by another 10,000 crystals in less than a minute. The price for the 3 Thunder Passes had already reached an astronomical sum of 250,000 magic crystals. They sure are desperate. Shurfang was greatly surprised when he heard this figure. Although he had long since known that the Thunder Passes would fetch a high price, he had never imagined that they would be this valuable. Just 3 Thunder passes would already allow him to settle his debt with Phoenix Rain. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? We don't have that many magic crystals left anymore, Blue Phoenix said anxiously. The person who placed the 250,000 crystal bid was 9 Dragons Emperor. If 9 Dragons Emperor obtained the 3 passes, he would definitely suppress their side during the contest on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain also frowned at this scene. She never thought that the situation would develop in this manner. If it were the other powers that obtained the passes, she wouldn't have minded it that much. However, if 9 Dragons Emperor got the passes, she would lose her chance to become the Great Pavilion Master. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain's lips curled up into a bright smile. However, her smile also carried a hint of bitterness. She immediately contacted Shi Feng once again. Team leader Yi Feng, I wish to borrow 300,000 magic crystals from Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Of course, I won't be borrowing it for nothing. I will use 2 golden shops in 2 of the Apocalypse Empire's top 3 NPC cities as collateral. If I cannot return 400,000 magic crystals in 7 days, those 2 golden shops will become the Candlelight Trading Firm's possession. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix jumped up in fright when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Those 2 golden shops are the foundations of the Phoenix Pavilion. Although the Apocalypse Empire was very large with a high player population, it had only 8 NPC cities that had a player population of over 5 million. Meanwhile, the 2 golden shops Phoenix Rain mentioned were located in 2 of the 7 other major NPC cities. Aside from the Imperial capital currently, the value of these 2 golden shops was not 1 bit inferior to the Candlelight Trading Firm in White River City. How could they possibly use such important assets as collateral? I understand what I'm doing, Phoenix Rain said determinedly. Hearing this response, Blue Phoenix fell speechless. With the Phoenix Pavilion's current state, how could they possibly collect 400,000 magic crystals in just 7 days? As expected of the Demon Queen, the actions she takes are truly flawless. Shi Feng was inwardly surprised by Phoenix Rain's offer. Although using the 2 golden shops as collateral might seem greatly disadvantageous to Phoenix Rain, in reality, that wasn't entirely the case. After all, whether Phoenix Rain managed to repay her debt or not, she would not make a loss if she succeeded in redeeming her debt. She could simply retrieve her shops. Even if she failed, the shops would become the Candlelight Trading Firm's possessions, not Zero Wing's. There was a huge difference between the shops falling into the Candlelight Trading Firm's hands and Zero Wing's. After all, Phoenix Rain owned 20% of the Candlelight Trading Firm's shares. If the Candlelight Trading Firm grew stronger through the addition of those 2 shops, the profits Phoenix Rain received from her shares would increase as well. Moreover, if converted to coins, 300,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 75,000 gold, a sum that already exceeded the startup costs of those 2 shops. While this might seem like a risky deal for Phoenix Rain, in reality, the loss she would make would be minimal. Team leader Yi Feng, what is your decision? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling. When Shi Feng looked at Phoenix Rain in the screen, he suddenly felt as if he was the one borrowing money from her. From beginning to end, it was as if the initiative in this trade was in her hands, not his. All right, you have a deal. However, the magic crystals will be left with the Candlelight Trading Firm for now. Once the auction is over, I'll hand over the remainder to you. Shi Feng nodded. Phoenix Rain's conditions were indeed difficult to refuse. If the Candlelight Trading Firm could branch out to 2 cities with populations rivaling that of White River City, the potential profits were simply frightening, particularly now that the various large guilds were placing more focus towards exploring ancient ruins. He had even more need for the golden shops of the Apocalypse Empire's major NPC cities to sell the lunar potion, following which, Shi Feng and Phoenix Rain signed a contract through the system. When Blue Phoenix watched Phoenix Rain signing the contract, she suddenly realized an extremely important matter. Despite its extreme importance, her mind had in fact automatically forgotten about this matter every time it occurred, treating it as if it was only natural. Before coming into contact with Zero Wing, the latter had been only a small guild that received help from them secretly. Yet, after some time, the guild was now a source of significant income. Zero Wing had even become a guild that could actually be of help to them. When Blue Phoenix thought of Zero Wing's growth speed, she could not help but have goosebumps. Even a guild supported by a major corporation could not compete with Zero Wing in development speed. Meanwhile, during this time, the price for the 3 Thunder Passes had already reached 280,000 magic crystals. This price caused many superpowers to give up on bidding. Of course, if powers like Miracle, Sacred Temple, King's Return, and Battle Wolves wanted to, they could still compete for the Thunder Passes. However, letting 9 Dragons Emperor obtain the 3 Thunder Passes would not have any effect on their performance on Thunder Island. Hence, rather than waste a ton of magic crystals, these superpowers came to a silent agreement not to increase the bid any further. Pavilion Master, with this, we will definitely have a huge lead over Phoenix Rain on Thunder Island. Not only will we be able to send more men to harass her group, but we can also dispatch more men to carry out our original plans. Hearing Melancholic Smiles gavel land for the second time, Martial Dragon sneered as he looked towards Phoenix Rain's room. Although I've spent quite a lot this time, as long as I can surpass Phoenix Rain on Thunder Island, all of this will be worth it. A smile appeared on 9 Dragons Emperor's face. Although he had prepared quite a lot, he only had a total of 330,000 magic crystals on hand. If the other powers continued contesting for the Thunder Passes, he would not be able to put up a struggle. Just as the gavel was about to land for the 3rd time, however, a new bid appeared in the auction venue. 300,000. Didn't she run out of magic crystals already? 9 Dragons Emperor was confused as he looked at Phoenix Rain's room. However, a possibility very quickly occurred to him. Damn that Zero Wing. They actually lent magic crystals to her. 310,000. However, 9 Dragons Emperor was also helpless to do anything about this situation. He had no choice but to continue bidding. As for the other superpowers, they had already given up on fighting over this bottomless pit, because regardless if Phoenix Rain or 9 Dragons Emperor obtained these 3 Thunder Passes, the two of them would not be able to affect their results on Thunder Island at all. 320,000. 330,000. 340,000. Phoenix Rain continued increasing her bid without hesitation. When the price reached 340,000 crystals, 9 Dragons Emperor was thoroughly defeated. He could only watch as the gavel in Melancholic Smiles' hand landed one time after another. In the end, the 3 Thunder Passes fell into Phoenix Rain's hands. Seeing this outcome, the various major powers grew exceedingly envious of Zero Wing. Zero Wing had managed to earn 340,000 magic crystals just by selling 3 Thunder Passes. This was practically even more profitable than robbing a bank. After the auction for the Thunder Passes came to an end, the remaining items that came up did not garner much interest from the various superpowers. Only the players seated in the first floor hall bid for them. Although the prices of the items were not particularly high, the quantity was much higher. Time passed quickly. As one item after another sold for a high price, one of the highly anticipated finale items finally appeared before everyone: the personal houses of Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1273, Enviable Zero Wing. The moment the image of Stone Forest Town's personal houses appeared, the players in the first floor hall grew restless. Apart from the Holy City slots, these players had come to the candlelight auction to see Stone Forest Town's personal housing. The various major powers might ignore the personal houses, but to independent players, these houses were extremely important. If I can get a house, I can easily travel to Stone Forest Town's battle arena. I can definitely surpass those other experts. Using the houses in Stone Forest Town as a training ground isn't a bad idea either. Many independent experts and adventurer teams' eyes shone with excitement when they saw the personal houses introduction. Stone Forest Town had undergone a qualitative transformation since the last war. Not only was the town's mana density much higher, but the number of wandering merchant NPCs visiting the town continued to increase. Most importantly, more expert players had been attracted to the town every day. Stone Forest Town hosted hundreds of duels between experts, and anyone was free to watch. One could also participate in the Battle Arenas tournaments, fighting for the chance to learn the rumored combat techniques and enjoy more benefits in the establishment. However, traveling to and from Stone Forest Town was somewhat inconvenient as the town didn't have any teleportation arrays for public use. If they could purchase a personal house, traveling to and from Stone Forest Town would be a lot easier. Now that everyone has seen the personal houses, the starting price is 300 gold per unit, and each increment must not be lower than 10 gold. Begin. As Melancholic Smile finished speaking, the first floor's players shouted one bid after another. 310 gold. 320 gold. 500 gold. The price's rise was simply staggering. With 500 gold, one could purchase a considerably good house in an NPC town. However, it was obvious that the price had yet to reach its limit. Only after the price reached 610 gold did it finally stop. After watching the first house sell, the various major powers grew envious. Constructing a house in a player town was extremely cheap, with the cheapest only costing 20 gold and the pricey houses costing up to 100 gold. However, the more expensive a house was, the more space it occupied. Needless to say, to maximize their land use, Zero Wing would have constructed the 20 gold houses rather than the 100 gold houses. Now, every one of these 20 gold houses sold for more than 600 gold. The candlelight auctions sold a total of 50 houses, but it was nothing compared to the number of adventurer teams and independent players present. The following houses sold for much higher prices than the first. Among the 50 houses, the most expensive had sold for 740 gold. On average, the houses had sold for 650 gold. By auctioning the 50 houses, Zero Wing had made 32,500 gold. Although this was spare change to superpowers, to first-rate guilds, it was a massive sum of money. It was enough to equip many of their elite members with common mounts. Guild leader, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we sell a few more units? Melancholic Smile contacted Feng and suggested after seeing the players' disappointment. It was clear that the number of houses they had offered was far from enough to satisfy the demand. No. We'll stick with our original plan. We want them to learn about the benefit of Stone Forest Town's houses first. In the future, we'll be able to sell the houses for a higher price. Feng instantly rejected the proposal. Although Stone Forest Town could accommodate many more houses, he had other plans for the town, Stone Forest Town's migration plan in particular. By the time that plan came to fruition, they would attack far more players, and the houses would fetch a much higher price. He had simply offered these 50 units to introduce everyone to the benefits of owning a house in Stone Forest Town. When the auction for the personal houses came to an end, the various superpowers in the second floor rooms focused on the stage. The next auction item was the reason they had come to the candlelight auction: the slots to enter the holy city of Titan. To ordinary guilds, these slots were not of much use. However, it was a different story for superpowers like themselves. The slots could help some of their famous lifestyle players become true masters. A master lifestyle player had the power to transform their trading firms. Their trading firms would earn ample profits. Naturally, this would increase their guild's development as well. So, this is the holy city of Titan? A white-bearded, old man muttered, his eyes glowing as he read Titan City's introduction. Sirius, you must get me a slot to the holy city as per our agreement. The screen above the stage did not explain the holy city slots. Rather, it displayed information about the holy city itself. One such detail was the Titan Lifestyle Association. The information revealed that the establishment's workshops, which players could rent, had a mana density far greater than the basic meditation rooms. Moreover, the floating island contained research rooms, and players could use these rooms to study various materials. There were also plenty of Master Rank production videos. There were even Grandmaster Rank production videos available. However, players were required to enter the advanced research room to gain access only. Entering these research rooms was very costly. The basic research room alone cost 200 gold per day, the intermediate versions costing 500 gold per day, and the advanced versions costing 1,200 gold per day. The various superpowers gasped when they saw these prices. Moreover, both the intermediate and advanced versions required a certain amount of reputation in Titan City to rent. Master Fire, rest assured, the Battle Wolves always stick to our word. We will definitely obtain a slot for you, Sirius responded respectfully. At the same time, the other powers' fighting spirit roared to life as they swore to obtain slots for themselves. Now that everyone has seen the holy city slots, the starting price is 500 gold, and each increment must be no lower than 100 gold. If you don't have enough money, you may offer cities' lands as collateral. However, we will only evaluate the lands at market price. Begin. After Melancholic Smile announced the next round's rules, The venue's atmosphere reached its boiling point: 500 gold. 600 gold. 800 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price had reached 3,000 gold, shocking every player present. The first-rate guilds soon gave up on the Holy City slots. They could already purchase a relatively good plot of land in an ordinary NPC city with that kind of money. The only players remaining in the competition were the second-floor superpowers. The Holy City slots were similar to the Thunder Passes. To those who needed them, they were worth a ton of money. To those who didn't, however, they were utterly worthless. Every superpower had a batch of lifestyle players who were so close to their master ranks. Unfortunately, these lifestyle players weren't familiar enough with God's domain's materials and production techniques, unable to cross that final hurdle. As long as they obtained the Holy City slots, these superpowers were confident in nurturing a master lifestyle player and improving their respective trading firms. They would easily rake in far more than this investment: 5,000 gold. Sirius instantly increased the price by 2,000 gold. That lunatic. It seems he's hellbent on getting this slot. The other superpowers shook their heads and gave when they heard this price. While they could afford it, it had exceeded their initial expectations. Although they were rich, their money did not grow on trees. Moreover, the various superpowers were preparing for the contest on Thunder Island. They did not have that much money to waste. Hence, they decided to let Sirius have the first slot. In any case, there were 10 slots up for grabs. Even if split equally among their 7 superpowers, they could each obtain at least 1 slot. They didn't have to rush. They could watch the battle wolves whittle away their funds and wait until they dropped out of the competition, following which, the bidding for the second slot began. 5,000 gold. Sirius shouted once more. Chapter 1274, Frightening Wealth. Sirius's bid silenced the venue. Is that guy nuts? Wasting 5,000 gold once isn't enough for him? Sirius's generosity stunned the players in the first-floor hall. With 5,000 gold, one could purchase considerably high-quality epic equipment. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood above the stage, revealed an excited smile. She had never expected the Holy City slots to sell for such a high price. Although she wouldn't receive a single coin from the sales, Zero Wing could earn so more money. They would have enough for the guild's development, reconstructing Stone Forest Town, and purchasing Diamond Wood. Like the first round of bidding for the Holy City slots, none of the superpowers contested for the second. Following which, Melancholic Smile started the bidding for the third slot. 5,000 gold. Sirius shouted yet again. Have the battle wolves gone mad? 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Do they really think we won't challenge them? This time, the superpowers refused to let Sirius have his way. 5,100 gold. 5,300 gold. 5,500 gold. Both 9 Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain raised the price again and again. In the end, however, Sirius still won the third Holy City slot for 6,500 gold. As another purchased the first 3 slots, the various superpowers began to grow anxious, bidding even more fervently. In the end, among the 7 remaining slots, the cheapest had sold for 6,100 gold, while the final slot sold for 7,000 gold. The players in the venue were stunned. Meanwhile, the various first-rate guilds turned green. With Envy. Zero Wing made 62,400 gold by selling 10 slots. If Singular Burial knew about this, he would go mad. Galaxy Past smiled bitterly as he watched the Candlelight Auction's first phase come to an end. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Zero Wing becomes Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. It seems we'll still have to shift the Star Alliance's development to other kingdoms. A guild's strength was reflected not only in its expert and elite players, but also in its financial prowess. Although Zero Wing had been acknowledged the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom, it had far fewer elite players than first-rate guilds. Zero Wing was only superior regarding tools of war and peak experts. In terms of management and deterrence, force wasn't in the same league. The guild's range of influence, in particular, couldn't compare to Blackwater's. For example, after Blackwater's withdrawal from Star Moon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial and the kingdom's second-rate guilds had rushed to take control of the abandoned territory. Even the Star Alliance had gotten in on the action in hopes of replacing Zero Wing as the kingdom's overlord. The Dark Guilds in Star Moon Kingdom had also harbored such thoughts, as they frequently killed Zero Wing's members, and the players heading into Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had always walked the path of the elite and as a result, lacked manpower. However, now that the guild had obtained so much funding during the Candlelight auction, it wouldn't be long before the guild could recruit a large number of high-quality elite members, compensating for its flaws. If any guild wanted to challenge Zero Wing's Star Moon Kingdom, they had to think twice. After all, with so much money, Zero Wing would not fear a battle of attrition. Once the auction's first phase ended, the second phase quickly began. Fortunately, no one had anything more to say about Zero Wing's processing fees, obediently retrieving their prepared treasures and putting them up for trade. Due to the 10 magic crystal or 3 gold processing fees, only items worth at least 10 gold were accepted for trade. This guaranteed the item's quality and made it easy for players to find what they wanted. Even the various major powers on the second floor found quite a few items they needed. As the event died down, everyone's final evaluation of the Candlelight auction was quite high. The Candlelight auction could definitely stand on the same stage as Superpowers auctions. Shifeng similarly browsed the trade list in the hopes of finding the Draconic Herb. Players from numerous countries had attended the Candlelight auction. Among those present, many were either major powers representatives or independent experts. The likelihood of finding the Draconic Herb here was much higher than searching for the herb elsewhere. After all, to obtain the Draconic Herb, one needed both sufficient luck and sufficient strength. Players of this caliber weren't necessarily willing to sell the Draconic Herb they obtained. Instead, they usually traded such super rare herbs for items that could benefit their development. Is this for real? Shifeng suddenly discovered a very familiar item as he read through the list. The Heroes chapter. Although this item was a tattered piece of parchment, not particularly useful to ordinary players, it was a treasure highly sought after by the various large guilds. Moreover, the Heroes chapter did not consist of a single page. Rumors had it that if one completed the Heroes chapter, it would be more valuable than a legendary item. In reality, a single page was already worth more than an epic item in the past. One page easily sold for 15,000 gold. The Heroes chapter had only one purpose: to summon a hero to defend a town or city. The summoned hero functioned like guardian NPCs in an NPC city. In the past, Shifeng had obtained a page and summoned a hero to defend Shadow's main city. Shifeng had never imagined that the Heroes chapter would show up in the Candlelight auction. The owner sure knows how to drive a hard bargain. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the player's price. The other party requested a top-tier, level 45 dark gold greatsword and top-tier, level 40 dark gold plate gauntlets and boots. Aside from epic and growth-type weapons, level 45 dark gold weapons were the best available. As the various large guilds players had yet to reach level 45, it was very difficult to obtain level 45 weapons, not to mention top-tier, level 45 dark gold weapons. Such a weapon could easily fetch over 1,000 gold on the marketas for the level 40 dark gold equipment. Each piece could easily fetch over 400 gold. Shifeng even began to wonder if the seller knew the Heroes chapter's true value. The Heroes chapter's introductory text was very simple. It only stated that one could recruit a hero that was tier 3 and 10 levels higher than the summoner to defend a town or city. From the introduction, one could surmise that the Heroes chapter was on par with a tier 3 summoning scroll. Only, this summoning scroll did not have a duration. However, it could only help protect towns or cities, not help players grind or raid dungeons. Hence, the chapter's value should be limited. At this stage of the game, it'd be surprising if it could sell for 600 gold. If it were an actual tier 3 summoning scroll, though, it could go for a little more as it could help fight powerful bosses. What the introductory text had not mentioned was the fact that the tier 3 hero could grow. The introductory text only revealed the hero's base attributes. Moreover, unlike personal guards, it was much easier to level heroes. Even the weakest among them could grow to level 180, tier 4, while the more powerful heroes could grow to level 200, tier 5. Forget it. I'll just have Melancholic Smile trade for it. Shifeng then contacted Melancholic Smile. Shortly after, Shifeng found the Draconic Herb. Similarly, the other party had asked for the high price of a piece of level 45 top-tier dark gold equipment. Fortunately, this wasn't an issue for Shaman. There was plenty of level 45 dark gold equipment in Zero Wing's guild warehouse. Time passed quickly. Soon, the auction's second phase ended as well. Although each player had not put up many items for trade, a lot of players had attended. Shaman earned over 2,000 gold and 150,000 magic crystals during the second phase only. As Phoenix Rain had borrowed quite a bit, he hadn't earned as much as he would have liked. After the auction ended, news of Candlelight Auction's wealth spread to the various major powers. Damn it! How could this have happened? Singular Burial, in the distant Starmoon City, felt himself age by several years when he read the report. He hadn't thought that the Candlelight Auction would be such a huge success. Starmoon City's auction was a joke in comparison. Moreover, now that Zero Wing had earned a fortune, Heaven's Burial's development was at risk. Following which, Singular Burial contacted Flame Blood and asked, "Blood, how are things going on your side?" Guild leader, I've tried my best to lure the small guilds and adventurer teams over. Although some of them have started to wise up and grow suspicious, things on Abandoned Wave's side are developing smoothly. I don't believe it will be long before Heaven's Burial owns Starmoon Kingdom. Flame Blood said, excitedly. Notify Abandoned Wave that Zero Wing has secured a lot of funding. If we don't hurry, the guild will be even more difficult to deal with in the future, Singular Burial commanded sternly. Also, think of a way to help Abandoned Wave hasten his progress. I don't care if you're exposed in the process. Understood. Hearing Singular Burial saying so, Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Just how far has Zero Wing developed to make the guild leader so nervous? Meanwhile, Shaman had stealthily reached White River City's City Hall. Sir, how may I be of service to you today? The female receptionist asked as she approached Shaman. I'd like to construct a city, Shaman responded. Chapter 1275. Building a city in a VIP reception room on the City Hall's second floor. A middle-aged man in exquisite clothing slowly opened the door and entered the room. A high-ranking identification skill would tell someone that this butler-like man was actually a level 180, Tier 3 NPC named Jarvis. Lord Protector, I hear that you'd like to build a city. May I see your city-building order? Jarvis asked here. Shaman took out a tattered parchment. This is indeed a city-building order that the royal family gave out over a century ago. May I know where you wish to construct your city to give you an accurate estimate, my lord? However, I have to remind you that the high-level locations require higher construction fees, Jarvis explained. He then presented a magic scroll and allowed Shaman to choose the location for his city. Understood. I wish to construct it in Witch's Hill. Shaman pointed to Witch's Hill on the scroll. The Witch's Hill could definitely lure plenty of players as a level 50 to 70 large map. It was also close to the Mournful Ruins. The Mournful Ruins was a Hell mode regional dungeon, and like the Stoneclaw Mountains, it produced an abundance of magic crystals. Witch's Hill itself had the entrance to an otherworld. Witch's Hill had still been popular among players even a decade after the game launched. Alright. May I know exactly where you want to build your city? Jarvis asked. He tapped on the magic scroll, and a miniature 3D model of Witch's Hill appeared before him. The exact location? Shaman carefully examined the model before him. He had only asked about the cost to construct a city during his last visit. Even if he had decided to construct his city then, his map choices had been limited due to his status. The system would have randomly decided the city's exact location. Now that he had the City Protector title, not only did Jarvis, the third most powerful NPC in the City Hall, serve him, but he could also choose his city's exact location. This privilege also had its own downsides. The construction fees would fluctuate depending on the terrain of the location he chose. If the system decided the location, however, ease of construction was generally prioritized over surrounding scenery. I'll pick this location. Shaman pointed to the top of a mountain that was near a large waterfall. Sightseeing players would enjoy the wonderful scenery, and the terrain made the city difficult to attack. The only inconvenience one would face was ascending and descending the mountain. Level 50 players and above, however, generally had their own mounts, so traveling the distance would not be a problem. Lord Protector, you've chosen a location with complicated terrain. The manpower and resources required will cost at least 60% more to build here. It will also take longer to construct. Are you sure you wish to build here? Jarvis asked him. Build it there. Shi Feng nodded. He would save a lot of money by building the city on a flat plain, but it would be a lot harder to defend as enemies could attack from all sides. He couldn't afford to be stingy. I'll calculate the total cost. Please wait a moment. After Jarvis confirmed that there were no issues, he calculated the construction costs. A short moment later, he handed Shi Feng a list and said, "Initial estimates put the price at 152,000 gold. We will charge additional fees if the city is attacked. You'll also need to pay an additional 30,000 gold registration fee. As a second-generation city, a monthly 30,000 gold management fee will also be required. Do you wish to dispatch additional guards? You can ensure the city's security after it's constructed. You may hire guards to defend your city for up to 21 days. Every group of 100 Tier 1 guards will cost 100 gold per 3 days, while each group of 10 Tier 2 guards will cost 100 gold per 3 days. Sure enough, building a city is quite expensive. Shi Feng was astonished as he read the quote. He had only received a general price during his previous visit. Now that he was constructing his city, including the guards, the final price was over 190,000 gold. This excluded the fees that he would incur when monsters attacked the city. Originally, he had planned to build the city after he finished collecting the required 7 luminaries crystals to construct the 4 towers of elements. Now that he had the heroes chapter, he could repel possible invaders even without the 4 towers of elements. Naturally, he had to construct the city as soon as possible. I wish to hire 1,000 Tier 1 guards and 100 Tier 2 guards for 21 days. Shi Feng said, "All right. Your total bill comes to 192,000 gold. Jarvis excitedly announced. This was his first large transaction. It will take roughly 6 to 10 days to construct the city depending on the local situation. Shi Feng handed over 196,000 gold. He had earned quite a bit with the sea god's blessings, but he had only decided to take 30,000 gold with him. He had left the remaining funds with Fire Dance for purchasing runic fragments and teleportation fees. Meanwhile, Shi Feng made a fortune during the candlelight auction. After deducting the various costs, he had earned over 210,000 gold. The major powers in Starmoon Kingdom felt as if a noose had been placed around their necks. Even a first-rate guild couldn't compete with Zero Wing with such abundant funds. Trying to fight Zero Wing would be a death wish. Lord Protector, here is the deed to your land. From now on, you are one of Starmoon Kingdom's lords and will enjoy the status of Count, Jarvis said respectfully. System, congratulations. You are the first player to become a lord in Starmoon Kingdom. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 1 city teleportation magic array design, and Starmoon Kingdom's Count title. The position of Starmoon Kingdom's Count was completely different from a city's count. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, as one could possess land of their own, while the other could not. With this, I'm broke again. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the deed in his hands. He only had a little over 40,000 gold on hand now. He would barely have enough to purchase diamond wood and reconstruct Stone Forest Town after deducting the funds for his promotion quest. He had nothing left for the guild's development right now. However, Shi Feng didn't mind at the moment. It was far more important to obtain a city than to focus on Zero Wing's development. Earning enough money wouldn't be a concern if Zero Wing had a city. The city could provide far more profits than Stone Forest Town. The rewards are astounding. There's actually a city teleportation magic array design. Shi Feng was shocked as he looked at the design in his bag. The city teleportation magic array was far more advanced than the teleportation magic array he possessed. It could accommodate more people at a time with a significantly lower operating cost. Its only flaw was that it only allowed one to teleport between guild towns and cities. It wasn't possible to teleport to NPC cities. Even so, the city teleportation magic array design was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Normally, one could only obtain the design from super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. However, the drop rate was only 2%. Moreover, the design only dropped from the dungeon's final boss. Getting the design now saved him a lot of trouble. He could link the city directly to Stone Forest Town once it was constructed. This would drastically increase the value of both the town and city. Now that I've dealt with everything, it's about time to challenge my promotion quest, Shi Feng thought as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. It was practically a ticking time bomb. He needed to deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276, Upgrading the Magic Sword. Chapter 1276, Upgrading the Magic Sword. Starmoon City, Shadowblade Ruins. The Shadowblade Ruins was the nearest level 40 to level 50 high-resource map to Starmoon City. Every day, tons of players would travel to this map. However, the players currently there were in a panic. The reason for this was the sudden assaults of powerful monsters all over the map. Moreover, among these monsters' numbers were the highly intelligent one-horned humanoid monsters, whose combat standards were significantly higher than elite players and whose attributes were likewise high. These humanoid monsters were like wolves ravaging a flock of sheep as they charged into the various elite teams in the map. Every one of their attacks easily bypassed the defenses of players, directly landing on vital points on the latter's bodies. Even healers could not keep up with the damage. Only the experts leading these elite teams could keep up against these humanoid monsters, and just barely at that leader. Our instantaneous movement magic scrolls aren't working. A level 40 swordsman wearing light blue armor reported anxiously, "How can this be? Weren't there a few guys that used the scroll to escape from danger an hour ago?" The robust level 41 shield warrior holding back a humanoid monster frowned when he saw the number of monsters attacking his team increasing. Currently, the Shadowblade Ruins was still a very dangerous map for players. Hence, when exploring it, every team would prepare some Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scrolls in order to escape any traps or monster encirclements they encountered. Meanwhile, hundreds of monsters had already surrounded their 100-man team. Right now, if the team were up against only several hundred elite monsters led by chieftains, they could still manage somehow. Now, however, the monster army they faced had 3 level 50+ lords and over a dozen level 50+ chieftains. In addition, there was a level 51 one-horned humanoid monster, a greater threat than even the lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, standing on high ground a short distance away from this elite team, 2 players were observing the entire battle. One of these players was an assassin wielding a pitch-black crystal. This assassin's skin was entirely gray, save for a blood-red mark imprinted between his eyebrows, his body giving off a dark aura. If Sher Feng were present, he would definitely recognize this assassin to be Abandoned Wave, Blackwater Guild's ex-guild leader. Meanwhile, the cloaked cleric with a white jade staff, who was standing beside Abandoned Wave, was Flame Blood. These evil beasts sure are terrifying. Just one of them is already enough to force an expert level 41 shield warrior to activate both his life-saving skill and berserk skill just to cope with it. Flame Blood exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the distant shield warrior being pushed back by the one-horned humanoid monster. "This is nothing," Abandoned Wave said, smirking. "That's just a recently created evil beast. Since we now have the entire Shadowblade Ruins locked down, let's stop toying around with these people." Saying so, Abandoned Wave tapped on the pitch-black crystal he wielded. Immediately, 5 level 55, Lord-ranked evil beasts appeared before him. Compared to the level 51, Chieftain-ranked evil beast, these 5 evil beasts were not only larger in size but also had a trace of cunning in their eyes. It was clear that these Lord-ranked evil beasts were much more intelligent. So strong. Flame Blood shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the 5 Lord-ranked evil beasts. He was one of the peak experts of Heaven's Burial, and his senses were telling him very clearly that just one of these evil beasts could kill him in 2 or 3 moves. Meanwhile, 5 such monsters in total were present. If such a force charged into a group of elite players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Get rid of them all. Abandoned Wave commanded as he pointed towards the 100-man elite team ahead. In the blink of an eye, all 5 evil beasts disappeared before Abandoned Wave as they charged at the elite team currently locked in bitter combat. When the 5 evil beasts entered the battlefield, the leading level 41 shield warrior gasped. "We're doomed." The shield warrior despaired when he saw one of the lord-ranked evil beasts killing a teammate with one blow. After just a short moment, the 100-man elite team led by an expert was annihilated. Not a single player managed to escape alive. Abandoned Wave walked over to the battlefield and began a ritual. Suddenly, the corpses of these elite players started transforming into monsters one after another. The expert shield warrior's corpse became a thinly built special elite-ranked evil beast. Aside from this expert shield warrior, 2 other players' corpses turned into one-horned evil beasts. Only, they were elite-ranked evil beasts, huh? Guild elite teams really are great. I managed to obtain 3 evil beasts from annihilating a team. Zero Wing, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you all taste despair. Abandoned Wave laughed in satisfaction as he looked at the 3 newly created evil beasts. Alright, let's head to the next location. The battle there should be ending soon as well. The difference between killing an adventurer team and a guild elite team was simply massive. Previously, he had managed to create only 1 evil beast, despite killing 3 adventurer teams. Now, however, 1 guild elite team had given him 3 new evil beasts. Among them, one was even an evil beast with high potential. After a few more days at this rate, not to mention flattening Stone Forest Town, even raiding an NPC town would be a piece of cake for him. Elsewhere, after Feng finished dealing with the construction of his city, he contacted Melancholic Smile and had her find 5 trustworthy advanced enchanters to become the Candlelight Trading Firm's core enchanters, as well as have them sign a strict contract. His Tier 2 promotion quest was extraordinary and would definitely take a long time to complete, hence, Feng wanted to deal with all guild and trading firm related matters first. Only then would he be able to focus on his quest. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was already the publicly acknowledged #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It also possessed a 3-star shop. As a result, plenty of lifestyle players were applying to join the trading firm every day. Even basic and intermediate lifestyle players did not have much of an advantage when they sought to join the trading firm. They could only become reserve members after passing the trading firm's test. Only advanced lifestyle players got to become official members immediately upon passing the test. Despite such strict requirements, a flood of applicants would still come to the trading firm. Hence, while it might be difficult to find advanced enchanters in other trading firms, the Candlelight Trading Firm boasted quite a few. Whichever one of you is willing to become a core enchanter of the Candlelight Trading Firm, come register with me. Melancholic Smile shouted in the lounge for advanced lifestyle players. Immediately, the various advanced lifestyle players inside the lounge perked up their ears in interest. However, when they heard that the offer was only for enchanters, many of the lifestyle players present turned to look at the enchanters among them with envy. Huh, it's actually enchanters this time. I wonder when it will be us forgers' turn? An advanced forger said, sighing dejectedly. Silent Wonder, who was also resting in the lounge, grew confused when she saw the downcast expressions the crowd in the room was wearing. What was there to feel envious about? Becoming a core member of the trading firm meant signing a strict contract and losing much of their freedom. On the other hand, non-core members only needed to make a certain amount of items each day. Once they hit their daily quotas, they could do whatever they wanted. If they decided to quit the Candlelight Trading Firm, they only needed to pay a small severance fee as well as forget all the recipes and designs they learned from Candlelight. As for core members, if they wished to leave the trading firm, they had to not only pay a massive severance fee but also clear their masteries to 0 and forget all the recipes they had learned before. They would have to start all over again from scratch. Silent, you might not know this since you're new, but the Candlelight Trading Firm has the precious slots to enter the holy city of Titan. That is a great opportunity for us to become masters. However, only core members and advanced members may contest for those slots, with the majority of the slots allocated to core members. Hence, everyone here hopes to become a core member of Candlelight. Unfortunately, that depends heavily on luck. The female alchemist seated beside Silent Wonder explained patiently when she saw the dazed look on Silent Wonder's face. Candlelight still has more holy city slots? Silent Wonder could not help but be surprised by this revelation. She had already gained an understanding regarding the holy city slots through the recent auction. She knew that the holy city could greatly help lifestyle players in reaching the master rank. However, she had thought that Candlelight had already sold all of the holy city slots it had during the previous auction. This revelation tempted Silent Wonder. However, when she remembered the words Feng had said to her before, she quickly dismissed the notion from her mind. She had very nearly reacted the way Feng had said she would. Inwardly she thought to herself, with my abilities, I refuse to believe that I won't be able to earn a holy city slot myself. Just you wait. You will definitely be the one begging me to stay in Candlelight later on. Inside a special forging room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 6th floor. 5 advanced alchemists followed Melancholic Smile into the room and immediately grew nervous. Seated before them was a legendary existence who was both the guild leader of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild as well as the kingdom's #1 expert. He asked you to come here for a very simple reason. Learn this basic enchantment design. Afterwards, focus on making basic runestones. Don't worry about the materials. In addition, the one who manages to make the most runestones within a certain period will have a holy city slot with their name on it. Shi Feng then placed the basic enchantment design he obtained from the Sea God's Temple on the table. The basic runestone was something none of the current major powers possessed. However, it was a common consumable in God's domain. Not only was it cheap, but its effects were prominent as well. As long as the candlelight trading firm could produce it, there would be no need to fear a lack of demand for it. Currently, he had already spent most of the income from the candlelight auction. Meanwhile, he needed a lot more money to develop his future city. Hence, he needed to plan for the future right away. Now that the candlelight trading firm had obtained the 20 shops from the secret pavilion as well as the 2 golden shops mortgaged by Phoenix Rain, he definitely had a good opportunity to sell the basic runestones and increase Candlelight's fame in God's domain. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the 5 advanced enchanters immediately grew excited at the opportunity to learn the design for such a precious item as well as the chance to visit Titan City. Without hesitation, the 5 players clicked to learn the design and promptly left the special forging room to research the production method of the basic runestone in the hopes of increasing their success rate. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile and the others left the room, Shi Feng took out 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons. The Tier 2 promotion quest was already a tough challenge in the first place, all the more the promotion quest for one of the 10 great Saint Legacies. Even if he possessed frightening combat power, he still needed to further improve himself in order to be certain of completing his promotion. Hence, he naturally could not leave the Abyssal Blade sitting at level 40. After all, he had already reached level 50. A level 40 weapon was no longer suitable for him. Start devouring. Chapter 1277, Swords to Dust. Chapter 1277, Swords to Dust. Inside the quiet forging room, the entire space started trembling as soon as Shi Feng had the Abyssal Blade devour the weapons on the table. His heart ached as he watched the top-tier weapons turn into dust one after another. Currently, level 45 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain. With many expert players only at level 41 or level 42, level 45 weapons were worth a lot of money. A level 45 fine gold weapon could easily sell for over 400 gold at the moment, just slightly cheaper than a level 40 dark gold weapon. As for level 45 dark gold weapons, even one with average attributes could sell for more than 1,000 gold. However, even at such a price, nobody was willing to sell these weapons yet. Now, Shi Feng had sacrificed 30 fine gold weapons and 10 dark gold weapons. Their total value easily exceeded 20,000 gold. Even the upper echelons of super guilds would not dare to carry out such an extravagant upgrade. They would definitely choose to do so only after mainstream players had passed level 45. However, Shi Feng could not care less right now. His Tier 2 promotion was of utmost importance. Just challenging the promotion quest once would already cost him 188 mana stones and 10,000 gold. With the funds Zero Wing currently had, he could not afford to fail. When the Abyssal Blade was done devouring the essence of the weapons, Shi Feng felt an unprecedented pressure descend on him, preventing him from moving at all. Meanwhile, the space around the newly transformed Abyssal Blade also began to crack as if the surrounding space couldn't support the Abyssal Blade's existence. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. Immediately, the space inside the room disappeared into the void as darkness enveloped Shi Feng's surroundings. Shortly after, streams of pitch-black smoke started flowing out from the dark void and into the Abyssal Blade. Then, as if the black dragon carved onto the hilt of the sword had gained life, the carving actually climbed up the blade, leaving blood-red runes in its wake. Once the entire blade of the sword was covered in runes, the miniature black dragon returned to its original position at the hilt and stopped moving. Although the surrounding space had also calmed down, the Abyssal Blade, which was hovering before Shi Feng, had an extraordinarily evil presence. The entire sword emitted a faint, black fog. The runes shone with a bloody radiance as well, lending the weapon an extra hint of eeriness. The Abyssal Blade really is getting increasingly dangerous. If I'm not absolutely confident, I definitely must not upgrade it to level 50. When Shaman held the hovering Abyssal Blade, he could distinctly feel it pulsating as if he gripped a living creature. He could not help but shudder at this sensation. Level 50 was a major turning point. Although he was unsure if a backlash would occur if he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 50, he still needed to be extra careful about it. Otherwise, he might lose his life without even knowing how he died at that time. Meanwhile, after being upgraded to level 45, the Abyssal Blade received a significant improvement to its various basic attributes. Upon seeing the magic weapon's attributes, Shaman felt even more confident in tackling his promotion quest. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1510. All attributes plus 105. Attack speed plus 22. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 65% chance to cause 200% damage, 35% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 4 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 50 level 50 fine gold weapons and 20 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to tier 2. Additional active skill 1. Phantom kill, tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds. Additional active skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash, tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique, depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the surrounding mana density, the greater the improvement provided. Additional profound inheritance, Black Emperor, tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of death aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of death aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 10 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. Its basic attributes sure have increased significantly. Just its attack power can already rival that of an epic two-handed weapon. Its heavy weight is also amazing. Shaman was inwardly astonished as he casually swung the Abyssal Blade a few times compared to a lightweight one-handed sword like Killing Ray. Shaman personally preferred one-handed swords that were heavy. In his previous battles, due to his constantly rising level, he had gradually relied more on Killing Ray, which dealt more damage. As a result, he had mostly kept the Abyssal Blade, which had a higher compatibility with him, on reserve. Now that the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 45, he could now use it as his main weapon again, following which, Shi Feng went to his warehouse and stored some items that he would not need for the promotion quest, clearing out the clutter in his bag. At the same time, he also retrieved some magic scrolls and necessary potions from the guild warehouse. After that, he hurried to the library. On his way to the library, Shi Feng suddenly received a call from Aqua Rose guild leader. Quickly take a look at the official forums. Something big has happened over at Star Moon City. Aqua Rose said urgently. Just a while ago, the Shadowblade ruins got sealed, and none of the players that entered the map managed to escape. They can't even be contacted. Many guilds have already sent out their own teams to investigate this incident. Moreover, aside from the Shadowblade ruins, a few level 30+ high-resource maps were also sealed. A field map was sealed? And even communications have been blocked? Shi Feng grew a little confused. He then opened Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Normally, sealing a map only prevented players from using teleportation-type scrolls. Meanwhile, such large-scale sealings were only possible with a guild war order. However, if the seal was capable of blocking even communication methods, it was definitely something extraordinary. Based on Shi Feng's knowledge, there were only 3 ways to carry out this kind of seal. After opening the official forums, he found that discussions regarding the sealed field maps dominated the entire forum. Shadowblade ruins sealed. Over 100,000 players cannot be contacted. Large groups of chieftains and lords suddenly appearing in Bloodmaw camp. Unable to teleport to Red Ridge Town. Every post was about the sealed field maps or missing players. Chapter 1278, Tier 2 Promotion Quest. Chapter 1278, Tier 2 Promotion Quest. This seems like a good opportunity. Shi Feng's lips hooked up after he finished reading through the related posts on the forum. An opportunity? Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng in the screen in confusion. Currently, the entire Star Moon City had already fallen into turmoil, with many large guilds wrestling with this matter. After all, nobody was sure whether this weird phenomenon would spread to the surrounding areas. If it did, Stone Forest Town might even get dragged into the mess. That's right. This is a good opportunity, an opportunity to upgrade White River City, Shi Feng said, smiling. NPC cities did not remain static. They could similarly be upgraded. However, this depended on the population and standard of the players residing in the city. Star Moon Kingdom had only so many players. Meanwhile, Star Moon City was generally a player's first choice when choosing a city to develop themselves in. Hence, despite White River City's various advantages, it just barely surpassed Star Moon City to become the most populous NPC city in the kingdom. As for the other NPC cities within the kingdom, the player population there would mostly remain constant for the foreseeable future. It would be very difficult to attract players from other cities and countries to migrate to White River City. After all, everyone had long since familiarized themselves with the towns and cities they started in. Now that a problem had occurred at Star Moon City, if this problem continued festering, many players would no doubt consider developing elsewhere. If they could lure these players to White River City, they might be able to upgrade White River City. Upgrading an NPC city brought with it many benefits. One such example was the flying transportation feature, which enabled players to gain additional leveling spots. In White River City's case, the additional leveling spot was the Eclipse Gate. Not only did the Eclipse Gate have plenty of advanced and military quests, but the leveling speed and resources available there were also extraordinary. Moreover, the Eclipse Gate was a level 40 to level 70 leveling spot. If White River City could activate the flying transportation feature, the leveling speed of Zero Wings members would undoubtedly increase. They could also start collecting the energy essence required to nurture their guild mounts. Upgrade the city? Aqua Rose could not help but grow excited. She understood, more or less, the ramifications of upgrading NPC cities. If they could upgrade White River City, not only would it allow Zero Wings members to accelerate their leveling speed, but it would also lure more players from other cities to develop in White River City. This situation would greatly benefit both the guilds and trading firms. Development immediately announced to the public that we are recruiting members. Also, during this time, discount all daily consumable items sold at White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm by 20%. Shi Feng instructed regeneration and mana recovery potions were a must for all players that wanted to level up in the fields. Certain magic scrolls were also necessary, as these items could save one's life during a crucial moment. However, purchasing these consumable items was a large expenditure normally. Offering discounts on such items would have minimal effect in luring players to White River City. Now, however, it would definitely yield excellent results. After all, it was now extremely dangerous to go out and level up at Star Moon City. After considering safety as well as the reduced cost of consumables, players of Star Moon City would naturally choose to develop in White River City. A 20% discount? Guild leader, isn't this a little too much? Aqua Rose frowned. Basic consumable items were originally fiercely competitive and had a small profit margin. If they sold them at a discounted price now, they would only break even. Relax. We'll earn it back sooner or later, Shifeng laughed. He understood Aqua Rose's worries. However, she did not know what kind of effects would accrue with White River City's upgrade. Compared to the benefits they could gain when White River City was upgraded, a small loss like this was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Understood. I'll get it done right away. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Most likely, only Shifeng would be crazy enough to use his own guild's money to spur the upgrade of a city. Following which, many posts relating to Zero Wing's recruitment appeared on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. At the same time, everyone also discovered a shocking matter. White River City's candlelight trading firm was actually selling daily consumables at a 20% discount. Crap. This is insane. With this 20% discount, I'll be able to save up enough money to get a mount much more quickly. A 20% discount? If this is true, developing at White River City might not be a bad idea. Previously, the players of Star Moon Kingdom kept discussing the sealed maps. Now, however, these players all talked about Zero Wing instead. Many independent players also showed great interest in the 20% discount on daily consumables. Damn this Zero Wing. They're actually using this opportunity to poach our population. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth in anger when he browsed the various discussion threads on the official forums. However, he very quickly calmed down. Sneering, he said, I'll let you all feel joyful for now. When the time comes, both Stone Forest Town and White River City will become mine. Currently, the various large guilds still did not know that Abandoned Wave was slaughtering the players inside the sealed maps. Meanwhile, the evil beasts and monsters under Abandoned Wave's command were also growing at a rapid pace. As long as they managed to wipe out the players inside these maps and were further trained for a certain period, Stone Forest Town would eventually change ownership. Guild leader, are we just going to let them continue poaching the players here? Daybreak Fog asked. Of course not. Chuckling, Singular Burial said, since everyone feels that Star Moon City is in chaos, we can't let White River City remain peaceful either. Immediately notify all the dark guilds. Tell them to stop killing players around Stone Forest Town and shift to White River City. Instead, they can kill however many players they want. Just make sure to make a mess over at White River City. I want to see just how long Zero Wing can continue poaching players. Understood. Daybreak Fog then bowed and left the room. White River City's library. As soon as Shifeng stepped into the Star Moon Hall, he immediately felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his movements becoming extremely sluggish. You've come. Charlene's gaze shifted from her book to Shifeng. Smiling, she said, it seems you've made quite a lot of preparations. Have you decided to challenge your promotion? Shifeng then took out 188 mana stones and 10,000 gold from his bag. Seeing this, Charlene waved her hand. By the time Shifeng reacted, the mana stones and the bag of 10,000 gold in his hands had already disappeared, reappearing in Charlene's hands. Instead, meanwhile, the sound of a system notification also entered Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations, you have accepted the Blade Saint class's Tier 2 promotion quest. Alright. Since you've already decided to take the challenge, I'll tell you some of the risks, Charlene said as she jiggled the bag of money in her hand a few times. Smiling, she continued, your promotion is somewhat special. If you fail, it won't be as simple as dying once. You also won't be able to challenge it again for another 20 days. Most importantly, I can only send you there. I cannot guarantee whether you can return or not. Charlene's words rendered Shifeng speechless. Something like this should have been explained before he accepted the quest, yet Charlene actually did so only now, after he had accepted him. Helpless about this as well. After all, the location you are heading to is the former residence of a god. Due to the disturbance caused by the magic arrays there, return scrolls also cannot be used. This could also be considered a very normal situation. Charlene rolled her eyes at Sherfong when she noticed the ugly look on his face. She then smiled and continued, "Right, I forgot to ask which place you wish to go. You have 3 options, each of which has its own difficulties: Hell, Azura, and God. Which one do you plan on choosing?" Upon hearing Charlene's words, Sherfong was momentarily stunned. From what he remembered of the past, the difficulty options for promotion quests for Tier 2 and above were only normal, hard, and hell modes. There were no Azura and God modes. This was the same even for peak classes. As long as one was an expert player, they had a high chance of clearing a normal mode Tier 2 promotion quest as long as they had made sufficient preparations. However, even expert players would have trouble clearing hard mode. Needless to say, hell mode was even more difficult. Sherfong had never heard of anyone in Starmoon Kingdom successfully conquering a hell mode Tier 2 promotion. Moreover, this was only in the case of ordinary classes. The promotion quests for hidden classes were far more challenging, yet now, even the lowest grade was hell mode. Chapter 1279, Selecting Difficulty. Chapter 1279, Selecting Difficulty. Sure enough, the Blade Saint class's promotion quest is quite extraordinary. Sherfong pondered his options. He had attempted his hell mode Tier 2 promotion in the past. After all, he had been one of Shadow's top-class experts. He had been very confident in his abilities back then. Moreover, to increase his chances of success, he had spent a lot of time collecting top-tier equipment. By the time he had challenged his Tier 2 promotion, even his most inferior piece of equipment had been level 50 fine gold rank. He had even worn 2 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment. That wasn't an easy feat after all. After reaching level 50, players were lucky to get their hands on level 50 secret silver equipment, much less level 50 fine gold and dark gold equipment. However, he hadn't expected his challenge's outcome. He hadn't even passed the starting area before failing, much less completing his promotion. The Hell Mode promotion quest's difficulty was simply inhuman in this life, though both his combat standards and his items were more powerful than they had been in the past. Hence, Sherfong was confident in conquering Hell Mode. However, the same could not be said for Azura and God Mode. After all, he had only attempted Hell Mode before. He did not know how difficult these 2 modes were. Should I challenge God Mode? Sherfong wondered. After all, he was already a Void Realm expert. He also possessed 2 fragmented legendary items and numerous epic items. He even dared to challenge legendary quests. A God Mode promotion quest should not be a problem. Charlene smiled as she watched Sherfong and said, "You're considering challenging God Mode, right?" Sherfong nodded. "Lady Charlene, may I know what my chances are of clearing God Mode?" Sherfong tried asking. He was utterly unfamiliar with the God Mode difficulty, but that wasn't the case for an NPC like Charlene. She might be able to offer clues that would help him prepare for what was to come. "You really are brave. You dare ask if you have a chance of passing it." Charlene cast him an admiring look. Slowly she said, "If you ask me, with your current power, you will die. It won't matter how many times you try. Just like its name suggests, God Mode is not a realm for mortals. This trial catered to the ancient gods. If you think that you can defeat a new god, you might have a chance of clearing God Mode." Defeat a new god? Sherfong gasped. There were 2 types of gods in God's domain. The first was born naturally, while the second ascended to godhood of its own power. The majority of the gods in God's domain consisted of the latter. As for natural-born gods, they did not start out at Tier 6, they had to ascend from Tier 0. Only, they would not encounter a bottleneck in their growth. Even if they did nothing but breathe, they would reach Tier 6 eventually. Moreover, even at Tier 0, natural-born gods had extraordinary combat power. In terms of life rating, natural-born gods were even superior to dragons. Not even a domain realm expert could stand against such an immensely powerful being, even if both had the same level, tier, and attributes. Fighting any Tier 6 god required at least a full party of Tier 6 players. Then, what about Azura Mode? Sherfong asked. Azura Mode? Charlene carefully evaluated Sherfong. After pondering for some time, she said. Azura mode represents mortals' limits. Unfortunately, you still have some time before you reach that standard. However, you might have a fighting chance with such high-quality weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, that chance isn't very high. I'd say that you die 9 out of 10 attempts. In my opinion, you're better off challenging Hell mode. The trials the ancient gods left behind are outstanding. Passing even the easiest trial is already an impressive feat, so 10%? Shi Feng smiled bitterly. He was 100% confident in clearing the Hell mode promotional quest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have challenged his promotion quest so soon. However, he never imagined that there would be such a massive gap between Hell mode and the other two. Consider this carefully. You know that the more difficult your quest is, the more severe the punishments for failure will be. Charlene somberly reminded Shi Feng. He decided. I want to challenge Azura mode. After weighing his options for some time, Shi Feng gave his answer. Developing in God's domain was akin to sailing against the current. If one were not moving forward, they would drift backward. He had already reached his limit. If he wished to improve, he needed to take risks. Challenging Hell mode wasn't a risk, it wouldn't help him. But he couldn't choose God mode either, as that was beyond a challenge. By choosing God mode, he'd just be asking for a beating. If he cleared Azura mode, he would be handsomely rewarded. The rewards would certainly boost his development. This was why so many expert players were adamant about challenging hard mode and risking failure. Some experts had even gone as far as to delay their progress, challenging Hell mode until they passed it. Otherwise, they would have a more difficult path after their promotion. Fine. Don't regret your decision. Charlene sighed. She then used the mana stones to form a magic array. All 188 mana stones hovered in the air, creating an artificial starscape. However, while the scene was beautiful, the pressure the 7-colored magic array radiated was terrifying. Moreover, this pressure grew as time passed. As Charlene chanted her incantation's final verse, a black hole manifested in the middle of the hall. Arcs of silver lightning circled the black hole's edges, crackling. Suddenly, a pair of golden doors descended from the black hole. Although the doors were not particularly large, roughly 6 meters tall, they radiated powerful divine might, instantly rendering Shi Feng immobile. The floor started to crack beneath the doors as if it couldn't withstand the weight. The doors began to sink. Impossible. This is the library. Shi Feng was stunned. Powerful magic arrays strengthened the library. Even Tier 4 NPCs couldn't damage the building, yet a pair of doors crushed the floor. It was clear that the floor wouldn't last long as it began to give out and crumble. Divine strengthening. Seeing this, Charlene quickly started to write divine runes in the air. The divine runes merged with the ground, creating a magic array. Only after the magic array appeared did the doors stop sinking. The divine might filling the hall also weakened, allowing Shi Feng some freedom of movement. However, after summoning the golden doors, Charlene had significantly paled. Sweat beaded on her forehead. As Charlene had said, it was not easy to summon these doors. This task normally required 3 Tier 5 magical classes to accomplish. Once the doors stabilized, Charlene started chanting another incantation while she drew more divine runes. After writing over 100 lines, she opened her eyes. 2 golden magic arrays then surfaced from her eyes. Space-time connection. Charlene sent 1 line of golden runes into the doors after another. After a minute, the doors finally started to open. Through the gap between them, Shi Feng could see a path through a silver vortex. The path itself radiated divine might, while the rest of the space was pitch black. He could not see the path's end. Shi Feng finally understood why Charlene had said that she could not guarantee his return once he entered the trial. Go, quickly. I can't maintain it for long, Charlene hurriedly commanded. Her complexion was deathly pale, and sweat covered her face. Not daring to delay a moment longer, Shi Feng dashed into the silver vortex, vanishing. Charlene slowly closed off the path. As she watched the golden doors fade, she whispered tiredly, I pray for your success. Chapter 1280, Super Treasury. Chapter 1280, Super Treasury. What's going on? Am I trapped inside this spatial tear? As Shi Feng entered the silver vortex, his surroundings remained dark. However, due to the divine might radiating from the path, he couldn't move normally. When he teleported to another location, even with the 7 luminaries ring space movement, he would reach his target 2 or 3 seconds after entering the spatial pathway. However, looking at the system clock, Shaman noticed that 3 minutes had already passed since he stepped through the doors. He could have traveled across God's domain a dozen times with a spatial path by now. After another 5 minutes, Shaman noticed a light at the end of the path. Soon, he could faintly see mountains and rivers. He could also see beasts wandering on the ground and flying through the blue sky. A short moment later, Shaman found himself on the top of a mountain. System, you have discovered the Dark Canyon. While you are here, you cannot use the system communication function or return scroll system. Azura Mode Promotion Quest activated quest content. Collect 7 Luminaries Source Stones and seal Demon King Storas. Rewards unknown. Sealing a Demon King? Shifeng's face twitched when he heard the system's expressionless explanation. Although he had known that this quest would be difficult, he hadn't expected it to be quite this hard. A Demon King was the equivalent of a Tier 5 legendary monster. It could wipe out entire cities. Current players were no match for such power. If Azura Mode was this difficult, it was no wonder Charlene had said that he would die if he challenged the God Mode promotion quest. If he had chosen God Mode, he would have likely died the instant he entered the quest area. However, after seeing Azura Mode with his own eyes, he knew he had no chance of completing the quest. He was only a Tier 1 swordsman. Even if he had 1,000 copies of himself, he would be no match against a Tier 5 Demon King. This was how God's domain worked. The higher the tier, the greater the gap. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had come up with all sorts of method to nurture powerful experts. During the game's later stages, quality was far more important than quantity. A Tier 5 player was more useful to a guild than 100,000 Tier 2 players. Not only could the Tier 5 player defend a city without help, but they could also lead teams to raid Tier 5 legendary monsters. Normally, one needed at least a 100-man team of Tier 3 players to raid Tier 5 monsters. Moreover, the players needed to know the monsters' weak points and target them appropriately with various tools and items. Otherwise, such monsters were impossible to raid. Asking him to deal with a Tier 5 Demon King alone was asking for the impossible. Fortunately, the quest content mentioned something about gathering 7 Luminaries Source Stones. Shaman breathed a sigh of relief after he read the quest content again carefully. Shaman knew a little about the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. It was even more precious than the 7 Luminaries Crystal. The stored mana was much more refined. However, unlike the 7 Luminaries Crystal, which contained every type of elemental mana, the 7 Luminaries Source Stone was limited to one type. As a result, its usage was limited. It could only be used for special situations such as powering up certain sealing magic arrays. Since I've confirmed the quest contents, next up will be the search for the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. Shaman gazed down at the massive canyon below him. The canyon was poorly illuminated. However, he could hear faint roaring and sounds of battle. A tall tower had been erected in the canyon center. This tower reached into the clouds, and it was several times taller than the mountain he currently stood on. A large number of flying monsters circled the tower. 9-headed vulture, demonic beast, high lord. Level 60. HP 30, 000, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. With so many 9-headed vultures circling the tower, it was impossible to approach the building from above. Since flying isn't possible, I'll have to head down the mountain and investigate the canyon. Shaman then activated Wind Rider and rapidly descended the mountain. The mountain path leading to the peak was very narrow. There were also plenty of powerful demonic beasts lying in wait, hoping to ambush unsuspecting prey. Seeing this, Shaman sighed in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to walk down the mountain path. Otherwise, he would have fallen into these demonic beasts' trap and died. After Shaman dove into the canyon's depths, silence and darkness wrapped around him. Although he hadn't seen it from the mountaintop, the darkness hid a large courtyard, in the heart of which stood the tower. From above, Shaman spotted all kinds of high-tiered demonic beasts roaming the courtyard. Some of these demonic beasts even fought each other for territorium. As soon as Shaman entered the massive courtyard shrouded in darkness, he felt his body grow heavy. At the same time, Wind Rider's effect was forcefully removed, and he plummeted. The gravity acting on his body grew stronger as he neared the ground. Fortunately, Shi Feng had the Ring of Gravity. Activating gravity liberation, he freed himself from the pull. The speed of his fall also decreased. In the end, he landed on the courtyard's stone tiles safely without attracting the surrounding monster's attention. System, you have discovered the Moonlight Courtyard. The Moonlight Courtyard? Shi Feng was stunned when he heard the system notification. So, this is where the rumored Moonlight Courtyard is located. The Moon God had built this courtyard. The Moon God loved gardening, as well as alchemical and magic array research. For example, the Moon Drip Magic Array was one of the Moon God's creations. It could break any curse in the world. Meanwhile, the Moon God had frequently used the Moonlight Courtyard to conduct research. Sure enough, Charlene did not trick me. I should be able to find a few God crystals. A hint of excitement flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he read the system notification. As the Moon God's favored research location, there were bound to be many items the Moon God had left behind. Regardless of how powerful these items were, they would contain divine power if the Moon God had used them frequently and could be used in place of God crystals. In any case, he needed the God crystals to feed to the Soul Orb. If he came across a powerful treasure, he would reluctantly absorb it with the Soul Orb. Following which, Shi Feng stealthily moved through the courtyard. There were plenty of powerful monsters in the courtyard, and even the weakest among them was a level 60 chieftain. To avoid trouble, Shi Feng activated Omniscient Eyes to deal with his visibility problem and an invisibility potion to remain undetected. With his current strength, Shi Feng had no problems against a level 60+ chieftain in a one-on-one fight. However, as soon as the battle began, the commotion would attract the attention of nearby monsters. If that happened, only death would await him. As for using instantaneous movement magic scrolls and skills like space movement, Shi Feng had already tested them and found that he had access to none of them. In addition, this area barred flight. If he were surrounded, he would die. He needed to be very careful. After wandering around the courtyard for over 2 hours, Shi Feng finally got through the courtyard's outer area and entered the middle ground between the outer and inner areas. The inner area is so luxurious. Shi Feng wore a wistful expression as he gazed at the distant inner area. He could spot a herb garden in the inner area. Although the herb garden had existed since ancient times, due to magic arrays and divine ruins bolstering the garden, all of the herbs were healthy. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts were eating these herbs. Shi Feng noticed that many of the plants had already been devoured. Furious, Shi Feng even considered cooking these demonic beasts for his own meal. It would have been fine if the beasts had only devoured the ordinary herbs, but the garden also contained super rare herbs such as the Flower of Life. The Flower of Life had a similar effect to the Water of Life and could heal an NPC of all their injuries. Shi Feng could also see exotic grass, which could dispel the majority of God's domain's curses. Even in herb-rich kingdoms and empires, one would be hard-pressed to find these kinds of herbs, and unfortunately, no one knew how to grow them either. Yet, these extraordinarily precious herbs were nothing but food for the area's demonic beasts. It was no wonder why the demonic beasts here were so fat. Moonlight fruit. Shi Feng suddenly noticed a tree that was roughly 30 meters tall. Hanging from the silver tree's branches, Shi Feng noticed a translucent fruit. When he saw this translucent fruit, his heart began to pound. In the past, the moonlight fruit had sold at one of the superpowers auctions. After that auction, not a single player throughout God's domain had forgotten the fruit's name. However, this wasn't because the fruit had sold for an astronomical price. Rather, it was due to the fruit's effects. When consumed, the moonlight fruit would permanently improve a player's physique. Chapter 1281, Exploring the Herb Garden. Chapter 1281, Exploring the Herb Garden. In God's domain, the moonlight fruit was one of the very few treasures that could permanently improve a player's physique. Although each fruit could only improve a player's physique by 2%, it was exceedingly valuable. Moreover, each player could consume a maximum of 5 fruits. In other words, players could improve their physiques by up to 10%. While 10% might not seem like much, the boost to a player's combat power would be astounding. There were 2 main reasons for the massive gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. The first reason was the tier of skills they could learn. The other reason was the difference in physique. Tier 2 players' physique was 40% stronger than Tier 1 players. Although physique would not increase a player's damage or basic attributes, it could enhance a player's 5 senses and improve their body's flexibility. Players would be able to predict attacks that were originally impossible to spot and perform actions that were normally impossible to execute. This was why Tier 2 players could easily defeat Tier 1 players even if both sides possessed the same attributes and combat standards. In the past, a moonlight fruit easily sold for 3,000 gold. Regardless, countless experts had fought over it as Shifeng stared at the large, silver tree. A massive figure beneath the tree stirred. The figure was an 8-meter-tall bear with thick, snow-white fur. Its claws were razor-sharp, and a silver horn grew from atop its head. Currently, the bear slept peacefully beneath the tree. Occasionally, it would rub its back against the silver tree. Silver Moon Bear, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 74, 000/74, 000/000. Shifeng spotted a total of 6 silver moon bears resting beneath the tree. He also saw a large number, easily over 1,000, silver moon rats roaming the garden. Moreover, these monsters moved relatively close to each other. Silver Moon Rat, Demonic Beast, Lord. Level 62. HP 18, 000/000/18, 000/000. It doesn't seem possible to sneak my way there. Shifeng observed his surroundings, but he couldn't find an opportunity to get past the monsters to take the moonlight fruit. I guess that I'll have to clear out the area, taking the monsters down slowly. If I obtain the moonlight fruits, it'll help Fire Dance and the others get through their promotion quests. With Fire Dance and the others' strength, they would likely clear their hard mode promotion quests. However, the likelihood of them clearing hell mode was relatively low. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between the two, the rewards would impact their development. However, if he could improve their physiques, then they could clear the hell mode promotion quest more easily. Moreover, he had another reason to eliminate the demonic beasts in the garden. He needed to reach the courtyard's inner area safely. On the off chance he caused a commotion and were surrounded, he would undoubtedly die. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng quickly went into action as a preventive measure. Let's summon a demon. Thinking so, Shifeng took the Bible of Darkness from his bag. Although he was confident in defeating these Lord-ranked Silver Moon rats, it would take too much time and energy by himself. He needed some help. Originally, Shifeng had considered summoning his personal guards. However, as this was a special space, he would die from regret if they couldn't be unsummoned and died here. Unlike mounts and pets, personal guards could not be easily resurrected. Oftentimes, players chose to search for new personal guards rather than resurrecting their guards after death. Resurrection was simply too expensive. It cost even more than bronze and mysterious iron guards. Even Shifeng couldn't afford to resurrect a dead personal guard. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he would not dispatch his personal guards. On the other hand, he would not mind even if the demons he summoned died. In any case, they would disappear after 5 hours, following which, Shifeng summoned a level 60, Tier 2 Tomahawk Demon. The demon could be both a meat shield and deepest almost. After waiting for some time, the 5 silver moon rats standing around the herb garden's outer edge finally moved away. Immediately, Shifeng drank 2 bottles of Sea God's Blessing, increasing his basic attributes by 15% and all resistances by 150 points for 15 hours. Afterward, he activated an isolation scroll to reduce the chances of detection. He then executed void steps and quickly reached an ancient tree near the outer edge. With a light jump, he made it to the top of the tree, over 70 yards away from the 5 demonic beasts. At this distance, due to the isolation scroll, these level 62 demonic beasts couldn't detect Shifeng. As for the Tomahawk Demon, due to it being level 60, it would not be detected easily even if it stood only 60 yards away from the demonic beasts. When Shifeng noticed the silver moon rats turning around again, he took out Blazing Meteor and attacked a rock near the demonic beasts. The throwing weapon shattered the rock instantly. The scattered rubble just so happened to collide with one of the wandering silver moon rats. Although the rubble hadn't caused any damage, the silver moon rat was enraged. Looking around furiously, its round, beady eyes quickly locked onto the shattered rock. The rat then carefully walked over. Seeing one of its companions wander off, another nearby silver moon rat followed. Curiously, demonic beasts were slightly smarter than ordinary monsters. However, they had less intelligence than humanoid monsters. If something suddenly changed, they'd react instinctively. In the case of humanoid monsters, they'd likely gather a group of 5 or so before investigating the shattered rock. Feng simply took advantage of this very quickly. The 2 silver moon rats arrived beside the shattered rock. As soon as they did, however, they sensed the tomahawk demon standing in the nearby tree. Sensing outsiders, the 2 silver moon rats charged towards the tomahawk demon without hesitation. The other 3 silver moon rats were over 15 yards away, and they did not react at all as they continued their mindless wandering. They did not even notice that 2 of their companions had left them. Good. Feng released a sigh of relief. He had only found this advantageous terrain after observing the herb garden for a long time. If he accidentally attracted all 5 silver moon rats, he would be finished. However, despite seeing the 2 demonic beasts inch closer, Feng did not have the tomahawk demon attack them. Instead, he had the demon retreat. There were too many silver moon rats throughout the herb garden. Many among them wandered randomly. If he fought inside the herb garden, the battle would easily attract the other rats. After luring the 2 rats roughly 50 yards away from the herb garden, Feng controlled the tomahawk demon to use the Tier 2 skill Flying Death Axe. Immediately, the tomahawk demon threw the massive battle axe in its hands, the weapon transforming into a streak of black light as it flew towards the 2 silver moon rats. 61, 845. Minus 62,078. The attack ripped an ear-piercing screech from the silver moon rats. Their screeching could be heard clearly from 50 yards away. In a panic, Feng turned his gaze back to the herb garden. Immediately, he noticed another silver moon rat charging out of the herb garden. Feng suddenly felt a brewing headache. However, after another moment, no other rats charged out of the herb garden that was close. This chain reaction is dangerous. Fortunately, none of the other silver moon rats were alerted. Sighing, Feng shifted his gaze back to the approaching silver moon rat. He decided to lure the 3 demonic beasts further away from the herb garden. Only after they were 100 yards away from the herb garden did Feng allow the tomahawk demon to fight the demonic beasts again. Although the tomahawk demon only had 13 million HP, which was less than what the silver moon rats possessed, in terms of combat techniques, the tomahawk demon was stronger than the demonic beasts. If the tomahawk demon focused on defense, it would take a long time for the 3 silver moon rats to kill it. After the tomahawk demon stabilized its aggro, Feng used Skywheel Sword to seal the area, followed by Firestorm. The raging inferno immediately caused the 3 rats to screech in pain, their HPs falling by around 90,000 every second. Occasionally, they would even receive a frightening damage of around minus 180,000. By the time Firestorm ended, the silver moon rats had each lost over 700,000 HP. The tomahawk demon used the Tier 2 skill Demon's Voice, forcing every enemy to focus on the tomahawk demon. At the same time, the tomahawk demon's defense and attack speed increased by 40% for 30 seconds with the tomahawk demon as an MT. Feng activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and the Ice Blue Devil Flame and launched a rampant assault. Both Feng and his doppelganger dealt around minus 4,000 damage with their normal attacks, while their skills dealt anywhere from minus 10,000 to minus 20,000 damage. When the tomahawk demon was close to death, Feng immediately switched to the Aura of Water and used Life Bloom on it, healing it back to full HP. After fighting for nearly 20 minutes, the 3 silver moon rats collapsed. However, aside from gaining some skill proficiency, Feng did not receive any EXP from the demonic beasts. Suddenly, Feng felt that the system was very black-hearted. He had just killed 3 level 60 lords, for crying out loud. In the outside world, it would take a party of level 60 players to take down such a monster, yet the 3 lords' deaths hadn't yielded any EXP or equipment. Suddenly, Feng noticed a translucent, nail-sized grain beside one of the silver moon rats. He picked it up and took a closer look. 7 luminaries shard. What? These monsters drop 7 luminaries shards. Feng could not help his surprise as he stared at the translucent grain in his hand. Chapter 1282, Growth Type Set Equipment. Chapter 1282, Growth Type Set Equipment. as expected of a god's home. This place is even more amazing than the Tower of Time. Shaman shifted his gaze towards the demonic beasts in the herb garden as he held the 7 luminaries shard tightly. The Tower of Time was one of the 2 most famous towers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, as it was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Although the dungeon was a similar rank to the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was a huge difference between the two. The Tower of Time's bosses dropped 7 luminaries crystals. However, the Moonlight Courtyard was even more astounding. He had a chance to obtain 7 luminaries shards by killing the numerous silver moon rats here on their own. 7 luminaries shards weren't particularly useful. However, they could be sold to NPCs for a high price. NPC merchants would be more than willing to purchase each shard for 1 gold. However, players weren't likely to sell their 7 luminaries shards to NPCs. Players could synthesize 7 luminaries crystals from the shards. However, this task required a master alchemist at the very least. A master alchemist's synthesis success rate was roughly 30%. It was neither high nor low. Even independent players would attempt to synthesize their shards rather than sell them. After all, 7 luminaries crystals could upgrade a player's mind space. Nobody would foolishly sell such an important resource and give up on constructing their own private space for rest and entertainment. Thinking up to this point, Shaman was suddenly motivated to wipe out the demonic beasts in the herb garden. He wouldn't find an opportunity like this elsewhere. Normally, one had to venture to extremely dangerous secret lands and kill the area's bosses to obtain 7 luminaries shards or crystals. Now, however, he only needed to kill Tier 2 lords. This was like a bargain bin for 7 luminaries shards. After a short rest, Shaman began to lure the silver moon rats once again. His second attempt was much easier than his first. Moreover, he only lured 2 rats this time. Although he could take on 3 at once, fighting so many placed a heavy burden on the Tomahawk Demon. He needed to use Life Bloom constantly to keep the Tomahawk Demon alive by fighting 2 at a time. However, the Tomahawk Demon did not need to defend itself constantly and could launch counterattacks from time to time. This increased the total DPS. Shaman attacked the Silver Moon Rat's weak points relentlessly. Like before, he healed the Tomahawk Demon with Life Bloom when its HP was low. Like this, Shaman cleared out wave after wave of Silver Moon Rats, each wave taking over a dozen minutes to defeat. Shaman cleared out over 20 waves without rest. Although the repetition was boring, the more Shaman fought, the more smoothly he defeated the Silver Moon Rats as he became increasingly familiar with the demonic beast's attack patterns and weak points. As a result, he needed less time to defeat the rats each time he lured a wave over. Moreover, his harvest was considerable. After killing 47 Silver Moon Rats, he had obtained 21 7 luminary shards. The shard's drop rate was much higher than he had initially expected. Others' synthesis success rate was only 30%. However, Shaman had the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected 57 luminary shards, he could synthesize a 7 luminaries crystal with a 100% success rate. If he continued to grind the demonic beasts here, he might collect all of the 7 luminaries crystals he needed to construct the 4 towers of elements. Why is combat here so taxing on stamina? After killing another wave of Silver Moon Rats, Shaman felt a little tired. In God's domain, when a player's stamina had decreased to a certain point, they would start feeling tired, affecting their combat power. If they continued to consume stamina, their combat power would continuously decrease. By the time players exhausted their stamina, they would not be able to move a single finger. Hence, when players fought in the fields, they would take breaks after fighting for a certain time. One of the reasons for doing so was to maintain their strength. Another reason was to avoid having insufficient stamina should they encounter anything unexpected. Shaman had considered this before he had started fighting. Hence, he had been using the basic Tyrant title. Not only did the title provide him with 30 fortitude, but it also increased his maximum stamina by 20%, yet even after fighting around 24 battles, his stamina had fallen to a critical level. He hadn't expected his stamina consumption to be this high. I've only killed 47 Silver Moon Rats after such a long time. This promotion quest is extraordinarily difficult. After consuming a drop of life essence, Shaman turned to the distant Silver Moon Rats, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems I've miscalculated. Fortunately, the promotion quest doesn't have a time limit. It would take a long time just to clear a path to the courtyard's inner area, Not to mention killing every demonic beast here. Thinking about time, Shaman glanced at the system clock displaying the time in the real world. He felt that it should be about time to log out and rest. After all, he had been playing for quite some time. This would not benefit his real body. What's going on here? Shaman couldn't help his surprise when he saw the time. After some quick calculations, it should be around 7:30 in the morning yet. The system clock told him that it wasn't even 6 a.m. In the real world, this can't be right. I remember entering this place at roughly 5 in the morning. I've been grinding the rats for 5 hours now, so 2.5 hours should have passed in the real world. Even if my calculations are slightly off, it should still be past 7 o'clock. Shaman muttered in confusion, following which, Shaman looked at the system clock displaying the in-game time. As he thought, he had been grinding for over 5 hours. Could the flow of time here be different from God's domain? Shaman suddenly thought of a possibility. In fact, this wasn't something new in the game. Although rare, when one entered certain secret lands, the flow of time was different, following which, Shaman started comparing the time flow in the Dark Canyon and the real world. The moment he did, however, he was shocked. Time in the Dark Canyon flowed 10 times faster than in the real world. Shaman was stunned. After all, he had only ever heard about a 1 to 10 time dilation in the past. He had never experienced it before. The greatest time dilation he had experienced was a 1 to 6 ratio. 1 hour in the real world had been 6 hours in the game. On the continent of God's domain, the time dilation was only double that in the real world. Now, however, he experienced a 1 to 10 time dilation. Shaman finally understood why. After coming here, the system prevented access to the communication system and return scrolls. Contacting the outside world while experiencing such a high time dilation would be an impressive feat. This is wonderful. I won't have to worry about spending too much time in here. Shaman was ecstatic. However, although he was not in a hurry, he couldn't spend too much time on his promotion quest. After all, the contest on Thunder Island was rapidly approaching. He needed to prepare. He also needed to search for sufficiently powerful mysterious flames to extend the time he had left before he became a puppet. After Shaman rested, he grinded the Silver Moon rats once again with the life essence's stamina recovery. His stamina consumption rate decreased to 1/3 of its original. He could now fight for much longer. While he fought the Silver Moon rats, Shaman summoned his second tier 2 demon, Hidden Thorn Demon. This type of demon was similar to an assassin. It possessed explosive power and control capabilities. This made killing the Silver Moon rats much easier for Shaman. Now, he could defeat 2 Silver Moon rats in 8 minutes. As Shaman grinded Silver Moon rats, he also discovered that, aside from dropping 7 luminary shards, the Silver Moon rats dropped equipment, though at a very low probability. However, the low drop rate was justified as the demonic beasts dropped growth-type set equipment for level 50 to level 60 players. The set equipment could be upgraded from bronze to dark gold rank. These items were far more valuable than ordinary level 60 dark gold set equipment. The Silver Moon rats dropped 2 variants of growth-type set equipment. One was the Magic Moon set equipment, meant for magical classes, while the other was the Shadow Moon set equipment for physical classes. Both were 7-piece sets. After grinding for over a dozen hours, Shaman had only obtained 3 set pieces, 2 for the Magic Moon set and 1 piece of the Shadow Moon set. Meanwhile, he had collected 91 7 luminary shards. As Shaman was about to enter the herb garden and lure more monsters, every one of the Silver Moon rats in the garden started to tremble. Shortly after these Silver Moon rats started trembling, the mana in the herb garden was pulled to a single point. Immediately, Shaman turned to the epicenter of this phenomenon in evolution. Shaman's jaw dropped in astonishment. A Silver Moon rat, significantly larger than its counterparts, stood in the center of this phenomenon. The Silver Moon rat's eyes had turned blood red, and all of its fur stood on end. The Silver Moon rat's body also released a faint red glow, making it extremely eye-catching. Chapter 1283, Bloodline Evolution. Chapter 1283, Bloodline Evolution. The glowing Silver Moon rat screeched in agony. The other Silver Moon rats stared at the evolving rat as if it were a king as they trembled and distanced themselves. They were deeply afraid of angering their king and dying under its claws. In fact, over a dozen rat corpses surrounded the evolving Silver Moon rat. Impossible. It's undergoing a bloodline evolution? Sure, Feng had a bad feeling about this. Like players, monsters could reach higher tiers. Only, in the case of monsters, the upgrade was known as Evolution God's domains. Field bosses didn't come from nowhere. Instead, when a field boss was killed, the land it had governed would be left without a ruler. In such a situation, the region's monsters would engage in an intense battle, constantly evolving. Only after a new ruler emerged would these monsters cease their fighting. Hence, every time a new boss appeared in a region, the region's monsters would grow more powerful due to their evolutions during the intense competition. The Silver Moon Rat before him was similarly evolving. Only, its evolution was somewhat different. Known as a bloodline evolution, many demonic beasts were members of powerful monster bloodlines from ancient times. Hence, when they evolved, they had a chance of triggering their bloodline. If that happened, not only would their tier improve, but their life ratings would also rise. In the past, Sure Feng had encountered demonic beasts that undergone bloodline evolution. A particular demonic beast had evolved from Tier 4 to Tier 5 and successfully triggered its bloodline. As a result, it had evolved into an incomparably powerful Tier 5 archaic species, transforming its governed area into a forbidden land for players. Only after a long time had a super guild managed to kill this Tier 5 archaic species. The Silver Moon Rat was currently a Tier 2 lord. If it evolved normally, it would only become a Tier 3 Great Lord. If it triggered its bloodline, however, it would become a Tier 3 archaic species. At that point, escape would be impossible, much less victory. Even if Sure Feng could run away, with a Tier 3 archaic species guarding the herb garden, he wouldn't be able to get in. He have to give it a try. Sure Feng gritted his teeth and retrieved his only Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll and Tier 3 summoning scroll. He activated them immediately. A monster's evolution wasn't instantaneous. They needed time to absorb enough mana. Moreover, the more powerful the evolution, the more time it would take. The Silver Moon Rat's bloodline evolution had just begun. It was the perfect time to strike. Suddenly, a massive, blue magic array appeared above the evolving Silver Moon Rat. This array absorbed a large portion of the mana the Silver Moon Rat had gathered. Snowflakes started to descend from the magic array, and anything they touched froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, a radius of 50 yards had transformed into a Winter Wonderland Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, Frosty Day. Not only could the spell cause a lot of damage, but it could also freeze all targets within the affected area for 10 seconds. Even if the freezing effect were negated, enemies would receive a debuff which reduced their movement speed and attack speed 50% and double their stamina consumption rate for 10 minutes. This one move had frozen all of the rats around the evolving Silver Moon Rat. As for the Silver Moon Rats that were outside of Frosty Day's range, due to the Silver Moon Rat that was undergoing its bloodline evolution, they didn't dare approach the area. Instead, they turned tail and fled for their lives, giving Sure Feng an opportunity to attack the evolving Silver Moon Ratus. For the evolving Silver Moon Rat itself, the spell had taken over 1 million of its HP. Although its HP had only decreased slightly, it was severely injured, and as a result, its mana absorption rate had decreased significantly. Roar. The evolving Silver Moon Rat bellowed and glared at Sure Feng, killing intent radiating from its eyes. It then charged at Sure Feng. Good. Sure Feng smiled. Immediately, he activated Windwalk before he turned and fled. It was too risky to fight the rat in the herb garden. Had the Silver Moon Rat continued to absorb mana to evolve even after the initial attack, he would have been helpless. The fact that it had given chase couldn't be a better outcome. However, although the Silver Moon Rat had yet to complete its evolution, its movement speed was still higher than Sure Feng's even after he activated the aura of wind, and Windwalk bloodline evolutions are terrifying. Sure Feng was inwardly shocked as he turned to look at the Silver Moon Rat chasing him. Originally, over 70 yards had separated him and the Silver Moon Rat. Now, the distance had shortened to 50 yards. Moreover, as the Silver Moon Rat ran after him, it absorbed mana and continued its evolution. Fortunately, it wasn't evolving as fast as it had been. This was the outcome Sure Feng had hoped for. As long as the Silver Moon Rat continued to evolve, the other Silver Moon Rats would not approach it. If the other Silver Moon Rats tagged along, he really would die here. Following which, Sure Feng dashed out of the herb garden, only stopping when the Silver Moon Rat caught up to him. After catching up to Sure Feng, the Silver Moon Rat slashed its razor-sharp claws at Shifeng's back. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng spun around and used parry, blocking the attack ping. The single attack threw Shifeng over 20 yards away. Although Shifeng had been sent flying because he had used the impact to put some distance between him and his adversary, the fact that he had been thrown so far told him that the Shadow Moon Rat now had the strength of a level 62 Great Lord. Shifeng refused to imagine how terrifying the Silver Moon Rat's strength and speed would be once it completed its evolution. This should be far enough. Shifeng glanced at the distant herb garden. He then controlled his Tier 3 summon creature and 2 Tier 2 demons to attack the Silver Moon Rat Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot towards the Silver Moon Rat. Seeing this, the Silver Moon Rat revealed a human-like sneer. It turned sharply, dodging Dragon Breath. Its intellect has improved by so much? Shifeng frowned. Although a bloodline evolution would improve a demonic beast's intellect, he hadn't expected this level of intelligence from the Silver Moon Rat. The Silver Moon Rat's combat standards already rivaled that of an elite player. As the Silver Moon Rat gleefully charged at Shifeng, the 2 Tier 2 demons had circled to its sides, and each launched an attack at its blind spots. Arrogance flashed in the Silver Moon Rat's beady eyes. It then backflipped, dodging the demon's attacks. The outcome didn't particularly surprise Shifeng as he maintained a calm expression. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Rat, which was still in the midst its backflip, discovered an 8-meter-tall, level 65, Tier 3 Shadow Lion behind it. The Shadow Lion brandished its claws at the rat. Boom. The lion slapped the Silver Moon Rat to the ground, the impact ripping an agonized screech from the demonic beast. Its HP decreased by over 700,000. This move was none other than the Shadow Lion's Tier 3 skill, Shadow Assault. This move was similar to the combination of the assassin classes Shadow Steps and Ambush. Moreover, it was an AoE attack, so it was impossible to dodge at a close range. By using Dragon Breath, Shifeng had determined the Silver Moon Rat's combat standards. After determining its combat standards, he used the 2 demons to launch a feint, leaving room for the Silver Moon Rat to dodge. He responded by directing the Shadow Lion to injure the rat. After his plan succeeded, Shifeng switched to the aura of fire and activated Firestorm. As the Silver Moon Rat's body had been embedded in the ground, it couldn't dodge the raging inferno in time. The Silver Moon Rat screeched again as the scorching flames engulfed it, its HP decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes turned pitch black. Despite the raging inferno, the surrounding temperature dropped. Roar. The Silver Moon Rat suddenly released a deafening roar. It began to transform. Not only did it grow larger, but its dark gray fur had also turned silvery white. Its single tail split into 3, and it now had 4 front legs rather than 2. A pitch-black horn protruded from its forehead. This is insane. It's forcing its evolution? Shifeng frowned. Chapter 1284, Soloing an Archaic Species. Chapter 1284, Soloing an Archaic Species. After completing its evolution, the Silver Moon Rat had more than doubled in size. Now, it was 6 meters tall and loomed like a 2-story house. Its aura had also grown more intense, making it difficult for Shifeng to breathe. Meanwhile, its statistics had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Silver Moon Rat King, weakened. Archaic Species, Great Lord. Level 64. HP 90, 000/90, 000/000. As Shifeng stared at the information, the Silver Moon Rat King vanished in the blink of an eye. The Rat King appeared before Shifeng, its 4 front paws transforming into streaks of light as they slashed at Shifeng so fast. Shifeng believed that in terms of speed, no player was his match in God's domain. However, compared to the Silver Moon Rat King, he was slow. Not to mention, the Rat King attacked with 4 limbs. Even if he could move faster, he couldn't dodge all 4 attacks. Defensive blade. Ping. Over a dozen streaks of light slashed at Shifeng again and again. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng heard his defensive barrier shatter in a single round of attacks. The Silver Moon Rat King had exhausted defensive blade's block counts. As soon as the Silver Moon Rat King ended its first barrage, it launched another. However, black mist now extended from its paws, forming 4 shadow whips that lashed at the swordsman. As if the Rat King were an expert with the weapon, The 4 Shadow Whips sealed off every one of Shifeng's paths of retreat, preventing him from dodging the attacks. It clearly forced its evolution, but why has its intellect improved by so much? Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the 4 incoming whips. If a monster tried to force its evolution, not only would it receive a backlash, but it would also suffer a weakened state for some time, their attributes decreasing significantly in all aspects. Naturally, its intellect would be affected. Only after its weakened state faded would it recover to its peak. Although Shifeng's exchange with the Silvermoon Rat King had been brief, he could tell that the Rat King had the combat standards of a player that had reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Shifeng found this truly inconceivable. If the Silvermoon Rat King had evolved normally, what kind of combat standards would it have had? The Trial Tower's 5th floor? Or the 6th floor? With such high attributes and superb combat standards, the Silvermoon Rat King would be an utter nightmare. Not even an entire team of experts would be a match for the Silvermoon Rat King, much less a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 players. It was much different than the Tier 5 archaic species Shifeng had faced in the past. Due to the lack of weaknesses, players had been forced to take the Tier 5 archaic species head-on. In the end, the Tier 5 archaic species had only died after a super guild had dispatched a team led by a Tier 6 god-ranked player against the Silvermoon Rat King's skill attack. Shifeng activated Divine Steps without hesitation. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers appeared around him. The instant the Shadow Whips descended, Shifeng switched places with one of the distant doppelgangers. In the end, the 4 Shadow Whips passed through Shifeng's doppelganger unhindered and struck the ground, slicing the packed dirt apart as if it were a cake. The grooves were roughly 6 yards deep and extended up to 50 yards. The attack's range and power rendered Shifeng speechless. After the skill ended, Shifeng swapped positions with another doppelganger and appeared beside the Silvermoon Rat King, the abyssal blade descending on the Great Lord Chop. Minus 16,748. The Silvermoon Rat King reacted as it turned and snapped 2 Shadow Whips at Shifeng. Shifeng once more switched positions with a doppelganger on the other side of the Rat King and quickly followed up with Thundering Flash. 4 arcs of blue lightning passed through the Silvermoon Rat King's body. Minus 7,950. Minus 10,748. Minus 29,601. Minus 20,007. Although the Rat King's defense hadn't risen by much, it had 90 million HP. Shifeng's damage was nothing. Fortunately, while weakened, the Silvermoon Rat King couldn't use its combat recovery. Hence, any lost HP was permanent. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, Shifeng suppressed the Rat King for a moment. Meanwhile, Shifeng controlled the Shadow Lion and 2 Tier 2 demons to join the battle. However, the Silvermoon Rat King promptly responded when it noticed the Shadow Lion and demons approach by lashing its 4 Shadow Whips. It aimed 2 for the Tier 3 Shadow Lion while the other 2 dealt with the Tier 2 demons. The Rat King's attacks were extremely accurate, forcing the Shadow Lion and demons to defend themselves. However, the Shadow Whip's attack speed was quite high. Before Shifeng could direct his creatures to dodge, the whips struck. The Shadow Lion was knocked back by over 10 yards, 2 damages of over minus 170,000 appearing above its head. Each of the Tier 2 demons had lost over 300,000 HP and been thrown over 30 yards. What high strength! Shifeng was surprised the Silvermoon Rat King's strength could rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fortunately, he had avoided the Rat King's attacks, using Divine Steps to defend himself. Otherwise, if he had failed to block the 4 Shadow Whips and were struck, he would have died instantly. Even if he blocked all 4 whips, he would have very little HP remaining. Once Shifeng understood how powerful the Silvermoon Rat King was, he changed his attack methods now. Instead of issuing the Shadow Lion vague commands, he chose to control it himself. He directed the 2 demons to attack from the sides like the Silvermoon Rat King. The Shadow Lion was a Tier 3 monster. Although the Shadow Lion's strength was no match for the Silvermoon Rat King, its speed should be on par. With Shifeng's control, it would not be difficult to block the Rat King's attacks with the Shadow Lion. After all, the Silvermoon Rat King only had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. To ordinary and elite players, this combat standard might be considered very high. To him, however, it was not even passable. Even if he had to split his attention between controlling his body and the Shadow Lion, he could exhibit combat standards at the half-step refinement realm with the Shadow Lion. Once the Shadow Lion was under Shifeng's complete control, it easily dodged 3 of the Silver Moon Rat King's shadow whips. The Shadow Lion countered the last whip with a swipe of its claws, negating the attack. It then used its other paw to cast the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Claw, raking 4 bloody slashes across the Silver Moon Rat King's face. The impact slammed the Rat King's head into the ground, 438, 749. The Shadow Lion's attack dazed the Silver Moon Rat King. The rat stared at the lion in confusion. It had sent the stupid lion flying earlier, yet now the beast had dodged its attacks and slashed its face. The Silver Moon Rat King pushed Shifeng to the back of its mind and focused its attention on the monstrous cat, lashing one whip after another at the Shadow Lion. Against this furious assault, Shifeng directed the lion to defend itself. Although the Shadow Lion couldn't damage the Rat King, Shifeng and his 2 demons could attack the Great Lord from its blind spots, taking tens of thousands of the Rat King's HP every now and then. For a time, they fought a battle of attrition. The Silver Moon Rat King's HP decreased slowly. Only after a long time did its HP fall by 1%. As for the Shadow Lion, it lost HP at roughly the same rate. Thank goodness for its weakened state. After getting a general grasp of the situation, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. If the battle continued like this, he could kill the Silver Moon Rat King before the Shadow Lion's duration ran out. If the Silver Moon Rat King weren't in a weakened state, however, he wouldn't be able to kill it, even if he had days, due to its battle recovery. In fact, the reason that most experts in God's domain couldn't solo powerful bosses wasn't due to weak combat standards. Rather, they couldn't deal enough damage to overcome the boss's battle recovery. Without battle recovery, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP steadily decreased 95%, 90%, 80%. After fighting for nearly an hour, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP finally fell to 10%. Fortunately, the Shadow Lion still had 60% of its HP. Throughout the battle, whenever the Shadow Lion's HP fell to a critical level, Shifeng had cast Life Bloom on it. As a result, the Silver Moon Rat King watched helplessly as the Shadow Lion recovered to full HP. Roar. The Silver Moon Rat King finally went berserk. Black magic arrays suddenly appeared before its 4 paws, rampantly gathering the surrounding mana. The Rat King then slammed its paws on the ground, and streaks of black light shot from the ground in a 100-yard radius. When the Tier 2 Tomahawk Demon accidentally stumbled into one of the streaks of light, it instantly lost over 600,000 HP. As the seconds ticked by, more streaks of light broke through the dirt. As this attack continued, even Shifeng had no choice but to use Defensive Blade and Absolute Defense to defend himself. By the time these streaks of black light finally stopped, the 2 Tier 2 demons had less than 30% of their HP remaining. As for the Shadow Lion, it only had 40% HP remaining. As expected, an archaic species won't go down so easily after all. Even in a weakened state, this skill is more than enough to annihilate an expert team multiple times. Shifeng was greatly shocked as he stared at the exhausted Silver Moon Rat King. If the Rat King were at its peak, only death would await him. There was no other outcome. After all, despite the Rat King's current weakened state, Shifeng hadn't found a single weakness. If he wanted to defeat it, he had to face it head-on. If the Rat King were at its peak, he wouldn't have any hope of victory without several Tier 3 tanks or summoning scrolls and an intermediate magic array to suppress the demonic beast. The Silver Moon Rat King was exhausted after using such a powerful skill. It couldn't even move a muscle. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash and started a merciless assault. If he waited for the Silver Moon Rat King to recover and use that powerful AoE skill again, he would die. 9%, 7%, 5%, 1%. When the Silver Moon Rat King only had around 100,000 HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP hit rock bottom, its body collapsing to the ground. Success, finally. Shifeng fell flat on his back in exhaustion, taking one deep breath after another. He had focused on controlling the Shadow Lion while assisting the battle from the side. The fight had been both mentally and physically exhausting. Had the battle gone on any longer, Shifeng might have collapsed before killing the Silver Moon Rat King suddenly. Shifeng realized that his previously stagnant experience bar, which hadn't moved when he killed the other Shadow Moon rats, was rising. Moreover, it rose at a rate visible to the naked eye 10%, 20%, 30%. Only after reaching 69% of level 50 did his experience bar finally stop. Meanwhile, upon its death, the Silver Moon Rat King had dropped a mound of shiny items. Chapter 1285, Upgrading the Demonic Tiger. Chapter 1285, Upgrading the Demonic Tiger. The Silver Moon Rat King's loot was astounding. It had even dropped 16 luminaries shards. It had also dropped 5 pieces of equipment. The magic moon robes, the most important part of the magic moon set equipment, lay among them. There were also 2 pieces of the Shadow Moon set equipment, the chest piece and bracers. If he could complete the 7-piece sets, they would be the best set equipment available in God's domain right now. Besides that, the Silver Moon Rat King had dropped the level 60 Fine Gold Moonlight Shield and level 50 Dark Gold Necklace, Shadow Talisman. Any of the various large guilds would drool over the items. Quite a few tools had dropped as well. These tools included a Tier 3 Domain Scroll and Tier 3 Defensive Scroll. Shifeng considered these items compensation for the Tier 3 Large-Scale Destruction Magic Scroll and Summoning Scroll he had used. Shifeng had also obtained 7 Tier 3 Attribute Gemstones. What's this? Shifeng had thought that he had collected all of the loot, but he suddenly noticed a nearly transparent stone beside the Silver Moon Rat King's corpse. Although this stone rested there quietly, the surrounding mana surged towards it. Curious, Shifeng picked up the stone and examined it. However, he discovered that he couldn't see its information. This left him with no choice but to use Omniscient Eyes. Eyes struck gold this time. After the 10-second appraisal process completed, Shifeng revealed an excited expression as he read the item's description. Bloodline Essence, Dark Gold Rank Item. This item contains a trace of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It can give a mount a trace of the ferocious beast's bloodline. Although specific items could upgrade guild mounts, there were very few items in God's domain that could upgrade a mount's strength. A mount's strength was not static. It could be improved. However, upgrading a mount was far more difficult than nurturing personal guard. Shifeng had never thought he would be so lucky as to obtain a dark gold strengthening tool for mounts. Although his demonic flame tiger was a dark gold mount, it was only as strong as a chieftain of the same level. It was not even a match for a Tier 2 lord. Against experts of his level, the demonic flame tiger wouldn't be of much use. At most, it could cast a few buffs if he could upgrade the demonic flame tiger to the standard of a lord. However, the mount would be of significant help. After all, a lord was the equivalent of a Tier 2 player. Moreover, unlike personal guards, Shifeng did not have to worry about the demonic flame tiger dying, as it was much cheaper to resurrect. The only downside was that, after its resurrection, the demonic flame tiger would enter a weakened state for a certain period, following which, Shifeng summoned the demonic flame tiger. When the tall, mighty demonic flame tiger manifested, it obediently lay down beside Shifeng and rubbed its furry head against his arm. How much strength you get from this depends on you now. Shifeng then placed the bloodline essence before the demonic flame tiger's mouth. Seeing the translucent stone, the demonic flame tiger shone with hunger like a cat staring at a fish. Without hesitation, it licked the bloodline essence off of Shifeng's hand and gulped it down. When the bloodline essence entered the demonic flame tiger's stomach, blood-red patterns began to appear across the feline's body. The surrounding mana surged into the demonic flame tiger. The flood of mana wasn't one bit inferior to the Silver Moon Rat King's evolution. As it succumbed to the change, the demonic flame tiger wailed in agony, following which, the blood patterns released a brilliant glow as they devoured the tiger's body. As the surrounding mana density reached its peak, the demonic flame tiger's form began to change. The demonic flame tiger had stood 5 meters tall. Now, however, its body shrank, reducing to 3 meters. A pitch-black horn grew from its forehead, and arcs of silver electricity crackled around its 4 paws as black flames licked up its legs. The demonic flame tiger appeared more ferocious and majestic than before. Its aura, in particular, had undergone an earth-shattering change so strong. The bloodline essence's effect is impressive. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he checked the demonic flame tiger's attributes. Despite its current, lord rank standard, its basic attributes were much higher than a lord of the same level. It could nearly rival a high lord amount that was almost as strong as a high lord. Just thinking about it excited Shi Feng. The strongest mount he had seen in the past had been on par with a great lord. It had belonged to a superpower's upper echelon and had been carefully nurtured. Countless resources had been spent on the mount's growth. Shi Feng had been jealous. After all, that player who had owned the mount had only been as strong as he had been, yet that player had such an impressive mode of transportation. Now that the demonic flame tiger was as strong as a high lord, as long as he nurtured it properly, it might become as strong as a great lord by the time he reached Tier 3. It would be a powerful ally. After all, his tiger now had a strand of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It was much stronger than monsters of the same rank. It's about time to log off and get some rest. Taking a look at the real-world clock, Shi Feng thought that this would be a good time to take a break, following which, Shi Feng called up the system interface and logged out. As soon as Shi Feng exited God's domain, a series of notifications bombarded his virtual gaming cabin. Why are there so many messages? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. As his virtual gaming cabin had an anti-disturb mode, the system would temporarily block any messages from the real world. Only after he logged out of God's domain and woke from his slumber would the messages reach him. He had only been in God's domain for 3 days, yet he had over a dozen messages waiting for him. Some were from his assistant, Liang Jing, and some were from Big Dipper Group's chairman, Xiao Yu. He had also received an invitation from the White Tiger Dojo. Shi Feng glanced through one message after another. He quickly discovered that these messages focused on a single matter: the friendly competition that the White Tiger Dojo intended to host tomorrow. Xiao Yu's messages inquired about the participants' conditions, while Liang Jing's messages talked about the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. The White Tiger Dojo has splurged on the event. Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he read the competition's announcement. Not only had the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City been invited to the competition, but the White Tiger Dojo had also involved 5 other nearby cities. Anybody could apply to join the competition. The participants weren't limited to the invited dojos and training centers. As long as one passed the qualifiers, they could take part. As a result, this competition was even more ambitious than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. In addition, the White Tiger Dojo had changed the competition's rewards now. Anyone who placed within the top 5 would receive prize money. First place would receive 5 million credits. Even 5th place would receive 500,000 credits. To the various dojos and training centers, this prize money was negligible. Rather, these organizations had their sights set on the Green God Company's invitation card. To the majority of the participants, however, the reward money was considerable. According to Liang Jing's report, there were already more than 10,000 applicants. While Shi Feng was stretched, Xiao Yu called him anxious. Chapter 1286, Competition Preparations. Chapter 1286, Competition Preparations. Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor, Chairman's office. Currently, 2 people sat in a large office by the French windows. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 2 people looked somewhat similar. Only, their auras were different. One radiated the energy that was unique to a martial artist, while the other's aura spoke of a high societal position. These 2 were none other than the Big Dipper Group's Shao Brothers' big brother. I've looked it up already. To attract enough attention, the White Tiger Dojo has dispatched 3 experts from its main branch to participate in the competition. Are you sure we won't have any issues? Xiao Yan asked worriedly. The White Tiger Dojo was a titan in the fighting industry. The main branch's talents were all rising stars. Take Gan Xingting, who had defeated Chen Wu, for example. Despite being one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples, he didn't even qualify for the main branch's nurturing. It was clear how impressive the main branch's experts were. Moreover, the competition had an age restriction that barred those over 20, cutting out organizations such as the Big Dipper Dojo. He wouldn't have been worried if the age restriction had been set to 25. After all, Shi Feng would be able to participate if that were the case. Moreover, they had Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. With those 2, the Big Dipper Dojo could easily secure first place, Yet neither could participate this time. Xiao Yan was very familiar with the Big Dipper Dojo's members. Only a few among them could be professional fighters. Moreover, even if they participated in the city's annual fighting competition, they wouldn't rank within the top 100. How could these members possibly contend with the White Tiger Dojo's elites? To put it crudely, even in a 3-on-1 fight, their opponent would win in 3 moves or less. If they signed their members up for the competition, it wouldn't be a matter of winning or losing. It would be a matter of how badly they were humiliated. If they embarrassed themselves during such a grand event, it would impact the Big Dipper Dojo's future. Shifeng's people have assured me that everything is in order. I've tried to ask the person himself, but he is still in the game, and it wouldn't be wise to interrupt him. After all, he has already guaranteed success. Xiao Yu responded with a concerned expression. Big Dipper's future was at stake. He had tried to ask Liang Jing, but she had no information on these matters. Big brother, I think we should try to get an answer from him. The competition is tomorrow. If we can't win, I'd rather be absent than humiliate ourselves. If that happens, we won't have any chance against the White Tiger Dojo, Xiao Yan said. All right. Once Shifeng leaves the game, I'll ask him. Xiao Yu agreed with his brother's logic. The White Tiger Dojo was obviously serious about branching out to Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dispatched its elites to take part in the competition. After all, the qualifiers for national fighting competition would begin soon. Its elites should be either resting or preparing for that event. Taking part in this sudden competition would affect them. As Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan chatted, Xiao Yu noticed that the Do Not Disturb mode on Shifeng's communication system had been removed. Immediately, he called the man. Chairman Xiao, what's with the early call? Has something urgent come up? Shifeng asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu's nervous expression on his quantum watch's display. The White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition is tomorrow. May I inquire about Instructor Shi's preparations? If you need any help, just say the word. We will do our best to assist you, Xiao Yu said. Currently, his gaze was fixed on Shifeng, hoping to determine the young man's confidence of winning the competition by his expression and tone. He had been a part of the business world for some time, so he could easily read the truth and lies on a person's face. If Shifeng didn't have the confidence, Xiao Yu would give up on the competition. After all, the dojo's honor was at stake. If others learned that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples defeated theirs in a single move, the Big Dipper Dojo would go of business. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng replied, Thank you for your concern, Chairman Xiao. Since you've offered, I could use your help with something. The answer disappointed Xiao Yu. However, after considering the matter, he found it to be reasonable. After all, just how long had the Big Dipper Dojo been in operation? Even if they invested a ton of resources in their members, they wouldn't see the results for a long time. How could a few days of training possibly transform their members? Can you think of a way to obtain a few more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid? I'm willing to purchase them for a high price, Shifeng asked, somewhat embarrassed. He had already troubled Xiao Yu for 10 bottles. However, he had given all 10 to Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. He had nothing left for Fire Dance, Cola, Yiwumian, Flying Shadow, or the other core members. The guild's main force members were nearly ready to challenge their Tier 2 promotion. However, challenging their Hell Mode promotion quests would be very difficult unless they improved their combat standards. If he could get his hands on more S-rank nutrient fluids, he could help the others grow stronger. Xiao Yu was speechless. Obtaining the previous 10 bottles had taken a lot of effort, yet Shifeng wanted more. Shifeng was practically treating the S-rank nutrient fluid as if it were water. Instructor Shi, I've already used my connections to obtain the previous bottles. I cannot get any more. I see. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng understood. If that were the case, he had no choice but to look for other methods to help his companions grow stronger. Then, Chairman Xiao, I still have matters I need to deal with. I'll speak with you later. Wait. Although Xiao Yu still had something to say, Shifeng had already disconnected the call. Big brother, how was it? Xiao Yan asked. I don't know, Xiao Yu said, smiling bitterly. Shifeng is quite mysterious. If not for him being Ruashi's classmate, I might even suspect him to be an old man that has lived through countless trials and tribulations. Despite his hundreds of weak points, I can't seem to find a way to strike. What? Even you couldn't see through him? Xiao Yan asked in shock. Xiao Yu had experienced countless battles in the business world while developing the Big Dipper Group. Many knew him to be a sly old fox. His ability to see through a facade was top class, yet he couldn't see through Shifeng. How could this not be shocking? Forget it. We'll participate in the competition tomorrow. If we don't, the White Tiger Dojo will have an excuse to slander our names. We just need to avoid losing too badly. In any case, we can redeem ourselves during the city's annual competition, Xiao Yu said after giving the matter some thought. The city competition? Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. There was no doubt that the White Tiger Dojo would win in the friendly competition. However, it was a different story for the city's annual competition, as they would have the assistance of a great expert like Shifeng. Meanwhile, back in the Greenwater Villa, Shifeng's basic training, he logged back into God's domain. It would take a lot of effort to clear the Silver Moon rats from the herb garden. The sooner he completed this task, the better. He couldn't predict when the other Silver Moon rats would evolve compared to his prior grind. Shifeng had an easier time killing the demonic beasts with the help of the Lord-ranked demonic flame tiger. Now, not only did he and his summoned demons receive the tiger's buffs, but the demonic flame tiger's own combat power was even greater than the Tier 2 demons. Fortunately, the Dark Canyon's monsters did not respawn after grinding away half a day. Shifeng finally cleared out the Silver Moon rats. Although the grind was boring, he had collected a total of 714 luminary shards. If he used the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize 14 luminaries crystals. He was now much closer to his goal of obtaining 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. He also had 5 unique pieces of the Magic Moon set equipment. He had 4 duplicates as well. As for the Shadow Moon set equipment, he had collected 6 unique pieces with 2 duplicates. He only needed the belt now. As Shifeng set his sights on the Silver Moon bears, several figures flew down from the distant tower. As these several figures grew closer to the herb garden, the demonic beasts in the moonlight courtyard panicked. Even the great Lord-ranked Silver Moon bears covered their heads with their paws and shuddered in fear, not even daring to glance at the distant figures. This is insane. Why are magic light dragonlings here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the 3 massive figures fly over him. Chapter 1287, Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1287, Dark Shaman King. The magic light dragonlings were pitch black and shrouded in a layer of black mist. Their skin sparkled faintly from time to time, resembling the night sky. The dragonlings' wingspans stretched over 20 meters, and a single flap was enough to create a strong gust of wind, the whistle echoing throughout the courtyard. Seeing the magic light dragonlings rapidly approach the garden, Shifeng turned and fled. The magic light dragonlings were bona fide dragons. Although they were infants and only at the Tier 3 standard, they were much stronger than an archaic species of the same tier. And 3 of these level 65 magic light dragonlings were flying towards him. If they discovered him, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the dragonlings were quite far away, so Shifeng had more than enough time to get out of the herb garden. Shifeng wasn't the only one trying to leave the herb garden. The Silver Moon bears lazing around the moonlight fruit did not dare linger either. It wasn't long before the 3 magic light dragonlings landed in the center of the herb garden. As soon as they landed, 3 figures jumped off of their backs. Among them, 2 were level 70, Tier 3 demons wearing exquisite armor, and 1 was a black-robed elder wielding a crimson staff. Although this black-robed elder did not exude any kind of aura, Shifeng, who watched from a distance, did not even dare to move a single muscle, deeply afraid of attracting this elder's attention. This elderly man was far more terrifying than the magic light dragonlings. Shifeng had heard this man's name before. Dark Wizard Raymond was a legendary Tier 5 Grand Wizard. He had been a marshal that commanded the Apocalypse Empire's Mage Corps. However, to pursue the essence of magic, he had betrayed the human race and dealt a severe blow to the Empire. Now, he was a wanted man in God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, Raymond had been the final boss of the Dark Shaman King expansion pack. Back then, the various superpowers had suffered countless casualties to exterminate the Dark Wizard Raymond. In the end, it had taken 2 super guilds working together to take him down. Shifeng had never expected his promotion quest to lead him to such a terrifying boss. It was no wonder why the magic light dragonlings were treated like mounts. Only a legendary grand wizard like Raymond could accomplish such a feat. This promotion quest really is deadly. Shaman was at a loss for words as he quietly watched Raymond. If he were discovered, he would die here. There was no way for he could escape a Tier 5 Grand Wizard if Raymond guarded the herb garden. Shaman's promotion quest was as good as over. After Raymond dismounted, he began to collect herbs in silence. Meanwhile, the two Tier 3 demons stood guard. Seeing this, Shaman breathed a sigh of relief. Raymond was also a Grandmaster Alchemist. He had most likely come to the garden to collect herbs for his research. As Raymond harvested the plants, Shaman hid in a bush and remained motionless. A Tier 5 NPC's perception was incredibly powerful. Even though he was 500 yards away from Raymond, there was no guarantee that the NPC wouldn't detect his movements. He could only wait until Raymond left the herb garden. Time passed quickly. After harvesting herbs for nearly 10 minutes, Raymond finally stood and prepared to leave. Suddenly, however, Raymond retrieved a fist-sized, 7-colored rock from his bag and started chanting an incantation. What? The 7 Luminaries' Source Stone is in Raymond's hands. When Shaman saw the 7-colored rock, he suddenly felt as the system had conned him. His quest was to seal a Demon King. Normally, this would be impossible for him at this stage of the game. Hence, the system had given him a hint to use the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone to suppress the Demon King before sealing it. Yet, now, it was revealed that Raymond possessed the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone, and the Grand Wizard was most likely stronger than a Tier 5 Demon King. As Shaman agonized over how he would obtain the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone, a magic barrier formed around the herb garden. In the next moment, Shaman saw Raymond retrieve some seeds from his bag and plant them in the garden. In the blink of an eye, these seeds started to sprout. Their growth rate was astonishing. Moreover, the herbs were extraordinary. They were all soul flowers, which were no less valuable than the flowers of life. Soul flowers were so valuable because they could reduce the system's penalty when players died. The death penalty was a massive headache for all of God's Domain's players. If they died in the fields, they would lose 1 level. However, if they were resurrected with the basic resurrection potion, crafted with the soul flower, their death penalties would be reduced by 80%. The potion could also substitute for a team's lack of healers. However, the basic resurrection potion was only effective on level 70 and below players. It was ineffective on those who were above level 70. Moreover, the potion had a long, 1-day cooldown. Regardless of these flaws, the basic resurrection potion was undoubtedly a miracle. Unfortunately, while the recipe was very easy to obtain, the soul flower, the potion's main material, was extremely rare. Normally, the various large guilds kept the resurrection potions they crafted for their own use. Very few were willing to sell the potion. If any did show up in the auction house, even if they were only basic rank, they could easily sell for 500 gold apiece. Aside from being used in resurrection potions, the soul flower was one of the materials required to resurrect NPCs. If players wished to resurrect their personal guards, they needed 4 things: soul flower, flower of life, water of life, and 3,000 gold. Because of this, players were rarely willing to resurrect bronze and mysterious iron personal guards. The soul flower, flower of life, and water of life were all extremely rare. They were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. This was also the reason why Shaman avoided summoning his personal guards if he could help it. Shaman hadn't expected Raymond to have soul flower seeds. He certainly hadn't expected the man to have so many. If he could obtain these soul flowers, he could make a fortune. Following which, Shaman watched Raymond instruct the 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons before climbing back onto the magic light dragonling. All 3 dragonlings then flew back to the tower. The 2 Tier 3 demons remained behind. They were obviously tasked to guard the soul flowers and prevent the nearby demonic beasts from eating them. 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons? Shaman smiled. If Raymond had tasked the magic light dragonlings to guard the soul flowers, Shaman wouldn't have had any hope. However, it was a different story if he only had to take out 2 Tier 3 demons. Following which, Shaman summoned his personal guards. He hadn't done so early because he had worried that wouldn't be able to unsummon them. Their deaths would cause him a lot of trouble. However, the situation had changed. Even if they couldn't be unsummoned and died here, obtaining the soul flowers and flowers of life would be a profitable trade. Sometime after the 2 summoning magic arrays appeared, Anna and Kite emerged. The two NPCs were an even higher level than their last summoning. Anna was already level 72, while Kite had reached level 70. Their weapons and equipment had also transformed. Without Shifang's knowledge, Anna had gained an additional fragmented legendary headpiece, while Kite had obtained a fragmented legendary one-handed sword. Shifang was pretty jealous. He had to admit that dumping coins into their high-ranking quests had been a worthwhile investment. Go.